Hello and welcome everyone. Hi, I'm glad to have you all here. My name is Till from Dungeon Fog, and with me is the beautiful
Janet from World Anvil. Gosh, guys, we are so hyped for this weekend. This is absolutely the biggest streaming event we have ever done. We've got World Anvil, we've got Dungeon Fog, we've got Chaora, we've got the great GM, and of course Nerdarchy will be with us as well. But Till, tell us properly what's going on this weekend.
Okay, so you're now in day number 1, which means this Saturday we are having classes, starting with Guy Sklenders from How to Be a Great GM, who's going to talk to you about designing an adventure from scratch, followed up by none less than World Anvil, who will be doing Agile world building with you. Then we have our special guest, Nerdarchy, is going to join and do their out-of-the-box encounter building with you. And then I will follow up doing the ultimate map making with you, where we design a battle map. And then at the end, we all come together with Cows Gone Wild, where we all together do something with you. Not to forget about Chaora, who is also drawing a battle map as a side stream, as a parallel stream to this event here, so don't forget to check him out as well.
Absolutely. We will be jumping in and out with Chaora. We will be seeing the progress of this battle map. And at the end of the stream today, in Cows Gone Wild, as Till just said, we will be doing a big, chaotic, wonderful world-building project, which we'll be inviting you guys to participate in as well. The classes today will be 1-hour sessions. We'll be having a Q&A at the end of each of those. So if you have questions during the stream, you can throw those into the chat, capital letters question, and they'll be gathered up and answered at the end. And yeah, what are we doing exactly in Cows Gone Wild, Till?
Well, we're going to, we will see. I think the plan is that together with you, in watching and in the chat, we're going to design a little adventure that just comes from your feedback, and we're all parallelly working on that. But I think it's going to be utter case, and I'm looking forward to it.
I think it's going to be amazing. Well, we've talked about everybody who's involved. We've talked about what's going to be going on. I think the last thing is to give you a little promo and show you.
Right, show you who we are.
Hey everyone, my name is Chaora. I'm a fantasy cartographer, and you can find all of my work on chaora.com. Come and join me on Twitch/Chaora, and we're going to make some region maps together. So, yeah, come join me. Go do it. Go!
Hello everybody, I knew it was going to happen one day. It was going to happen. The moment I come up onto the stream, there is something that breaks. And I know why, because I was supposed to do that. Sorry, I apologize most profusely. Anyway, it wouldn't be a stream without me, would it, if it was working fine? Let's just get rid of that too. So yes, welcome everybody. We have got so much cool stuff going on. There are 641 people currently in the stream. So can you believe it?
Oh, Jesus, that's a lot of people.
That is a lot of people. It's awesome. It's awesome. So I hope that you guys are going to help each other out, because that's what this whole masterclass is about. Chat to each other in chat, talk, see what's going on. Now, there have been some questions that have popped up already, which I want to address very, very quickly before we get moving forward. Firstly, all of the content is streamed to all of the platforms. So wherever you are watching this, if you are on Great GM Twitch or on Dungeon Fog YouTube or World Anvil Twitch or wherever, you will see everything. It's all just going out to the different platforms that you can choose basically what group of people you want to hang out with. So if you want to do more world building stuff, go on over to World Builders. If it's more map making stuff, go to the map makers channels and chat there with the other people who are more interested in the map making side of things. I think that's pretty much it. Till, what else are we doing?
The goal of the whole event today is technically that we want to help you to improve on your game master skills, how to write your stories, how to write your worlds, how to prepare yourself for the game. So I think we have a pretty strong lineup for that. And just to add what you just said, Guy, I think what helps a lot, at least for our moderators, is if the classes are up, it would be very helpful if you join the classes on the according YouTube channel or Twitch channel. That would be really awesome. But if you like to hang out in one place, that's absolutely fine. Just sit back, relax, and watch, and have a great day together with us.
There you go. All right, well, our resident artist map maker is in the house, Chaora. He's live streaming on a parallel stream, as you know, twitch.tv/Chaora, if you want to go and check out what he's doing. But we're going to go and check in with him right now, as a matter of fact. So I think Janet's got him in standby. So
let's get over to Janet.
Okay, so Janet, apparently, not Janet, Chaora hasn't yet joined the stream because I think he's too busy drawing already. So whilst Janet's trying to get him into chat, one of the other things that you need to do when you are getting ready for this whole thing is don't stress. All the prep stuff, it's really just to help you. But don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay, so they're here. Let's go to them now and let's see what's happening.
Hello.
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 Hello. Oh, I think we're live. Good God. Good
Is
God.
this working?
I believe the streaming machine is on. Chaora, what on earth are we looking at there?
I have no idea. I don't know, Janet.
Oh, you sweet bean.
No,
Okay, so
everything's fine. Everything's going well. So this is the region map that I'm going to be drawing. This is the lovely sketch that has been provided to me by Dimmy, who, Janet and Dimmy, you've both been working on some of the world building behind the scenes. And Dimmy sent me this map and said, hey, make it pretty. And I was like, okay, I'm going to do that. So for the next few hours, I'm going to be trying to make this look nice and pretty. But we're going to keep the same shapes and the same sort of where the places are. We're just going to sort of redraw things and try and work things out from more sort of map-like kind of mapping. We're just going to do some mapping, Janet.
wonderful, wonderful. What are the challenges when somebody hands you a sketch and says, make it beautiful, as a cartographer yourself and as an artist?
Well, actually, I started the stream with this.
Okay. So that's very empty.
Yeah, and then in the last sort of 10, 15 minutes, I was like, okay, we need some kind of background. So I was like, okay, let's put some texture on here, and then let's put a little border on there, and then let's put the sketch over it, and then let's put some text over it. So I guess that's my starting process, is just slowly building up some mappy kind of things that you would traditionally find on old-fashioned maps that make things just look a little bit more artistic. For me, it's a bit of texture and color. And then slowly I'm going to start working on the line art, so we make things look, more beautiful.
Sure, absolutely. And are you going to keep roughly the same size of image, or are you going to sort of spread things out a little bit more?
So this sketch here is basically the size I want to keep it. So we've got this blank spaces on the edges, and I was just saying to on my stream that at the end, the last couple of hours, we're going to be doing suggestions with polls and taking ideas from chat and things like that. So that's where people can input their own ideas about what's over here, maybe a new city, maybe a new place of interest, and things like that, where they want to take the adventure, where they want to have their sort of influences on the map. So this bit here is going to remain what the sketch is, and it's going to remain pretty much this size, and then we're going to keep some blank areas here. People to use.
Wonderful, wonderful. So what are the challenges when you're approaching a map like this? I guess keeping everything as a good scale, as a good scope, making it look authentic, but also kind of fantastical.
Yes, I mean, for me, the major challenge right now, from a map making perspective, is actually time, because I only have a limited amount of time to draw it. So I'm going to try and keep to the style I did for the Middle Earth map, and the style I've been doing now for about a year or two, where I'm trying to make mountains look perspective based, trees look perspective based, with a beautiful sort of thick foliage and coastlines and waves and all the rest of it, the way that I've been doing recently. But I'm going to have to do it really quickly. So I've set myself some goals as to how I can keep up to date with the drawing and stuff. So in the next 2 hours, I need to finish the line art, which is a hard task to complete. And then the next 2 hours, I'm going to try and color it. So, yep.
So obviously these are really exceptional circumstances. As you folks know, Chaora is a professional cartographer. He's done maps for Critical Role. Everybody else who has a name, Chaora has worked for them. But how long would you usually spend, if you can ballpark it, on doing a map like this? Not under pressure, on a stream, crush, but like how many hours would normally go into a piece of work like this?
So the Middle Earth map that I did was an A1 map. Actually, it was an A2 map. And it took me 4.5 weeks to draw, with a lot of time spent on it, a lot of days where I was working on it for 10 hours a day.
Wow.
So overall, that map was a massive time commitment. This map is an A3 map. So it's really tiny, it's really constrained. And so basically what we can do is we can hopefully say that this might normally take me, under normal circumstances, a day or two. Under normal circumstances. But this is not normal circumstances, so we are going to just...
You're gonna wing it. You're gonna make something happen. Look, we all know, spoiler alert, we all know that this is going to be a beautiful piece of work, whatever Chaora says at the end of it, because Chaora is an incredibly talented artist. Where does the time go? What's the most time-consuming part of creating a map like this? Is it the line art? Is it the color? Is it
I think for this one, it's going to be the line art, yes. I think I'm going to really struggle to get the line art done in 2 hours. The color, at the end of the day, at the end of the stream, the color will be at a certain point where I'll be like, yeah, it's fine, it's colored, because I'll be able to get the blues and the greens and everything else that I need on the map. But the line art is real. That's where I'm going to struggle, I think.
Yeah, so we have hundreds of GMs watching, game masters who are already doing great things, game masters who are maybe just at the beginning of their GM journey. Mm-hmm. What do you recommend as like the MVP, the minimum viable product, I guess, for a region map when you're starting off with a campaign? If you want to give your players something to say, this is kind of how the area looks, what should that have in it?
Exactly what you can see on the screen. If you're just starting out, what I do is I make things pretty. And obviously that's lovely. And if you really like the idea of making your maps pretty, which many people do, because it's incredibly enjoyable. It's one of the reasons I got into map making is because it's an incredibly rewarding and enjoyable pursuit. And I don't think it really requires that much practice. It requires a lot of practice. It doesn't require a lot of artistic talent. It just requires a lot of practice. And so, but regardless of that, when you're just starting out, this is the kind of thing you need. You just need some basic features, some triangles for mountains, a lovely coastline so you can work out where the ocean is and where the land is, some rivers, and names. And that's how you can really just hand that to your players and say, look, this is a hand-drawn map by the local bandit leader who you killed and stole his sketch of the area. So it's not going to be pretty, and hand that to your players and they'll be like, oh, okay, this is great, and maybe like spill a bit of red paint on it or dip it in some tea so it looks really old or coffee and things like that. So that's what I would recommend if you're just starting out, is to just go really small with some little hand-drawn details and go to town with that kind of thing.
So it's more about like the flavor, the names, all of that evocative stuff that's going to get your players very excited. You can't see him, but Chaora is nodding furiously right now.
Yeah. I have to talk because it switches when we're talking.
Right, exactly. What would you say, because I know you have very strong opinions on this, about sort of precise accuracy, scale, that kind of thing? I know this is something that a lot of game masters really panic about, especially when they're starting out. What would you say to somebody who's thinking, oh gosh, how do I possibly make this all the correct scale and everything?
Honestly, I think what you need to make sure is you keep things scaled proportionally to each other. So if you have a very large mountain, you can't then have really, really large trees. You have to kind of work out what you're happy with in terms of scale and keep everything consistent. So you can't have really tiny mountains in one place and really huge mountains in another place without really figuring out why. So try to keep things consistent. I think it's very important for trees to be consistent, because trees from a map side are not going to be massive unless you have a world tree, in which case. But these are all things that I'm suggesting, but there are always exceptions to these rules anyway. So, play with them if you want to. But yes, my biggest advice for that would be to keep things consistently scaled. Don't worry if what kind of canvas you're working on or what piece of paper you're working on, just so that everything sort of works together and is sized appropriately.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning that, and thank you, AK Writer, in the chat for mentioning this, that when we talk about a 4, that's a sort of standard average college block in America. A 3 is double that size, a 2 is double that size, and a 1 is double again. So when we're talking about an A1 map, these are phenomenally massive. You said you're doing an A3 map today, correct?
Yes, this is tiny. So this is half of an A4 piece of paper. Okay. I'm doing it this size.
Wait, sorry, are you doing A3 or A5?
What did I say?
You said A3 before.
I'm doing an A5 size map.
So it's very small. It is a small map.
Very small.
It's about the size of my face.
A3 size map. I'm very sorry for the confusion on that, but I don't know what I'm doing. As you can see from my title, which says, "Oh God, what am I doing?" But yes.
There was a question in chat there about map making in Photoshop. Tell us a little bit about that.
So, interestingly enough, I've always...
Oh, I beg your pardon. Sorry. I completely misrepresented the question. So sorry for interrupting you. The question was, how do you get into map making without having Photoshop? At least until Project Deos comes out, because of course that is going to be a game changer for all map makers, all world builders.
So, Photoshop is expensive. I do not recommend it. There are some great free programs out there like GIMP, which is a great free to use drawing program that you can just pick up right away, go download it right now, and you can start using it. If you wanted to use a tiny little drawing tablet, because I would recommend a tiny little drawing tablet, I'm using a Wacom Intuos, which is about, I don't know, $50 or $45 or something like that. So it's not super expensive. There are other options as well. So there's a program called Paint Studio Pro, which is great. And it's just a one-time buy of, I don't know how much it is, like $25 or something. And it goes on sale as well. So you can get it super, super cheap. But Photoshop is great for me because I've always used it. I used to have a student version from when I was in university, and it's just something I've evolved and kept using. There's also some other map programs out there that you can pick up really, really quickly. I mean, some of them are really, really good. But yeah, I mean, if you don't want to sort of draw everything by hand like I do, Deus is coming out soon. The alpha is coming out soon. So, you know, you'll be happy with that one, I think.
Yeah, exactly. And Project Deus is going to look like Chaora maps, but you can make them yourself, which, as far as I'm concerned, because I have Photoshop, I use it for work, I could technically make a map in it, but I have the artistic capability of half a woodlouse. So I'm going to wait until Deus comes out and use Chaora's big old shinies. So we've talked a little bit about how GMs should start when they're making a map. We talked a little bit about tools. Can you give us any resources, apart obviously from watching your wonderful stream, on how people can learn a little bit more on the basics of drawing maps for the first time?
Well, the best advice I can give is looking at other people's maps. Inspiration and research is the building blocks of why you draw. You know, it's how you get into the flow of things and how you figure out how you want to do things. I mean, there's so many different styles and so many different sort of shapes that you can draw for your mountains and things like this. There's loads of things that you need to work out. And I think that is the best starting point. You can obviously open up Photoshop or open up GIMP or whatever and have your drawing tablet in front of you. But then what do? You're sort of frozen in you don't know where to start. Well, the best thing that you can do is then go onto Google or go onto a site like DeviantArt or somewhere where they post maps, like the Cartographers Guild or the map making channels in loads of different Discords and things like that, and look at other people's work.
Yeah.
Try and emulate things, try and copy things, draw your mountains the way that you want to draw them, find somebody that you like the style of, and then just start to copy them. And eventually you will come to the sort of a slowly building up after many, many mountains, and you draw them over and over again. You'll be like, oh, actually, I like the way that happened. The way that, you know, you'd have a little flick on the end there and it has a little thing. I like that. I'm going to keep doing that. And I'm going to build up my skills and build up the way that I draw. So don't start out thinking you can just draw a perfect, brilliant map. Start out aiming to draw as many little mountains and trees and coastlines as you can. And eventually you'll come to your own style and you'll start being much more comfortable with map making.
Yeah. Funnily enough, I asked Isaac Stewart the same question. Isaac Stewart is the cartographer for Brandon Sanderson. He came on the podcast, and he said that he spent a lot of time looking at other artist maps, but where he really found a lot of inspiration was also looking at historic maps, because these were not maps necessarily drawn as artistic objects. They were drawn as representations, but in a different time when we had a different understanding of how the world worked and what the world looked like. So what would you say to something like that? Would historic maps also be a place that you would find inspiration?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they're fantastic sources of inspiration. In fact, they have very unique styles, many of them. And they often contain beautiful, beautiful calligraphy and fantastic sort of markers and locations and mythical beasts that are drawn onto the maps directly. And they're wonderful, wonderfully artistic and very, very nice for doing that kind of thing.
There's a comment here that a fingerless glove is necessary for cartography. What do you say to that, Chaora?
Yes, very, very helpful.
You show us your hands.
Yeah, so I have this is an arthritis glove. I don't have arthritis, but it helps constrain the blood flow a little bit because I get cold hands. I have low blood circulation, and also it helps with dragging your hand across a tablet. If you have a tablet like I do, where you even a screen tablet, will be very helpful because your skin gets a little sweaty or it sticks to the glass. So it does help. I would very much recommend it. Yeah.
Fantastic. Just before we jump out, because folks, we will be back in an hour with Chaora. Any last tips for our game masters if they're thinking about picking up a pencil, picking up an electronic pencil and drawing a map for the first time?
If you're picking up something for the very first time, okay, draw a tiny little island, put some mountains on there, put some trees on there, and then give it a name. And then give that forest and give those mountains and give something like a village or a town a name. And bam, you've got a map that you can use for your adventure. So that is what you should do.
So a limited area, lots of names, and I guess a little bit of self-kindness and acceptance as well, right?
Yes, exactly. Don't feel bad about like little sketches, like the one that Dimmy got me. You know, they're beautifully, you know, functional, and I think they're also, you know, the best way that you can get started.
Absolutely. And I think the reason that we use maps as game masters is to get our players excited. And whatever you hand them, they're going to be excited and they're going to have questions, which is exactly what you want. You want them to be asking questions about your world, right?
Absolutely. Yes. Yes.
Awesome. Awesome. So what is the next step? Line art, I guess, is what we're going to be seeing now, Chaora.
Yeah, I'm going to be starting with the coastline. I'm going to get straight into it. As soon as we finish this, I'm just going to, because when I've budgeted out my time, I haven't actually budgeted out the time that I'm going to be taking talking to you guys about progress. So half an hour's already gone, so I've got to get going on that coastline.
Well, next time I will allow you to draw as we talk. Can you draw and
Yes,
talk?
I will try.
Aren't you? You're a streamer.
Yeah, I can talk while I draw. That's what I do.
I believe. Well, folks, we will be back with Chaora in 1 hour to check out the progress that he has made. I'm so excited to see where this is going to go. He's all talk, but actually he's super quick. He's super fantastic. Thank you so much for talking with us, Chaora.
Thank you.
And we will be jumping over right now to our very first masterclass. How to Be Great GM is going to go live with designing an adventure from scratch. He is, guys, if you don't know him, he is an award-winning game master. He is a pro screenwriter. He is all the goods. So stick around and learn from this absolutely amazing man. And I will be back with you very soon. Bye.
Hello everybody, I cut that short because I have nervous fingers. What an amazing introduction. Why is this happening? What has happened here? Where does that thing come from? I hate it when that happens. Anyway, all right, so we've got some amazing stuff going on. Sorry, I'm running 20,000 things at once here, so just give me just a second. There we go. It's going so well. I do hats off to Chaora for that. So, all right, to give you an idea of what's going on, I'm running this whole show from behind the scenes, and we have 800 people now watching, and the chat's just flying past. It's like, how on earth, how do we get here, how do we get here, how do we do this? Anyway, so there we go. Right, folks, we're talking about designing an adventure from scratch. That is what we are talking about. So if you are a dungeon master, if you're a games master, if you've been around for a long time, if you watch my channel a lot, you will know some of the stuff that I'm talking about, but not all of the stuff that I'm talking about. We literally are bringing it all together in today's show, hopefully. And I've put together a PowerPoint presentation for you, because apparently that's what you're supposed to do when you're running a masterclass. I've got it here behind me, so we're going to jump straight into it. So there we go. Designing an adventure from scratch. Now, this literally is designing an adventure from scratch. We will be using a few little tips and tricks and things. So here we go. If you're taking notes, now's the time to start writing. So where do we start? Where do we start? Well, we start at the very end. That's where we start. We need to know where to finish. We need to know what our end goal is. So that's where we start, is we need to start at the end. But we also need to know, what are our components, what are our limits and restrictions, and then we need to bring some freeform association into that. So when we are looking at this, it is oftentimes about sitting back and looking at what you have as resources. Now, this includes, by the way, if you want to include miniatures or if you want to include maps, all of those kinds of things. I mean, that's what you add into this pool of stuff. So under components, I like to start with components first because it is free of limits and restrictions. So let's just jump straight into that. So what do we talk about when we talk about components? Components, we're talking about those 5 things that you guys have been stressing about for the whole week. 5 things, right? So we wanted to talk about PC death, we want to talk about monsters, we want to talk about traps, we want to talk about locations, we want to talk about magical items, all of these wonderful, wonderful things. These are 5 things that I choose, generally speaking, to include when I'm talking about components. And then I list 5 things within that. Why 5? Why 5? Always 5, because, well, 3 is okay, and you're going to see for Cows Gone Wild that we're going to be working with 3, but 5 gives you more option. And generally speaking, 5 is the magic number in terms of adventure planning as well, so it's kind of useful. So the best way to do this is to just jot down straight off the top of your head things that come into being. So PC death, when we say PC death, It's not how do you kill the party. It is actually situations in which the party could die. So dramatic situations, life or death kind of stuff. And I mean, it doesn't have to be fighting on a bridge over Mount Doom's lava-filled volcano caldera thing. It could be a fight with aliens inside a supermarket, but then the supermarket should be exploding, or there should be a nuclear missile. But I mean, it's about raising the stakes. It's always about raising the stakes. Anyway, so 5 things under PC death. So I've listed eaten by a monster in a burning fire. I'm not going to read through the rest of them because you can all read, hopefully. So these are the 5 things that I have listed. A few of my favorite things, since someone was quoting Sound of Music in chat. I see you there. So yes, so PC deaths, monsters. Whatever the genre you're working in, whatever the world you're working in, just choose 5 monsters. I went troll, vampire, succubus, construct, and ogres. Boring as mud. I mean, let's look for some originality. No, not going to find that here, because we're going to get that later. And this is where a lot of people kind of grind to a halt. Oh, I'm not imaginative, I'm not creative, because I think of these mundane things. This is not mundane. You actually can't read the last 2 things, yes, because some fat idiot's sitting in the way. So there we go. Hit by a large or unusual object, and because one of them ate the moose. The moose. If anyone gets that reference, it was the moose. Where does the moose come from? You tell me, and that'll get you 500 experience points. The salmon moose. Preem time. Got it. Bingo. Straight off the bat. Look at that. It was the salmon moose. Okay, so anyway, don't try and be original at this point. We're going to make that happen later. It was absolutely Monty Python, The Meaning of Life, the salmon moose. Anyway, so we're going to list some stuff. Traps. Different types of traps. Why do we list traps? Maybe we don't need traps. Maybe your players hate traps. Maybe your players are old school and they still have a quarterstaff which they tap on the ground beforehand to make sure that there aren't any traps. It doesn't matter. If your players don't like traps and riddles and stuff, take them out. But generally, it's going to add a little bit of flavor to your adventure. Locations, yes, absolutely. We need some locations, and they can go from anywhere to anywhere. It's anything is a location if something can take place there. So inside a cupboard, an abandoned fort, a bridge, it's location. All right, so list some locations. Generally speaking, all right, you do kind of want to keep it. When you're brainstorming this, you want to be aware of your limits and restrictions so that you're listing stuff that fits within that. I mean, that's the important thing. And then magical items are always fun because sometimes we forget to give treasure. Sometimes these are treasure. Sometimes these are I mean, it's just good to have. Talking skull. You can never go wrong with a talking skull. It's always fun. So that is something to bear in mind. So those are our components. So I make a list of components when I'm trying to work quickly. I make a list of components and then we talk about our limits. So what are our limits? What do we mean by limits? Well, limits are our theme, our genre, our expectation. So if you're playing in a Star Wars game, would you expect to be... as a monster, you wouldn't necessarily expect to see a dragon. You might expect to see a Cryot dragon, but that's not the same as a Dungeons and Dragons dragon, right? So there's theme, genre, expectation. Those are big limits that you have to work within. If you try and be, oh, well, I'm going to run a modern day game, but I'm going to include Jedi because I'm just mixing it up. That's fine, provided that your players expect that as well. Because if it isn't, and you just suddenly throw in the Jedi in the middle of the Matrix, it kind of gets weird, right? Anyway, bottom line is, work within the theme, the genre, and the expectation. So that's what we've done in creating the adventure that we're going to be taking you through throughout this entire masterclass. Is the theme and the genre. It's fantasy. Fantasy is the most popular genre out there in terms of role-playing. It really is the big one. You run a poll anywhere and then people will vote for fantasy first, and then usually it's sort of sci-fi or horror or something like those lines. The theme is noble dark, so something that's noble but with a dark twist, a dark background, something along those lines. So what are our expectations? Well, we'll come to that in a little bit. Now, another limit is the type of adventure that we are designing. So I've got several videos on the different types of adventures. I believe there are only 4, and that is thwarting, delivering, collecting, or discovering. And by having those 4, it allows you to create 4 different adventures out of the same material if you so chose, because it becomes part of the expectation. So when it's a thwarting adventure, we're trying to defeat something. When it's a delivering adventure, we're trying to take something somewhere and we're going to get stopped en route. If we're collecting something, it's about bringing it back. It's about getting to it and then getting back as well. And that's a different type of adventure. And if it's a discovering one, we're just going to have a look and see what we can find out there. So that's something to bear in mind. And then finally, another limit is our players. Our players might not want riddles. They might not want combat. They might not want politics. So we've got to take those into account before we can actually start designing the adventure. But these are all good things because it gives us a space in which to then work. And that's what we're really looking for. So that's where we're going. Okay, so what you then do is you take your 5 components and you combine it into sentences. Just randomly combine it. So here we have eaten by a monster, a troll, whilst the floor is collapsing on a bridge to get a potion of eternal life. I literally just glued these things together in a burning fire, fighting a vampire that is a false representation in a laboratory, whilst wearing a slave collar. I don't know. I mean, there's no rule here. There's no rule here. Hit by a large unusual object, a construct on a bridge, which has been animated by an ooze. The construct mimics something else. So there are lots and lots and lots of things that you can do. This is the freeform association. So you're taking those 5 things and you're saying, well, what if the monster in this location was killing the PCs by doing that, and then this would come in through there. So that's kind of how you then start to work. And you just jumble them around and you look and you go, well, that's okay. That's interesting. That's where our next limit's going to come in terms of, okay, these jumbled stories, which one kind of fits well with what we're looking for. So that's when we go to the noble dark, the theme, if you like. We expect the battle to be one of good versus evil, the nobles to triumph, or someone who is acting in a noble way to triumph. Usually that means that the nobles are hoity-toity and look down on the commoners, and it's the commoner who strives to do the right thing who comes through. So then you run the monsters that you've listed there, the monsters that you've listed. You run those monsters against what your theme is, your expectation is. And you go, well, vampires are traditionally, I am noble vampire, I will do what is noble and I will then suck your blood, but in a noble way, right? I mean, you know, vampires have a sort of a code of conduct, if you like. Trolls, can't say that trolls immediately jump to my mind as being noble. Terry Pratchett got close, but I wouldn't say they're noble. Incubus, succubus, it's dark, so it certainly fits within that noble dark space, but I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe it's noble. There's a nobility in sexually molesting others. I don't know. Maybe not. Ogres, they are traditionally dumb, so maybe not. And then, of course, constructs. Are they? Can you have a noble castle? It was a noble castle. I don't know. Anyway, so the point is you work within your expectation. And we said, okay, vampires kind of fit the noble dark theme quite well. So that's where we kind of go. And then we can start playing against that and starting to build a story with that, building on the 5 things that we spoke about. And that allows us to come up to this. So we start at the end, remember? We start at the end, and that means our heroes are battling a vampire in a burning castle. The vampire is not what we thought and is a twisted version of the vampire, the noble gone wrong, because we want to subvert expectations. So it's like a vampire hybrid thing, or like an inverted vampire. They're fighting it in this castle. That's enough for us to begin with, because it gives us the basis from then to go, okay, how did they find the vampire in the castle? Why is the vampire in the castle? Why is the castle on fire? Why is the vampire a hybrid vampire? What makes it a hybrid? Who made it a hybrid? How did it become a hybrid? I'm not sure. There's so many questions that come out knowing how we are going to end our adventure that it becomes a lot easier to then write it. So then we get to the 5 W's and 1 H, and if ever there was something to tattoo onto yourself as a story writer, these are them. Who, what, where, when, why, and how. Learn that little phrase, because when you can answer every single one of those questions, your adventure is done. But until you can answer every single one of those questions, your adventure is not done, because it means your players will be going, hang on, I don't get where the vampire came from. I don't know. I don't know. So let's see. So you then, that would be a failing of your adventure. If you can answer it and say, well, actually, there's an old library which you completely skipped because you're a bunch of murder hobos. In the library, you'll read there's a thing. But we have to answer that. Okay? We have to answer that. So it's important for us to know behind the scenes what's going on, so that when our players then come in, they can destroy and wreck it and completely sidestep all of the prep that we've done anyway. It will happen, but that's fine. So what we now do is, now that we've got the end, okay, we've got this grand conclusion, we then run the scenario. The vampire, the PCs need to get to the vampire, right? So the vampire attacks the PCs. It then runs away. The PCs then run to the castle with the vampire, right? Something along those lines. It's very straightforward. It's very clean. It's very boring. And it's not yet an adventure. Okay, so we need to figure out the steps beforehand. But how do we do that? Well, this is where the other 5 come in. The 5 steps. It's actually 10 steps, but it's basically 5 steps. It's the introduction to the plot. There's a vampire that you will need to kill. It's the journey to the plot. Here is the vampire. You must now get across the mountain. Then not the plot, it's a new plot. Oh, you killed the vampire, but that's not the true vampire. There's another vampire out there that you didn't know about. Okay, so now we then journey to that vampire, crossing another mountain, and then we kill the vampire in the burning castle whilst everything is going down. This is very straightforward stuff. If I'm going too quickly, I only have another 15 minutes or so that's why I'm going quickly. I've done videos on this in full, so go and have a look at that. But yes, now I'm gonna pause here because there's lots of questions coming through. Let me just jump through to some of them very, very quickly. So Morden Tricky says, do you give them the explanation of where, what in exposition, or let them know they've missed something? No. So if the players are, let's say, for example, because it's a good question. So let's say we have this mural in the castle, and the mural depicts how Vlad the Impaler, let's use the story of Dracula. Vlad the Impaler kills all of his enemies, puts their bodies on spikes, and drinks their blood, enjoying and reveling in their mass death and destruction. And the vampire then arrives and gives him the gift of eternal life, provided that he continues to feast on blood. Let's say there's a giant mural up on the castle wall, and that story is in that mural. But the players have completely sidetracked that room. They didn't even stop in that room, or they walked into the room and you say, there's this brilliant mural on the wall. And one of the players goes, yeah, we run through the door into the next room. But the beautiful mural. Yeah, no, through the door. We go through the door. The mural waves goodbye. So it's not your responsibility to give them exposition. Definitely not. It is not your responsibility to just dump information onto them. And at the end of the adventure, if they say, but hang on a moment, I don't understand how the vampire became a vampire, it's very, very simple. You say, well, you didn't explore the entire territory. The problem is that could lead to metagaming where they want to then go back to that castle. So just remind them that, yes, there is actually an answer there. So just remember, there is an answer. I have it. You didn't get it. You didn't find it. It's much better than if the players go, well, why was he a vampire? And you go, oh, I don't know. He was just a vampire because it was just a plot. I needed a vampire. So don't do that. All right. So that's definitely something to look like. Another question that I've seen pop up, I don't know who asked it specifically, so apologies there, was this feels like railroading. It isn't railroading because at any point the players can choose to stop following this adventure. They could choose to side with somebody else. They could just go in a different direction, or they could kill whatever it is and then stop. So in, let's say, for example, the intro to plot, they get the intro to the plot and they go, nah, not interested, not for us. I'm going to go north into the forest. Perfectly fine. This story gets put aside. And what happens? We carry on with something else. We then move on to an improvised adventure, or we have another adventure prepared or something along those lines. Or we could even move this adventure deeper into the forest. Because if they come across the intro to this plot, we don't know what it is just yet. But if they come across the intro and they don't bite, let's reskin it and put it somewhere else and use it somewhere else. We are only human. We can't be expected to create hundreds of adventures for our players to pick and choose on their whim. So there you go. All right, let's carry on. So we're talking about the 5 steps. Now, if you... Oh, I should have had it prepared. I didn't have it prepared. Anyway. On the next 5 steps, this is the form, this is the template. So you might have heard some people saying, where do I find this template? And I'm busy typing the link into chat. I should have done that. So where do I find this template? Under the greatgamemaster.com website, you will see there's a section called the Great Library. In that, there's another section called the Bag of Holding. And in that is a folder called Circle of World Builders. Click on that folder and you will find this PDF fillable form. Okay. Now, this form is our 5 steps. Each step has got a social encounter and a combat encounter, if you like. And this is going to help us. So we know the kill, plot, and win section is defeat the vampire hybrid in a castle that is on fire. That is our last point, the lower C, just down there, the last C, kill vampire in fire burning castle. Now we just work backwards, adding in the stuff. So that's pretty much what we do. But we've got our limitations again. So let's go back to those limitations. Let's just remind ourselves what they are. So the restrictions, the thwarting, the delivering, the collecting, or the discovering. How would that change it? If it's thwarting, they're killing the vampire because the vampire has done something horrific and needs to be put down. So maybe they are assassinating the vampire. Maybe they are just killing the vampire because he was mean and nasty and evil and was being destructive. Any kind of option will work for that. Delivering. Maybe they were delivering something to the castle. For example, the story of Dracula is effectively his soil gets delivered to England. That was part of the grand plot, but maybe the PCs had to deliver something to the castle and then found the vampire there. It's not particularly strong, but it is an option. Maybe they were trying to get the last remnants from a tomb that the vampire was protecting. That was their collection mission, and they did not get that. Perhaps there's just this ancient old tomb on the hill, and they decided to go and find that vampire. So, or they're just going to look and discover what's in that space. Oh, there's a vampire. So we narrow it down using that. We then narrowed it down even further. The players, do they like mystery, riddles, combats? We bring it down, we rework it, we rework it. And so eventually we go, okay, cool. The entire thing now starts to build itself because we say, okay, we want to change up their expectations. Like, for example, we're going to use a laboratory as our starting location because we've got those 5 locations, so we might as well use them. So Burning Castle, there we go, location number 1 sorted. Where should we start? We should start preferably in the opposite space. The castle is not burning. it's not really opposite, but let's say rather that we're starting somewhere else. Well, we've got the laboratory. That's pretty cool. What lives in a laboratory? What starts in a laboratory? Vampire is our main monster, so we don't need to use the rest of them necessarily, or we could if we liked. What lives in a laboratory? Well, you go, okay, well, we got the scientists. So let's link a scientist to a vampire. And that's then when you get this. You link the scientist, you say, well, the scientist uses the laboratory to make the hybrid vampire. Ha! So that is where the hybrid vampire comes from. Okay, cool. How do the PCs find out about this hybrid vampire and the alchemist? Because scientist is a modern term. Alchemist maybe might be a better term for a fantasy setting. Okay, cool. So we have our alchemist who is making new vampires. Okay, so it's, yeah, Victor Frankenstein as a sort of example. Is it stitching? Is it necromancy? Perhaps it's draining the fluid from vampires and injecting it into oneself to become a better being. I mean, that's not a new concept. I mean, as I wrote it here, it's not new at all, but it is pretty different. It's like this alchemist is sucking the life force out of the vampire. That's a complete reversal of what we expect. It's a complete reversal of the noble dark, because now suddenly the vampire is the victim rather than the other way around. So I think that kind of works. So again, it's just about playing with your components and saying, well, what does this do? What does that do? And it's about being open to exploring these ideas, right? So the twist is there. Okay, what makes it dark? What makes it darker? Because sucking the life force out of a vampire is one thing. If the entire village is on it, they all getting little bits of vampire juju, and that makes them stronger and better and faster and sharper, well, then that's pretty dark. The entire village is in on it. So what's going to happen, when the PCs arrive? So that's something to bank. Okay, good. So we've got that in. The next thing is we need to then add in some stakes. What are our stakes? So, and as you can see there, I'm talking, and I realize now with vampire, it's like, no, stakes is really the completely wrong word to use in this case. But the point I'm trying to make, oh my God, put me down now, is what is at stake? The village need to keep a vampire alive in order to drain the vampire of his fluid, right? And so if they lose the vampire, they lose their happy potion, their juju. The alchemist loses his income and loses his control over the village, because he would have a lot of control over that village if he's the only one who's able to supply them with the vampire juju. So they have a vampire. He can't escape. Why can't he escape? Because he's got a silver collar. Because we listed as an item a collar of control. So we can now use that collar of control on the vampire. We know it has to be silver because rumor says that vampires are affected by silver. And so that's really, 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 really cool. So he then can't hurt the townsfolk. Brilliant. Okay, that works. The villagers, will they kill for this potion? No. No, they won't kill for it because they're just villagers, right? They're not going to if it was Hollywood, they would. Okay, but they're not. They're not willing to kill for it. They think it's okay because the vampire is evil. So it's fine he is evil, so it's okay for us to drain from him. It's kind of like our revenge. But we need to keep him alive, right? So that means we need to give him blood. Okay, so there we are. The alchemist will kill, though, because he loses control of the town, he loses control of his income. And what if he has become addicted to the vampire juice? Because that's the ultimate irony, isn't it? Vampires have to feed on blood, so now the alchemist has to feed on the vampire stuff, so that's how it's going to work around. So there are stakes aplenty for us to use. So when we then say, okay, arrive at plot, how do we get the characters into this plot? Now, if this is the first adventure, it's relatively easy. If it's the end of another adventure and we're gonna go into this one, then we need to massage it a little bit. Yes, we do, but it's not a problem. So how do we get them into the plot? We need to introduce our PCs into this particular plot. So for that, we need to fill in the blanks. So what must the PCs know? What do they have to know? It's very, very simple. They need to know that there is an alchemist in the village, okay, and he sells potions. They need to know that the village is super healthy, and the village has lots of slaves, because the vampire has to be fed blood, so they kind of have to use slaves in order to keep the vampire alive, in order for them to basically get their juju, right? So we're going to add in some slaves. Village has lots of slaves. Let me get out of the way. What are the triggers? So in other words, what will trigger the PCs to get involved? Because just saying, hey, you arrive in a village, there's an alchemist, there's a village of happy people, and there's lots of slaves around. Wow, what a great plot hook. PCs are going to be going, oh, can't wait to start this adventure. No, seriously, I can't wait for the adventure to start, because it certainly can't. Anyway, so we need some triggers. Something needs to happen in order to make it work, and best way to get a PC involved in an adventure, as far as I'm concerned, is to make it personal. So have the old vampire attack them. Have the vampire attack them, and then they will go, do you know that there's a vampire running around? And the villagers will go, oh, really? I didn't know that there was a vampire running around. No vampires here. We're all happy here. Are you local? So the villagers won't want the vampire killed, and the PCs hopefully will go, what? You don't want us to kill the vampire? No, he's a friend, it's weird, right? So that should get them involved in a little way. Then we'll add in, well, we need a slaver. Because the slaver will show us that the village is buying lots of slaves. Hang on a moment. Why the hell is the village buying lots of slaves? It's a village of 20 or 30 or 40 people, and yet they're buying 50 slaves. And the slaver, our NPC, is giving us, our players, a little bit of exposition. Oh, I sell slaves to this village every month. I bring about 30 or 40 slaves. It's a very good business, huh? Yeah. It's great, except now I was attacked by a vampire en route. If you could find the vampire and kill him, I'd be very grateful, because he just cost me a lot of money. So the villagers have said, don't go on a vampire hunt, and now the slaver is saying go on a vampire hunt. If they don't go on a vampire hunt, I'll be very surprised. So make it personal, get the vampire to attack them, get the slaver to give them that, and you're just driving home. There's a vampire in the village. Their village people are being weird. The alchemist is being smooth and slimy. We can figure out some more details there, and then we can sort of drive it from that. Do we want the village to gather together and give the PCs to the vampire to be fed on? Nah, I don't think so. They don't have to. They're not willing to die for it. Remember, we've established that on the stakes. They're not willing to die for it. They've got slaves that are coming in. It doesn't cost them anything. Well, it costs them a little bit of coin, but they're making profit off of selling their juju stuff or being super productive. So they don't need to worry about that. They don't need to fight. So no, they're just going to hopefully let them go away, and then we'll be, everything will be fine. So yeah, that is how you then hook it in. So you figure out, what do they need to know? So the intro to the plot, we now know. There it is. The actual details of it, we'll come back to it later on, but we don't have to worry about that for now. Okay, so then we get journey to plot. So now the PCs have indicated to us that, yeah, all right, we'll go and have a look. The slaver might say, oh, I think the vampire came from the old fort on the road. They have a destination. They now are going to journey to that destination. Hopefully. So let's then add in, well, we've got an S and we've got a C. So the social encounter will figure out. The combat encounter, journey to an old fort where a vampire lives. We expect to find vampire spawn or zombies or undead or something along those lines. And so that's exactly what we give them. Is we give them, something along those lines. So who's going to try and stop them whilst they're trying to get there? It's not the alchemist. He's not going to stop them. He's not going to be an idiot. He's not going to reveal his link to the vampire. He's a smart man. He worked out how to make this formula. So there's definitely that. Is the vampire himself going to try and stop them? I don't think he wants to die. I think he wants to get revenge on the village. And I think that if he realizes that the PCs might be able to help him, it could be a nice twist. So that could be our social encounter where the vampire is saying, I understand I am evil, but I am not as evil as that bastard who lives in the village who's been sucking me dry for 20 years. Phrasing. But that's not the point. He is very evil, and so is everybody else, right? So, yes. Let's do that from that perspective. Let's get some husks in there, because the vampire has to eat the slaves. We need to slow the slaves. So the slaves should have some kind of tattoo on them, something that is very specific to the slave trade that we have established beforehand. We're just making notes. We're bouncing backwards and forwards. Okay, so the slaves have to have a red mark or a tattoo, so that then these husks can attack the PCs. So we go, hang on a moment. The slaver brings the PCs to the village, but the vampire is eating all of the slaves? How is he getting the slaves, and why are the villagers still buying it? I mean, it just raises more and more and more and more questions. So we're getting to a very interesting space, I think anyway, where the players are going to be going, well, this is not just a straight up adventure. This is not just kill the vampire. There is much more going on here. Right? So where is the vampire? He's in an old fort, rotting floorboards. Could there be a riddle? Something about chocolate mousse? No, that's too far. That's another constraint, is do we want to make it Monty Python-like, where it's chocolate mousse, or maybe it's a real mousse, something like, I don't know. Anyway. Yes, the whole idea is working with what we have. Okay, so that's the journey to the plot. They're going to talk to the vampire. The vampire might convince them to go and help get rid of the alchemist and stop this evil. He'll pledge never again to feast upon the living. They probably will just kill the vampire if they're like most parties. And then, they'll move on from there. So we now get to the discovery that it's not the actual plot, which is where the vampire is saying, look, it's not me, I'm innocent, look, I wear nice fancy clothing, it is, I surrender, I will help you. Okay? What are his stakes? He currently is in the worst place he could possibly be. Absolutely worst place he could possibly be. So his stakes are to stop the alchemist and get free. And if that means working with the PCs, well, he'll quite happily do that. So then the PCs say, okay, the alchemist is the evil one. Or they kill the vampire and then want to go back and kill the alchemist, or at least face down with the alchemist. And so that then gets us to journey to the new plot, which is, okay, now we go back to the laboratory. But that's boring because we've already used that location. So let's go to another location. Okay, so here's another location which has been there, done that. Well, now we go to our final scene, don't we? Which we've already worked out, which is a giant building on fire, which would be the alchemist's villa rather than just the laboratory. So he's got a villa somewhere to show off all of his money. Let's change it up a bit, because we've got to have a combat. We've got to have a social. So the social is they get to town, they ask the villagers, where's the alchemist? The villagers say, oh, he is at his villa. So then they all go, okay, we're going to the villa, and the villa is across a river on the other side of a bridge. We have to have a combat. Well, we don't have to have a combat, but it would keep it paced-wise. Let me try different words. It would keep the pacing better if we did have a combat. So let's go back to our list of monsters. We've got a construct. Okay, and a magical item? Well, there's that ooze of animation. So what if the ooze of animation has been applied to the bridge and the bridge becomes a monster as they're walking up? Forget the troll under the bridge. This is now the bridge itself. It is a giant mimic construct bridge thing. That will certainly get the players to sit up and say, wait, what? Holy smoke. Okay, fine. The bridge is trying to eat us. Yes, I am aware that the bridge is trying to eat us. Okay, and so then we get to our kill, plot, and win. And of course, the plot is the alchemist, who is now a dark vampire. He reveals himself. I have become more powerful than you could possibly imagine. Insert one giant speech by the alchemist where he talks about how to completely dominate the world by infusing those that are loyal to him with the power of the vampires whilst not being affected by sunlight. I was walking around in sunlight and yet I have the power of vampires. All I have to do is eat other vampires, which means I have to make other vampires. Anyway, it's a whole long story. We have our big showdown. The building catches on fire, of course. Maybe the villagers get wise to the idea that the PCs are now aware of this whole thing, and boom, they set it on fire. We can figure out a reason, but we need to make sure that that final combat's got time pressure, which which is the building will collapse and kill everyone in, say, 10 rounds. It could be a situation where the floorboards are collapsing, so PCs have to make jumping checks and all those kinds of wonderful things, because at the very bottom of the castle there has to almost by requirement be giant vats of vampire bile, which if the players fall into will transform them into vampires, and then they'll have to kill themselves. I mean, it's all sorts of things. I mean, we can go mad, right? Absolutely, absolutely mad. And then, of course, combat pressure. Well, the alchemist slash mad vampire thing can fly and spit vampire bile. I don't know. I mean, you can really go mad. But the point is, we've got a whole adventure fairly simply made out. And yet, it's actually quite complex when you start putting it together. And I think that's what we're looking for. Is we're looking for quick and, I don't want to say easy, because it isn't easy when you begin, but it gets easier. The more you practice, the easier it gets. So then we have to look at rewards, because we kind of forget about that. So what did we put in our list of magical items? Well, the townsfolk can give a reward. Maybe there could be something in the villa. If they didn't kill the original vampire and he doesn't commit suicide, or he just leaves if they forget all about him, which is entirely possible, maybe he leaves them some of the magical items that we left. And then how do we get them? We do all of that. We do all of the rewards. We then review. What did the players like? What did they react well to? What didn't they react well to? Because that's also something that's important. What do they talk about the most at the end of the adventure? Is it, oh, I wish we could have got that vampire. There is your next adventure, or an adventure in 6 months' time. The vampire that they let escape comes back. I have returned. I know I reneged on my promise, but I need your help. There's another vampire risking their entire world. Come and help me, and then we will talk about whatever. You've got an NPC that you have now wonderfully planted. The PCs will be unhappy that they escaped, but give them treasure. So then we go all the way back to the beginning, and we say, right, where are our PCs currently? If it's a new campaign, don't start them in the tavern. Start them outside. They've got to be on a journey somewhere. They're going to be doing something. If they're in the middle of an adventure, let's say in my kind of usual games, they're on an airship. Crash the airship. Why? Because it was one of the ways we said PCs could die. That's how you're starting your adventure. Oh, wow. Okay. That's an interesting disaster that's just happened. I'm going to carry on talking. This is an interesting one. Okay. Anyway, don't you worry. Everything's fine. So if they're on an airship, crash the airship, because PCs falling to their death was one of the options. They're on an airship. The airship gets hit by a ballista from the forest, or something strikes the airship and it crashes next to a little village. You wander in the village to then go and get help to repair your airship, and then they discover the alchemist and the vampire and the whole long story. Okay. So look at the ways of PC death and bring it in. The most emphatic point that I can make: do not try to kill your PCs. It is a fun situation to get them into the adventure, to get their blood going. It's not just you're in a city, you're in a village, and you walk through the village, and you want to get them in there, get them going, and generally it shouldn't have anything to do with that particular adventure. It should lead to another adventure. Why? Because it drags and pads out your entire campaign. I don't want to say drag. Drag is the wrong word. It extends your campaign and it makes it feel more organic. Our airship crashed, and side quest, we had to go and defeat this crazy vampire hybrid alchemist thing. What was up with that? Mind blown. And then they go and, repair their airship. Now, I say repair their airship because that's what you're going to be helping us with Cows Gone Mad. And we're going to talk about that in a little bit later on. But that's pretty much where we are at. This is then what you will be doing later on if you want to submit. But generally speaking, this form I have found is going to help you to just plot out all of this stuff and just structure it so that you get a great sense of timing, a great sense of pacing, and that you are answering the who, what, where, when, how, and why questions, because that's important. That's really, 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 really important. So, right, that's me done in a nutshell. Your questions now, and for that I can go back here. The questions have been coming through fast, thick and fast, and I need to drink something. Okay, so I wanted to give you an example, by the way, of what I did more of, I should say, whilst I look at your questions. So here is that plot. I called it the Fangen Flask. The PCs fall off a burning wreckage of an airship into a small town. And so this is how I have filled it out. So it's not point form. It's just some little bits of description. It's, yeah, just filling in stuff. The bridge is the monster. Strange liquid has been poured over it, causing it to animate and all that kind of stuff. So that is basic stuff. Random NPC names, always useful. Did you seed anything? That's only for after the adventure, right? So this is how I filled it in. Then, in order for this to work, I wrote it out as a little story. There it is. It's one page. It's one page where I just elaborated on that process. So it really is quite simple, and I think it just helps the process. It's just one of the many processes that I use. Okay, so to your questions, let me just check here on how we're doing for time. I have got 7 minutes. I have got 7 minutes before we are going to go and harass Chaora. Whilst your questions are coming through, I'm going to try and solve another little thing that happened that we had not yet tested for this live stream, which we will have to solve in a little bit. It's fine. Don't you guys worry. So let's see. First question that I see on my screen. Krishka says, would you consider traps and riddles as social or combat encounters, or as something else that would go over the format of the PDF? It's a great question. So riddles are a social encounter. Without a doubt, they're a social encounter. Traps, generally speaking, I would include with a combat encounter. So if you have a dungeon... Okay, yes. If you have a dungeon and you trap the door, okay, and the PCs discover the trap, they're going to spend a good 10, 15 minutes maybe, or few seconds, disarming that trap. If it hasn't done anything other than just slow the party down, what's the point? If, on the other hand, when they disable that trap, they then realize, aha, that has triggered an alarm bell, or that has triggered something to happen, and now I'm being attacked by hordes, or the gatekeeper has come out, then I would say that it fits into the combat. All right, so guys, literally I'm answering the questions as they come up. So if you have asked a question, I've missed it, ask it again. Don't worry about spamming. Ask it again, because I will miss it. Derek Robinson says, is there a... and it's gone. Is there a problem with the game if combat is slow? So Nerdarchy is going to be joining us in a little bit to talk about building encounters. So I don't want to step too much into their space. I certainly won't do that. But combat is a whole different sort of ball game. If it's slow, either the monsters they just got too many hit points, at which point I literally just cut it. I just say, right, I cheat and I just completely change the, sorry, I'm doing two things at once, completely change the hit points. I just drop them. I just say, right, fuck it, that's it, it's out, done. And there we go. I knew it was going to happen. So yes. But if it's slow, usually it's because the monster's got too many hit points. That was one of the things that 4th edition did, introducing the 1 hit point monster. It was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Okay. Right. Next question that I see on my screen. Our Simpleton says, when starting a campaign, do you have any suggestions? I beg your pardon. Do you have any suggestions for getting potentially incompatible players to form a party? I assume you mean incompatible PCs rather than players. Incompatible players, I think you're just asking for a social disaster. I had players, great players on their own, great players with other people, but if those players sat around the same table, it was suicide. It was death. They were going to kill each other. I don't know. They just didn't gel. If, on the other hand, you're talking about incompatible characters, one of the things that I like to do is before the game starts is to say, right, randomly you and you, how do your characters know each other? What's the link? Are they related? Did they work the same job once before? Did they do this? Did they do that? Figure out the connection, figure out the link, and see where it takes you. That's the important thing. That's the important thing. But get that in session 0. Drizzt102 says, for storytelling and ambience, how do you find is best to handle players who kind of working for another group motivation on the side, like secretly employed by an unknown group? If it's player characters, that's fine. Let them do their thing. The biggest challenge that you're going to have, and I have seen this many, many, many times, is that when player characters do something on the sly, the other players want to know what's in on it. And frequently it's like, oh, I steal the magic item and I slip it into my pocket. And the GM will say, okay, give me a sleight of hand check or give me a deception check or whatever. The rest of the players will go, I want to see a perception check to see that I saw him sliding it into his pocket because I want to know what that is, right? So then it's up to the player to figure out an excuse as to why this happened or why that happened, etc., etc. That's the important thing. That's the bottom line. Ask the player, why does it need to be a secret society, and what will they do when the others find out? Because invariably they will. That's the important thing. And if you look at drama, if you look at books and narrative, when the other people find out that the person is actually working for the secret evil organization, they usually expel them from the group for a long time until they exonerate themselves and then they get brought back in again. It's a very complicated character movement. So, in session 0, if you have several players wanting to belong to secret organizations, it's well worth saying, listen, everybody's got secret backgrounds. Play that accordingly. So remember to do that. I am out of time. Thank you all for tuning in for my masterclass. I am not going to be telling you what's coming up next. I'm going to be hoping that we see Janet and Chaora next, as a matter of fact, because we're going to catch up on poor old Chaora to see what he's doing. Now, he has taken the adventure, the Fang and the Flask, and he has built a region map around that adventure. So we're going to see what he's added in to this whole thing, and we'll take it from there. So thank you all, and I'm just going to see where I'm going. That's where I'm going. I will see you all around a little later. Until then, however, happy gaming.
Okay. And I am live. I was expecting to have a special mappy guest. Folks who are listening to both streams, why don't you let Chaora know that we're expecting him? Because I, for one, cannot wait to know what is going on with this freaking map. I think the Master of Maps has arrived. Chaora, how is it going?
You are 1 minute early. Ah!
Oh, my sweet bean, I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's been a big old adventure choreographing this all and trying to get sort of lots of different bits all together. But yeah, pretty exciting stuff. So tell us, Chaora, what have you been busy with? How does it look? Can you give us like an overall view of what's been going on?
Yes, we can. So far, I have finished the coastline and I finished the stuff for the mountains. So the general outlines for all the mountains that are going to be on the map so far. Plus, right now, what I'm doing is shading all of those mountains. So, Yep, we're fine. Everything's fine.
Oh, it's looking great. It's incredible. I mean, how long have you been working that? An hour and 20 minutes. That's how long this has been going on so far. Before then, it was just a sketch. Is that correct?
Yep. So if we take away all the stuff that I've been doing, I started the stream today with literally that.
Oh my gosh. And it's incredible how much work you've already done. Is it, are you on like super speed today, or is this characteristic master of maps kind of tempo?
No, I'm on super speed. So budgeting out exactly what I need to do for the amount of time that I have, it means that I have 40 minutes to finish the lineup for this map, which means that, yeah. I don't know what to do.
Like on stream, guys. That's what math looks like on stream. So it's looking amazing. I love this this section you've done with the river, where it goes from being this tiny little river and then goes down that waterfall. That's beautiful.
Yes. So what we have here is we have two mountain sort of ridge lines or two mountain ranges that are side by side. So you would find a lot of higher sort of elevation between them, I think. So somebody on chat was saying, how would you draw a waterfall? And I was like, well, I would do it like this. And I've just put a waterfall in between. And I think that makes perfect sense for the geography that we have.
That's really awesome. And what I love about chatting with Chaora about map making and all of this stuff is that he's also trained in game design, and he is himself a game master. So what kind of game elements do you imagine when you put stuff like that on a map? Things like big geographical features like that?
Well, for starters, you're not going to be able to get barges up this river. That's going to be a big one. I mean, traveling upriver is going to be infinitely more harder now. Especially when you consider the other terrain around here. It's going to be very rocky. There's going to be a big valley coming down here through these mountains. So from game terms, that's going to be a particularly difficult sort of stretch of the world. If it was just a river coming through here, it might be a sort of a tight sort of valley that came through here, but it would be a lot different to what we have now. I mean, this is going to be a big challenge to overcome for the players.
Absolutely. And from a world building perspective, because of course that's what I'm always thinking about as a world builder, what you've created now is you've created cultural zoning, because you have spaces that are hard to cross, which means that you have a divide, which means that you can expect to find isolation. Again, in a D&D campaign or a tabletop campaign, that's the kind of place that you find encounters. That's the kind of place that you find monsters, because it's not like the civilized space that people have put it out.
Yep. Yeah, I imagine that this would be a perfect place for a band of goblins or kobolds or things like that.
Yeah, totally. And if you're not playing a magical world, because of course, one of the things that we as the Circle of World Builders do is we try and serve every genre, every setting, every system. So D&D is awesome. Don't get me wrong. I love me some D&D, but if you're playing a Game of Thrones campaign, for example, and there aren't any goblins, this could be a space that you find bandits, for example.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I was saying just earlier that this is the map that we're going to be using to create the adventure. But this is also inspiration or something that you could use if you want to create your own region map. You can take this and you can start changing what's here, and you can change the name. So this is going to be available for people to use if they want to use this as a baseline. And yeah, you can change things around and do whatever you want with it if you have your own ideas.
Absolutely. And the beautiful thing about maps like this is once you strip the names off, you can really retheme them as anything you want. You know, like it's just geography. It can have any sort of cultural additions to it that you want to, basically.
I mean, that's true in one sense. I mean, Dimmy was in the chat saying, don't forget about the mushroom trees. And it's like, oh yes, I've got to remember the mushroom trees. So as soon as I finish shading these, I'm going to have to find a way of drawing some nice unique trees for the sort of setting and geography that you guys have in mind for the adventure. So that's going to be a little bit more specific, but things like mountains, things like coastlines, these are universal constants for the most part when it comes to map making.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, even if you have mushroom trees, that doesn't mean that it can't be a science fiction campaign. Mushroom trees could potentially exist. That is something that if you had the right amount of oxygen, the right amount of sort of nitrates in the soil, all sorts of other aspects, you could potentially grow enormous mushrooms. That it's not insane as long as the hyphae, that's the sort of cell strings, they had enough rigidity in them. Yeah, that's legit. You can make that happen. You can certainly hand wavium it enough for a science fantasy campaign, for example.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. In fact, this can be used for a lot of different purposes. Just the line art. and you would be really fun in order to just say to people, hey, like take this and then just do some recolors or change the names, and you've got like a completely different, map and setting and adventure.
Yeah. Have there been any big challenges that have come up so far? Anything that you had to sort of scrub out and try again, or anything that's been tricky?
Not so far. No. I'm pretty happy with exactly how everything's come together. Yeah.
Well, to be fair, this is not your first rodeo, is it? I mean, like, you've drawn a lot of these maps before, you've drawn a lot of these items before, so I'm guessing that it's all pretty sort of same old for you at this point. What are we expecting to see? Because we're going to be checking in with you in an hour. What can we expect to see in an hour according to your plan?
Hopefully the line art's all done. I'll start to put names on it, and then we'll do some color. So yeah.
Very, very exciting. I cannot wait for that. I'm really, really excited to see where this is going to go, because as you folks know, we've all been sort of building this up together. Guy came up with the original concept. We did a lot of the world building, and then we sort of handed this sketch over to Chaora and said, now you need to make it beautiful. And such an amazing chap. He was like, yes, okay, I can do that with this slightly scratchy sketch. It was a sort of 30-second sketch from Dimitris.
I love the sketch. It's fantastic. It's so nice. It's just like, okay, Corey, there's some mountains there, there's a forest there, there's a dimension there, there's a bridge there. Perfect. Yeah. Perfect.
Absolutely. And as you said last time we spoke, sometimes that's all you need. Sometimes you just need a little quick sketch to give a general impression of where things are. But this map is going to be a little bit more special than that. I get that feeling.
Hopefully. Look. At the end of the day, what I'm trying to do is create a full map in 6 hours. Is it going to be perfect? No. Is it going to be somewhat pretty? Hopefully. Am I going to lose my brain? Yes. It's already happening.
Chaora, I believe in you. Folks in the chat, throw it out into the universe. We believe in Chaora. Well, I have to run upstairs because I am giving my talk on Agile world building next. That's all about how to world build without getting world builder's disease, without losing focus, without accidentally creating the entire history of elven shoes. And it's going to be a good time. So stick around for that. And we'll see Chaora again in an hour. I can't wait.
Good luck, Janet. Have fun.
Bye.
Okay, yes, absolute chaos happening there with Chaora. What a beautiful map he's doing. I mean, of course, it's a beautiful map. It's Chaora. All right, so now, whilst Janet is rushing upstairs to join her awesome co-Dark Lord of the Anvil, something that I wanted to talk very briefly to you about is the work, the homework, the classwork, if you like, is all about submitting for tomorrow. The process that you need to follow is that you need to sign up to the circleofworldbuilders.com website, and I'll post in all of the social stuff that you need there. You need to register for that. Then at the end of tonight, a email will be sent to everybody who registered. Now that email will contain what you then need to do in terms of actual work assignment to then send to various things. So if you want to do the World Anvil Masterclass, you then send stuff to World Anvil. If you want to do my stuff, you send stuff to me. So there's different places you send stuff. That will be done between the end of tonight or today or this afternoon, wherever you are in the world, and tomorrow's stream. So there's some criterion on that. So if you are concerned, don't worry about it. Your 5 things that you've prepped and planned, you will be using those for the homework if you want to do it. Now we call it homework, but it's not really that. It's an exercise for you to do this stuff. And then potentially, if we get in, I mean, at the moment, let's see, at the moment we've got 897 people watching, and that excludes people who will watch the video sections of this before tonight, right? If we get in 80 submissions for each of the sections, that's a lot of submissions. So we won't be able to go through them all. So what we've done is each of us, each of the different companies, we've got our teams together, and we will just randomly draw out from the submissions the submissions that we're going to then review on the stream. And it's not about saying, well, this was a user submission here. Look, so-and-so said he's going to have 15 rabbits attack this or that. What rubbish, this is useless. It's not about that at all. It's about saying, okay, this person's decided that they want to have 15 rabbits. Where do the rabbits come from? How do the rabbits attack? How far can the rabbits jump? Do they have big fangs? What's the thing about the rabbits? That's the important thing. Anyway, so we're not roasting. We are learning and developing and advancing and saying, okay, well, we didn't get that from this submission, but this is what we could add, or this is what we could look at. So that's what that's all about. Anyway, enough from me. I'm a minute over. I see that World Anvil is ready to do some amazing stuff. And you guys are going to get blown away by their stuff. So here we go. World Anvil.
Hello.
Welcome everybody. Today we are talking about Agile world building, which is a method of world building designed specifically for game masters by us over the last 3 years. We've read extensively on world building, as you can probably imagine. So we've taken a lot of principles from there and tried to make a methodology for world building that works for game masters. We'll be talking a little bit more about that, but probably we should introduce ourselves first.
Well, hello, I'm Dimitris. I am a game master. I am the founder of World Anvil and a big World Anvil world building enthusiast and World Anvil enthusiast, but world building mostly.
And I am Janet. I'm a writer, I'm a professional streamer, and I'm also a game master. And I'm a recent game master, which means a lot of those first steps are still fresh in my mind. I remember how hard it was to get started. And that's why we like to talk about Agile world building, because we think it's so important for game masters to get off on the right foot with world building. Absolutely. And not see it as a giant pain in the bum, but see it as an expression and a way to be really creative and get your players really engaged in your world without succumbing to the dreaded world builder's disease.
Oh dear.
So let's just talk very quickly about why world building is so important. Did you know that Beowulf and Jaws, yes, that Jaws, are the same fundamental story? They're about overcoming a monster. That's the technical term for that kind of plot. A lot of the plot moments are the same. A lot of the sort of main character attributes are the same. And what's different is the world building. That's what brings in the genre. It's what brings in the tone. It's what makes the world feel so different. It's what makes it feel like a completely different book, a completely different movie. It's all about the world building, and that's where the magic can come from. It's not mechanic, it's creativity. So what's the problem with regular world building? Essentially, there are two methods that people favor. It's top down or it's bottom up. Now, top down world building, in a nutshell, is the world builder they start by thinking of a cosmology, so like a world mythos. How did the world come to be? They create some gods, they create some continents, they people those continents, they create more and more details about that, then they create the settlements, then they create the religion, then they create the culture. It's a lot.
And by that time, in fact, you have spent pretty much several months without having the ability to start playing or writing anything.
Exactly. Spoiler alert, your players are now in a retirement home. You took too long. And I killed my husband. The other method is bottom up. That's where you start with your players in a tavern, in a village, which is pretty much in isolation, and you don't give any other details. You don't necessarily know any other details. And that is the bottom up approach. You might know a little bit about the area around the village, but you don't know much more. So that's all fine. What's the problem with that? Well, top-down world building, obviously it takes you a lot of time, and it doesn't necessarily get you where you need to be, which is at the table playing. That's the important thing. You're a game master. The game is the thing, to quote Shakespeare. And top-down can really lead to railroading, which is kind of shoving your players in one direction because you made it. God damn it, they're going to go there.
And there's nothing else to do as well.
Right,
that's the problem.
exactly. So top down does have problems and bottom up has problems, because bottom up worlds can feel very generic. They lack the scope that makes your world interesting, and they often lack focus as you move from one space to the next. They also suffer very often from what I call mosaic world building. Anyone who's played World of Warcraft, yes, I have played World of Warcraft, will know what I'm talking about. It's like you go into the Hell area, and then you go into the Fairy area, and then you go into the Desert area. They all feel completely different. They all have boxes around them, and nothing feels contiguous. Nothing feels like it's part of the same world. So it feels really inauthentic, right? It feels kind of fake. And you don't want that. You want suspension of disbelief. So we've talked about why those don't work. What about agile world building? What is that? Why is that great? Well, this is our idea of how to approach how to approach world building as a game master, and it's taken from agile methodology that is used in coding and in all sorts of other practices. Essentially, it's a cycle of iterations that makes sure that you build only what you need, only when you need it, and most crucially, only to the depth that you need it. Right, exactly, because you don't want to write the Silmarillion if all your players want to know is
Lorien.
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of
all they want to know is one paragraph, but actually you wrote a book, and then you spent all that time reading a book, writing a book. They don't want to read the book. They want the one paragraph information that's going to get them on with the plot, right? And it's really important to build what you need, to build when you need it, and to build that depth only what you need. And
well,
you
it is
always
certainly very
expand
important
later.
because you need to make sure that you do not build more than you need to start playing, because as you just said very wisely, you want to be on the table, you want to be having fun, because honestly, as you will find out very quickly, most of the creativity will come on the table. You can create 1,000 things. Trust me, when it comes to actually building amazing stuff, they will be during the time that you're playing.
There are a lot of comments about elven shoes in the chat. If you're wondering what that is always my go-to example of building accidentally more than you need. So you build your elves, you write a paragraph about their clothing, and then you accidentally write a book about the history of elven shoes. You don't need that. Your players are not going to want to know. So at its core, agile world building really is based on 4 principles. You can never know everything about your world. A world is too big. A world is massive and complex, but you don't need to know everything. You never will, and you don't need to. You will learn from what you've done, and you will build on that. Now, this slide says you'll learn from what you've done wrong. That is definitely true, but you'll also learn from what you've done right. And that is just as important. Learning what your players are engaged with and adding a little bit more, that's how you build an agile world that is working for your players.
I forgot to change the slide.
That's okay. And speaking of that, you will learn from your players. Your players are going to tell you in their expressions, in their copious swearing, in their throwing drinks across the table, their spit takes, their yawns. They're going to tell you what they're interested in and what they're not. And tomorrow we're going to talk about player feedback, session zeros, all that good stuff to get more information from your players to make sure you're building a world that both of you enjoy, which gets us to point number 3, 4. I can count. You're doing this for you and your players. Everybody else be damned. You're here for you and your players, and that is what's important. So, I guess the question on everyone's lips. This all sounds great, right? What does this look like practically? Well, this is basically the agile world building cycle. At the start, you have the foundation and the scene. You do these only once. Let's just say this only once. No. You do these only once. This is the setup of your world. And once you have these first principles, you can use them to build again and again. You can use them as touchstones, but you don't need to keep adding to them. They are there for you. They will give you references. It's everything you need to know. So once you've built your foundation, your scene, which we're going to be doing today, you then go into the agile cycle. That is play your session, learn from your players and from yourself, dream and design what comes next, and finally build only in paragraphs and sentences. Okay? Paragraphs and sentences. I'm going to be saying that a lot today.
Yep.
Very, very important. So in our foundation scene, no, I've said all of that. Good, reading notes, blah, blah, blah. We will talk more tomorrow about session zeros. We will talk about how this cycle looks in practice from session 1 and on. Today, we are going to be unpacking the foundation how to start your world, which, by the way, is our #1 question on World Anvil.
Oh my God, yes.
How do I start building a world? Well, hopefully this will get you started, all in sentences and paragraphs. So I think that we start with the foundation. There it is. So there are a couple of questions I'm going to throw out. And if you want to get these, then make sure that you are signed up to the newsletter, because this is all in the homework assignment. We've included a link where you can see all of these questions and you'll be able to fill them in for yourself as well.
Indeed.
So scope is where we start. What is your motivation? As actors ask, so do world builders. Why are you building this world and what do you want out of it? This is more important than you think. This is not an exercise in self-realization. This is an exercise in making sure you're building something that you and your players will enjoy. If you're streaming, is it going to be engaging for your audience? If you are turning it into a podcast, is it going to be engaging for them? If you want to publish it, is it going to be popular with the zeitgeist? Or if it's just a home game, which is going to be for most of you, is this something that your players are going to be excited about? Is this something you still want to be doing in 6 months' time? That is what you're answering when you're talking about your motivation. Next, what is your unique selling point, essentially? So I think the words unique selling point, hook, they can scare people and they don't have to. You do not have to invent the wheel. You do not have to come up with a complicated magic system. The unique part does not mean that everything has to be completely different. All it means is, what do you tell your players to get them excited?
Yeah, and also it has to do with what your players want. That is the unique. That's why we said in the beginning that it is about you and about your players, because your players are a bunch of murder hobos. What they really want is murder hobo killing material kind of thing, and that is the unique thing about your world. Like, you know, special murder hobo dying creatures kind of thing.
Right, exactly. So if that's who your players are and that's their motivation, then that should be the USP of your world. If your players are all obsessed with the 18th century, do a campaign set in an 18th century style world, and that is your unique selling point and hook, right?
I'll call Janet. Janet will tell you all about it.
A little bit obsessed with the 18th century here, but we digress. So this is a really, really important thing to establish. And again, you only need a sentence. You can see our example of the foundation document right there. We just have a sentence and that's it. Next, we talk about theme. So this is, it sounds terribly complicated, but actually it's very, very easy. And using comparisons are very useful for this. So what you see is just one example. We're not saying that all your worlds have to feel epic. We're not saying all your worlds should be dark. We're just showing you the example that we came up with for the campaign that we're all working on today.
That is the adventure that you saw Guy building before, and the map that Chaora is currently building as well.
Absolutely. So how does your world feel according to the player experience? Oh, we've got the questions in a different order here.
Yeah, it's okay.
It doesn't
find it. There's
yeah,
not.
Absolutely. This is sort of what it feels like to walk around your world. Skyrim doesn't feel like Witcher, which doesn't feel like Dark Souls, right? They have different tone, they have different player agency, they feel different, and you do different things. What is the genre of your world? Now, genre is a very wibbly wobbly, timey wimey thing, but establishing a little bit, is it fantasy or sci-fi, for example? Am I going to have steampunk elements, or am I going to go straight medieval fantasy? This is very useful so that people don't get like genre whiplash. If you're in Middle Earth and the aliens invade, your players are going to have a bad time. They're not going to know what's going on, and you're going to give them this genre whiplash. Basically, you break the suspension of disbelief, which is what we want to avoid. So one sentence, what is the genre? One sentence, what is the player feel? What is the tone of your world? So in tone, we talk about bright and dark, right? Is the world a lovely place to live? Is it bright and beautiful? Is it a utopia? Or is it a really awful place? So the two examples I like to use for this are The Princess Bride on bright and Warhammer 40k or Dark Souls, both very dark worlds. They are horrible places to live. That's what we're talking about. So is it, like, where does it land on that scale? Because if you have a very dark world and you start introducing rainbow unicorns, and that, it's going to feel very weird and your players are going to get very put off by it.
A lot of people asking what kind of templates they should use for this. The answer is generic template for now. But everything we're telling you right now is part of an update that will be coming in Gold Anvil, which is going to be called the Gold Anvil Meta.
Yeah.
And will be based on this talk and what we're showing you right now.
Yeah.
So everything you see now, they will have its own place in Gold Anvil that will be able to put it. But for now, put it in the generic article.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we've been working with our professor of world building and all sorts of other people to make sure that this is really what it should be. So now that we have this refined, that's going to be going up soon, and you'll be able to put this all in a meta section. And finally, recurring themes. Can you scroll down a little bit?
Of course, here you are.
I have a note there about character agency, which I didn't mention. Now, character agency is relatively important for game masters. It's incredibly important for novelists, but it's relatively important for game masters. It's understanding how much impact your player is going to have on the world. Now, in general, as game masters, we want to give our players a lot of agency. We want them to feel like they are changing the world because that's what keeps them engaged, right? So in general, you should aim for a relatively high player agency. But if you're playing a cyberpunk game, part of the genre is one man finds it very hard to change the world, right? It's like one man against the corporation. That's part of the cyberpunk genre.
In a way, it's kind of like ripping away the agency, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So be careful taking your character agency away too much. But you can see from the example there, and we've given you Anvil advice in the section, figuring out how much effort it takes to change the world and how long that change lasts is also an important part of the tone of your world. So again, one sentence is plenty on this, just establishing where you're at when you build your world. And next is recurring themes. Can you go down for me?
Yeah.
There we go. So recurring themes essentially just give you some points where you can really support that genre, tone, mood, everything else. You can see here we've picked a few sort of graphic ones. You can pick music as themes as well, imagery, anything like this, just to make sure that even if the adventure, like one week you're having a more funny adventure, you still have these themes because they bring you back to that genre and that tone. Even if one week you're having a funny one week you're having a serious one.
Yeah, but always you should keep essentially a semblance of connectivity and essentially, how I call that, being in one place.
Right, it's that continuity.
Continuity, exactly. That's the whole
Absolutely.
point. Yeah, and that would be a very good idea because I think you've said it already, but don't forget, guys, you will have to come back to that again and again when you're writing your world and your articles, because that will be your way to sense check your world and make sure that you're still staying where you're supposed to be.
Absolutely. So let's hop on to the next slide for our meta, because this is some important juju. There is, as we've said, not a possibility that you will know everything going on in your world. A world is too big. You do not need to. Now, to paraphrase Brandon Sanderson, if you drill down in a couple of areas, a couple of aspects of your world in detail, it's going to make the whole thing feel detailed, but you're not unpacking everything. So if you pick 3 of these, now these are taken from Dr. Trent Hergenrader's book, Collaborative World Building, and unpack those as you build the world in a little bit more detail. Again, 1 sentence and 1 paragraph is plenty. Then that's going to make your world feel much more detailed. It's going to make it feel like there's a lot going on without you completely disappearing down the rabbit warren and building out everything and losing a bunch of time. We don't want that. Remember, if something becomes important later, you can always build it out. So that is the meta section. Now, the final section of the foundation. Now, remember, we've been talking a bit, but this is, for you, this is just a sentence and a paragraph. That is all. Finally, we go to the drama of your world. Now, this is where we start to get more into specifics. We have established why you're building the world and what's that hook. We've established a little bit the theme and the genre and the tone, so we know what the world feels like. We've established some aspects of the world that are going to be important for your story and your campaign. And now we're talking about conflicts, drama. This is the stuff that sets the world in motion and makes it feel alive.
Indeed.
So these don't have to be bad, they can be good as well. And ideally you'll have a mix depending on the tone of your world. If your world's super dark, they'll generally be quite crappy, most of them. If your world is brighter, you can expect to see brighter and darker drama focuses mixed in together. And this is like the big picture stuff that's going on.
Yeah, it's not about necessarily what is wrong with the world. It's what is going on with the world. That is the question. Which are the forces that motivate currently storytelling in your world? That is the question there.
Absolutely. So some examples might be that there's a plague going on. There's an invading entity, like they're demons or invaders from another country or whatever.
Aliens.
aliens, exactly, or there's a Cold War going on, so there's growing hostilities, wealth disparity might be a problem, a rise in drug abuse or a new drug on the streets that has caused impact.
Limitless much?
Limitless much, exactly. You might be in an age of technology where there are all these new inventions coming out every week, every year. Something new comes out and everybody's talking about it all the time. You might have had lands that have just been discovered, a new continent, a new island, a new miracle drug. That was very nice. Thank you for that.
See.
That was beautiful.
I was going on Aladdin there, but yeah.
So in general, 5 points of drama are a good number. Little trick, 3 is manageable for your players to track. 5 feels like lots.
Yeah.
So it's a cheap trick, but it works. So it's not a cheap trick, if you see what I mean. Adding 5 of these points, and I would say only use 2 or 3 of them in your main plot, so that the others really are just background stuff that is happening. And again, we're going to talk tomorrow about linking these into minor plots, subplots, conversations, all that stuff. Character backgrounds, there's all sorts of stuff you can do with this. And it makes your world feel really integrated and really busy with 5 sentences. 5 sentences, people, and you've just created the background movement of your world. It is really not that complicated. That's what we're aiming for. So we have the foundation. That's literally it. You pick your motivation, you write a little bit about the theme, you choose some areas to drill down in. You don't have to drill down in them yet. You literally, a sentence is enough. And you create some drama, 5 sentences on your drama. And your foundation is done. Congratulations, you almost have a world. Let's set the scene. So setting the scene, again, we are building in sentences and paragraphs. Do not write the Silmarillion at this point. It's only going to confuse you. It's only going to confuse your players. It's going to waste your time. We don't want that. We want you to be playing. You are game masters. So start with the rules of the world. This is the big stuff that makes your world different from Earth. Is there magic? Are there psionics? Is the gravity different? Are there aliens? Are there different races? This is important to know. And the big geography, all that stuff is very, very important. Sorry, not races. Ignore the thing I said about races. That's nonsense. We'll talk about that later.
Yes.
Big geography is what we're talking about. This stuff has fundamental repercussions on your world. If there are monsters in the dreams of people and those monsters are real, you need to know now. If there are parallel dimensions that are bleeding into your world, you need to know now if they're going to be an important part of your world. Next, we talk about cosmology. Again, no Silmarillion. You can see we have 1 sentence here about cosmology. 1 sentence. How did the world come to be? If you don't know how the world came to be as a game master, or you don't want to lock yourself into something right now, choose an idea about how the world came to be from a culture or a dominant religion in your world.
I think something important to state here as well, just to remind everybody, these information are not for your players.
Absolutely not.
These are for you. So if your players do not know the reality about the cosmology and you do, you should write the reality here, because that will change the way that people perceive how the reality really is. Like, we might know, for example, under this world there are 2 gods, but because this god appear, for example, as like 15 different shapes, the humans of this world and the creatures of this world perceive them as 15 gods, for example.
Exactly. So don't worry too much about player perception right now. What you're nailing down is
reality.
Is your reality as a game master. So it can be rough. You can have spelling mistakes. That doesn't matter. You just need to get it down. Next, we think about some of the specifics of your geography. And again, we're talking in big terms. So for example, if you're making a world that is just seas, write that here. If you're making a world that is flying islands, write that here. If you're making a world that is primordial, it's got like, I don't know, lava flows and giant animals and like jagged mountains, write that here as well. This is the general picture of the geography of your world. Don't get specific, 1 sentence, people. And then any special features. So some examples I have here are, for example, Game of Thrones, where you have those, like a summer can last years and a winter can last decades, right? It's a fundamental quirk of your geography. If you have a binary star, write that down. That's going to change. It's not necessarily going to change much, but it's going to change what people see when they look up, for example, right? Anyone familiar with the Dragon Riders of Pern series by Anne McCaffrey? The moon that throws spores onto the earth and those spores destroy stuff. That's another sort of big fundamental special property of geography.
Yeah, because
that kind of stuff should be in
as
there.
the moon comes closer, that's what triggers the sport to fall to the earth.
Exactly.
Right?
And that's why it's a geography, right? But that's stuff that changes the nature of life in your world. So deciding that now is really going to help you for the next section. And finally, and this is again a game master specific, initial building size. So you are not necessarily going to build out your whole world. You don't necessarily need to do that. Pick the initial size of your building. If your campaign takes place on an island or on a continent or on a region, if you're playing a space campaign, choose sort of, is it going to be a solar system? Is it going to be a galaxy? And that's going to help you understand how many specific points you're building of world building, and also where the line is, right? That doesn't mean that your players can't leave. That just means that you have a starting point, and then you can add a soft break.
Indeed.
So by soft break, for example, if you're on an island, maybe ocean-going ships only come by once a month. If you're in a dystopian waste town, maybe you need equipment to cross the wasteland and you need to buy or build or steal that equipment so that you can get out. This is really, really important because it's giving you that first area that you can build in detail, and it gives you a soft break so you can see when your players are getting close to the edge, right? It doesn't mean that you don't build outside the edge eventually. It doesn't mean that you keep them in there. It just gives you an understanding of where they are and what, on their way out.
Before we continue, I would like to say
Please.
something because I've seen a lot of questions coming on that.
Fantastic.
First of all, I would like to say to everybody that all of this information will be given to you. These articles will be sent to you with the work, the homework.
Yeah.
Yes, and we know that this talk is very, very condensed. Trust me, we sat down with Janet for 2 days, and we have to remove so much things from our original content. We know very well right now that at this point, this should become a book. And it will become a book.
We've been asked to write it into a book. We're
Exactly.
not quite there yet, and we will. It's just time.
But as Janet said in the beginning, we are doing this by continuously upgrading it and making it better and putting these talks out in the air to conventions, things like that.
Yeah.
And we learn from this as you could do as well with the cycle of world building. And we are becoming better at this. And at some point, we will actually be getting this out. So do not worry, and you will get these notes, all of them, at the end of the whole thing.
Yeah, lots of hype, by the way, in the chat for a book on this. Yes, it will come. I promise you, folks. So we have built the geography in broad strokes. That's all you need right now. And now it's time to talk a little bit about people. Now, people is a place that world builders get lost because people are inherently fascinating and cultures are inherently fascinating. But again, we are building in sentences and paragraphs. What you're seeing here on the screen right now, that whole slide, that's everything we know about people by the end of setting the scene. And that is plenty. There is so much stuff in there.
Oh my God, yes.
So who used to live here and what's their history? We decided with this example that we do one edge of the old world and one edge of the new world because we're doing an exploration campaign. Mm-hmm. So we were like, let's build a little bit of the old continent and a little bit of the new continent that they're going to be exploring.
It's like building the Britain and Portugal and a bit of France, and then the West
America,
side,
the Americas,
the side of the Americas. Yeah.
Right, exactly. So that's what we decided we need to build. So you can see, again, even though we're building sections on 2 continents, literally we have 2 sentences about the new world. There was an advanced empire, and then some stuff happened, and this is what they left behind. And then in the old world, we wrote, again, 2 sentences. The world used to be underwater, and this is what's left behind because it used to be underwater.
Yes.
So but with those 4 sentences, which are, by the way, very short sentences, we've just created huge amounts of possibility without creating huge amounts of text. And that's the game here.
To go back to what Chaora is doing right now, Chaora is building a map that will be very much inspired from this because she will have to put like the underwater monster bones there and seaweed-like trees there because this used to be underwater. So it developed in a completely different way than what you'd expect from something like that.
Exactly. And you can see, we wrote, the land is littered with the bones of gargantuan dead sea creatures, abandoned merfolk cities, and calcified coral forests. That's 3 random items that we've imagined as writing the sentence that creates a world of possibilities. And that's what this section is all about. You're building the possibilities. You're not building the details. Then you write about what species live here now. This is the present moment. And what's their history. Again, a little bit more about this. Again, we've written, 2 sentences. The old world is peopled by 5 human empires, and then we write a little bit of detail, like literally a couple of fragments about each empire. And then we wrote about the New World. And again, we wrote 2 sentences. Sentient rat folk who believe that the binary sun is a 2-headed snake that requires sacrifices. Exactly. Again, like that's very evocative, but it doesn't give you a lot of detail, and you don't need it now. The detail is for later. Adding what these people who live now need from each other is very important, because all of a sudden you're setting those people in motion. This is just like the drama section that we talked about before. You're giving your world direction, you're giving your world life simply by adding motivation. That's all you're doing here. You're saying, what does A need from B and what does B need from A? And honestly, that's it. That's how you set the scene. That's how you build the foundation of your world. I have talked for half an hour and explained all of those, but at its base, I think it's it would be 12 sentences. I think
Pretty much.
Pretty much 12 sentences, and all of a sudden you have a spectacular world. You have people, you have geographic laws, you have your magic, you have your drama. It's all there, and it hasn't taken you more than half an hour. And that's what we're after, right? Because we are all about the game. So as we come into part 2 of this talk, at this point, you would write up a small amount about your world and go for session 0. But we can't send you off to your players now because you're hanging out with us, which is awesome. So tomorrow we'll be talking about implementing this cycle of play, think, design, build, this agile cycle that's going to take you through every session and help you build only what you need, only when you need it. And we're going to show you what a player primer looks like. And basically, we're going to tell you what to do when your players go completely off-piste, which, my God, they will sometimes. It's
Interesting
okay.
question. It was just asked what happens. Yes. And yes, we'll be responding to that tomorrow because we know the issue and we know how to fix it.
I've been a player. I know players do weird stuff. I do it all the time.
I was a storyteller. I know how.
So we'll be talking about what to do when your players do something that you don't expect. And again, with this agile world building, not building a ton of stuff, it's actually very easy to adapt, right? So that's what we're going to be talking about as well. And what to learn from your players when they do stuff like that, because that's equally important. But for now, we're going to show you a little bit about what this agile world building looks like as world building. So we've built the foundation of our world. We've shown you what that looks like. We've shown you the scene setting. And again, we've shown you literally, it's a 1-page document. It is no more. And from there, we built this world around Guy's adventure, right? And we're going to show you a little bit what we've done, literally sentences and paragraphs to build out this world so that your players can play there. Take us in.
Ta-da! So this is the world of Azria. We have built it together. How long did it take us? Like 3 hours?
Less than that.
Less than that, exactly. So we would like to show you pretty much what we're working on at this point. I think that we're going to discuss first, in fact, the codex of the world.
Yeah,
right?
so again, one of the questions we get asked a lot is, how do I organize my world? And this is what we wanted to show you here very, very quickly. These are categories and articles. Those of you who aren't familiar with World Anvil, go make an account. It's free, by the way. You create categories, you put your articles in categories, and they show up on your world codex. It's that simple.
Exactly. And I wanted to show a little bit, guys, how we design it to make it accessible to everyone. So first of all, at this point, on purpose, everything in this world is public because we want you to see it. But I will explain to you which of those would have been public and which of those would have not been public. So we have a folder here called the world, and within there we have the Bellinger Bay, which is the extended area that right now Chaora is building. And then we have Bellinger Bay Landing, which is the village, which is going to be in Bellinger Bay, and we'll show you very soon. In the village, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 areas, actually 6 areas of interest and 1 character, because that was important. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 areas that are in fact important in the generic area.
Exactly.
And that is what your players will know about the world. This is pretty much what they will be able to see.
All of those articles are sentences and paragraphs.
We'll show you very soon.
We'll show you more.
Yeah, we'll show you very soon. Then we have the powers of the world. We have the Wind Riders of Azria, which is kind of like the faction that the players are part of, which is effectively kind of like a navy for hire, if you wish, kind of thing. And then we have the WV Donager, which is the airship that Guy already told you that crashes, exactly. And then we have the meta, which is
So these
two
are the things that you've
articles.
already seen, right?
Exactly.
The foundation and setting the scene. And to answer that question, we'll be giving you the links of those afterwards, so you can look at them yourselves. We didn't want to give them to you now because otherwise you'll read those and you'll miss the talk. The talk is important. We tell you how to do the thing.
Exactly. So these are the foundation and setting the scene articles you've seen before.
Yeah.
And of course, you understand this category would have been hidden from the players.
Exactly. So they don't see the meta stuff. That's just for you.
The other thing that will be hidden from the players is session 0 notes or any other session notes you might have. There are so many ways of actually taking notes in COW. You can use the notebook. You can use articles to take notes during your sessions, or as Janet is actually, you're using the notes, right? The note system.
I use either notes. I use notes a lot as my player thing. I tend to use the stream. So we have a digital Game Master stream where you can sort of create NPCs in 5 seconds and write a stream of consciousness of your notes and then turn that into a session report later because it's all there for you.
Exactly.
And I tend to write that because I write stuff in very like bitty notes.
And then what we have here is in fact the article that Guy would have written.
Yeah, exactly. So
the plot. Fact, the plot, exactly. And of course, you understand this, and this would have been completely hidden from your players. And the players will only have access to these parts of these articles.
Right. They only see the world building. And they only see the bits of that world building that you want to show them. And we'll go more into that in a minute as well.
Excellent.
But let's show them the map.
Of course, we'll show you one of the 2 maps. This is the map again built from Chaora. This is the village that will be in Chaora's map. This is the village of Bellinger Landing.
Yeah, and what we've done here, essentially, that we want to show you, just looking for my notes, there we go, is we have created articles, either, if it's something where that's important, with 1 allowed, 1 sentence and 1 paragraph maximum, or if they're not that important, we've literally not added an article at all. We've just added a pop-up, a little text in the pop-up, and that's enough. That is more than enough.
Like in the stables, that we knew that there would be nothing necessarily important at this point when it becomes...
Right, exactly. And if the players ask thousands of questions about the stables and get really obsessed with it, well, you go away. Again, this is the Agile world building cycle. You go away and add 1 paragraph. And you just see what happens.
So Janet here put a little bit of
an
allowed, effectively something that you'll be narrating to your players while you're playing, or the players can actually read themselves to get the idea of what's happening there during the articles.
And here, because this is the wreck of the airship, we didn't add a sentence or a paragraph. We can make assumptions about that. The players won't want to know a ton of detail about it, but we added an allowed to set the scene and make it very clear it's going nowhere. That's the end of the allowed. That's the crucial bit. Indeed. They're not going anywhere. They need to engage with the area that they're in.
On the other hand, when it comes to the Ship and Wolf Inn, that we had a little bit more information, we know that there will be action happening there.
We know that there'll be interactions. We know that they will stay there, right? So they're going to be spending time there. So what we've... Sorry.
You continue, please.
So what I've included here is an allowed. Again, this is a little bit of flavor text. Going back to Guy's theme, it's a dark world. You want them to feel like something is a little bit wrong with this village, although everything on the surface is super nice. So when you go in, there's a single fiddle playing in the corner. As you open the door is slanted. Everything in the Wolf and Sheep is lopsided.
It's just to show the theme a little bit, actually, to the...
Exactly, just to give that taste of the theme. But the guy seems nice, and the beer is cheap, and the beds are cheap. And what I've done is I've also created... very, very quickly. Again, this took me, 2 minutes, I think, to create a list of things that they can pay for. And in that list, I've included Ogre's Wake, which links into the name of the bridge, which is called Ogre's Rest. I've included Bellinger's Chest, which links into a local legend. Again, I created 1 sentence about a local legend, and that links into that. So if people ask more details, that's a gateway to giving them a little bit more. Again, Glasshaker's Health. Glassshaker is the name of the alchemist. There's a little story behind that as well. He adds a secret ingredient to the whiskey, and it tastes really great. And we all know what that secret ingredient might be if we've watched Guy's stream.
Indeed.
So this is the point. This is the idea. With very, very little actual world building, you're adding a ton of hooks and suggestion and foreshadowing, right? It's literally, it's evocative. And you as a game master, you don't need to create everything up front. You can improvise that. You can build that when the players are interested, mark down those seeds and develop them later. And that's also what we're going to be talking about tomorrow.
And the same thing happened here when it comes to the Emerald Knocks, which is the location that Dr. Theodore Glassshaker, the alchemist, was talking about.
Exactly.
Links. And Janet gave a bit more detail here in the article as well. And also we have a bit of a map here as well, in case that something takes action. In fact, in that
Right,
location.
exactly. And it's something that players always like, oh, what does it look like? What does it look like? They're always asking this. You can give them the link to the article. Again, there's nothing in here that they shouldn't know. If you can put secret GM's notes if you want to. Can you zoom out on the map in the sidebar?
Yes.
This is a little Chaora map. We just wanted to include this because it's awesome. So yeah, and here you can see we have the first floor and the second floor of the Alchemists, just to give them a taste of what it is. Again, it takes, what, 2 minutes to upload a map on World Anvil. It's not about spending huge amounts of time developing areas. It's about developing things that have a lot of flavor and give you that evocative space to jump off.
Indeed.
But sometimes you want to create something in a little bit more detail.
Indeed.
So all of these areas, there's not big encounters going on here. They're going to be
interaction, but there's no actually.
There's going to be social encounters, but it's not going to be a space that they're spending huge amounts of time in, neither in-game time or at table time. On the other hand, the forest is somewhere that they will be spending a bunch of time. So we did a little bit more detail on this. This is the Shade Forest. Again, following Guy's mood, we decided, okay, well, let's make it a mushroom forest because it's really like creepy. We've included an allowed, which is full of things like, oh, the forest is spreading, the grass around it is dead, the air is thick with spores as you breathe it in, and it's dark and creepy, basically. Again, we've included on the right-hand side, you can see I just added a soundtrack, so a little bit of ambience. There's 2 sentences and then nothing as far as the players are concerned, because after that top section, the players can't see anything.
That is because this is a secret,
yeah,
which will only be known by players that are elves or spellcasters.
Exactly. So we wanted to include something that, okay, if you're an elf or if you're a spellcaster, you might know a bit more about these mushrooms. So we've included that.
Yeah.
And if you have given yourself the elf subscriber group or the spellcaster subscriber group, which you can do very easily with a clip box, then you'll be able to see that secret, but nobody else will. So that includes nice party interaction.
The whole point was exactly that by doing that, the players will in fact have something nobody else knows about, which is adding so much to that, because it's so awkward when you have to say, oh, by the way, Dimitris, you know about this thing,
but
and then
nobody else knows. Yeah.
And then he turns to others and said, oh, by the way, this is the thing. And it's like, it sounds so repetitive and useless.
Player, it feels weird or awkward, and then you're left with the question, oh, do I role play that, or do I just say I tell them that?
Yeah.
And you're like, wah, wah.
But by doing that, they know it, nobody else does, and when they see it, they say, oh, by the way, guys, did you know that? You know what I mean? It's very interesting.
Absolutely.
And we have some information here just for the storyteller as well.
Yeah, we gave just again, that's 1 sentence of history where the forest came from, because these things don't spring out from nowhere. It's a mushroom forest. It's a bit weird. So we gave information about that. And then the rest of this is just GM's notes. So we added in the environment, we've added a little bit of difficulty. We added dice rolls. Again, whatever system you're using, that's easy. You give your players, the longer they stay there, a little bit of fatigue. We added the encounter. So we included basically some information about the husks, a DC 20 survival check. Again, you can make whatever system you like. To help people know if they're there or not. And then we added the stat block from the husks. So as a GM, you can just like roll them up and do your thing. And again, finally, a little bit of detail about the flora and fauna.
Which is in fact visible to the rest of the players.
That bit's visible again. So players will see that bit on the top and that bit on the bottom. And as a GM, you see everything else. And that's basically, and again, like putting this together, I think this whole article took me 15 minutes to put together.
Indeed.
Literally no longer. And this is like one of the stars of the campaign. This is one of the things that I really dug into. You saw everything else. Exactly. Sorry. And again, it's one of the things that really goes back to that foundation and that setting the scene stuff. We wanted to really dig into that because that's setting out the whole campaign. So that's pretty much it. I think we better tell you what we want you to do, haven't we?
Oh, is it time for?
It is. So folks, when you are signed up to the newsletter at circleofworldbuilders.com, you will receive your homework and you'll be able to submit that via the form that we will be sending you. The homework is this: build your foundation for your world in sentences and paragraphs. We'll be sending you the link for that article that we made, so you can use that as a version. Create it in a generic article template on World Anvil. Again, you can just copy those headers and put them in and write in your own sentences. Do the same with the set the scene article. Again, sentences and paragraphs, mainly sentences, in fact. And yeah, keep it brief. This is all about creating evocative ideas, spaces, feelings not about creating lots of elven shoes, lots of tiny details. All right, we're not doing elven shoes now. And finally, after you've done that, which should take you about 15 minutes, create one location based on your foundation and scene. We want this to be something that really epitomizes your foundation and your scene, something that really captures the tone, the feeling of your world. And this is something that's a great thing to use in your session 1. And that's what we're going to be looking at tomorrow. We're going to be looking at your foundation, your scene, what you've put in your world, and then how you've built that into really the epitome of your world to use in session 1 to introduce your players into your world in a very epic way, because that's what we're talking about.
Just to clarify, we're asking you to create a new world, if that's possible, and then write the foundation and the scene for that world, and then write a location in that world.
I would arguably say it doesn't have to be.
No, it does not have to be. But if they do not know how to start and they feel weird actually starting from the beginning, you can actually do that. If not,
absolutely,
of course, work on your world. And also, to give you an example of the location, for example, if you're building Cyberpunk, it better be raining and it better be neon lines there.
Right, exactly. We're talking about stuff that really epitomizes your foundation, your tone, all that good stuff. Well, we have a very short amount of time for questions. Folks, as we say, we'll be making this into a book. And if you have more questions, you can drop into our streams. We go live, 5 times a week on Twitch and YouTube. We're /World Anvil everywhere. But let's hop into some questions.
Let's see what we have.
Let's see what we have. The questions have not been copied across. Folks, if you want to ask questions, capital letters question would be the way to do that. In the meantime, it's one from Surian. Sometimes ideas like subterranean fungal forest occur independently to multiple creators. Do you have any tips on how to make your version unique?
Do you want to answer it, or shall I answer?
I can give my answer, and you can give your answer.
Yeah.
I would say that make sure that you're really digging into what is characteristic, the USP of your world. What is characteristic about your world? How's that going to change things? Because if psionics are a thing, you can have a mushroom forest where the mushrooms are psionic. You know, if your world, if the crucial thing about your world is that it's binary, you can have that it has binary star.
Yeah.
You can have mushroom forests that react when you get a solar eclipse from one star to the other, right? Dig into the USP of your world, dig into the original things in your world, and you could convert the most standard trope into something that feels completely new and refreshed.
Yes, that's a very good point. It's a very, very good point indeed. Iris Mercury says a question: will you be able to connect with the other homework? Yes, that's the whole point. The items that you're bringing with your homework are meant to be connected into building one single thing.
Yes.
You want to say something?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Good. We have another question. Does genre inform foundation, or does foundation inform genre? That's a very good question.
That is a great question. It kind of depends on what you want. And I would say, again, genre is a very flexible thing. You know, fantasy is such a big space, for example. Yeah. Urban fantasy, if you take a subgenre of fantasy, is also a massively flexible space. So genre is really just a set of expectations.
I would say that, yeah, I completely agree with you, but I would say that in many ways, genres we discussed already is part of your foundation. It will definitely affect it, but it can be a starting stone. Essentially, think about that. If your genre, for example, is post-apocalyptic or something like cyberpunk, of course, there are some tropes and some bases that you will be gathering from your genre, but that does not mean you start there, because this is what the foundation is all about. It's about you putting your personal touches and making it unique and making it your own. If, for example, I'll give you an example. Cyberpunk is both Judge Dredd, arguably, and also Total Recall can be considered almost cyberpunk, but also you can also have things like Blade Runner.
I would argue that the recent Picard had a lot of cyberpunk influence,
yes,
for example.
And they look very different. The reason for that is because they have focused in different locations in the world. Like Picard becomes very militaristic and it becomes like a lot about global locations, while Blade Runner is actually down dirty about personal relations,
personal freedoms,
exactly,
that kind of stuff. So do you remember that big slide where we talked about the meta? They've dug into different parts of the meta, and they have a different USP.
Exactly.
And therefore, the genre is expressed in a totally different way. And that's why we want you to write these sentences, because that's what's going to make your world feel so unique. It's stacking these things one on top of the other, so you don't end up with another medieval fantasy, generic, hokey-cokey elves and dwarves world. you end up with something with a unique flavor that your players will enjoy, that will be really well fitting for you. I think we have time for one more question. Just one. We'll answer that one last.
Okay.
Is there a way to make part of maps visible as well as text? Yes. Absolutely, Lewis. So you can make map pins, map layers, groups of map pins. All of these can be visible or not visible. If you go to our YouTube and check out our map tutorials, you will see everything that's possible. 20 minutes of your life and you'll know everything there is to know about interactive maps on World Anvil. And the final question, where did our maps come from this tutorial today, this lecture today? These are all maps of Chaora. Yes, Chaora, who's currently madly drawing a map over on his channel, who's going to be with Cows Gone Wild with us later. They're all Chaora maps. So
I think we have to go.
I think I hear the voice of God in my ear. We have to go. We have to go. Folks, thank you so much for listening. This was a whistle-stop tour of Agile world building, just the foundation. And tomorrow we're going to be teaching you about session zeros, primers, getting your players involved, and even more about world building when your players go off in a weird direction, and world building without world builders disease.
Thank you very much, guys.
See you later. Bye.
Now, here we are. All right. I think we have Chaora somewhere, and we want to check in with Chaora and see what he is doing and where he is with the line art. Are you finished?
Yes, things are going well over here. Line art seems to be somewhat done. Onto the coloring stage.
Wow, that looks impressive. That is really cool. Can you zoom in a little bit and show us what you've done for those who haven't been watching your stream?
Sure. So I have been working for the last 2 hours now, 2 hours and 20 minutes, on the line art for this sketch of the region map. So I started off the day with this, and then I've added some texture, given it a border, done all the line art, given it a grid, done some effects, given it some names, and bish bash bosh, we have a line art for a little region that we need to use. So we've got the mountains here, we've got a river coming down, the Trickle Crusher River, beautiful names. We have the little bridge here, we have the mansion that you are going to be building for us, Till.
Yes.
And then we have, I just finished off this little sea trade route that seems to be coming up from the ocean with the little brush there. So yeah, this has been super stressful.
Yeah, that was my next question. I wanted to know, how are you feeling?
Super stressed. Oh my god, the time is just going past like boom, 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 boom. I'm just, wow, yeah.
I saw a question that came across. I think you've answered it in your stream already. The question was for those who are very interested in the Photoshop files and how you build that. Would you be willing to share that?
Yes, of course. Absolutely. Yes, I think that's a great idea. I think normally I don't because it seems to be messy and blah, blah, blah. But this is a great example of my chaos in motion, and also good for learning the different layers, and also, you know, putting your own stuff on there and sizes and things like that for making your own little region map. So yeah, definitely.
Very cool. Another question I want to emphasize on, I think Laura Bone asked that, where are the Dead Sea creatures?
They're not in yet. They're going to be added later when I get more time. I'm going to have 2 hours at the end, so I'm going to slowly add more stuff in at the end. But right now I need to make sure that I get the color down. So that's my next step. On the next hour and a half, I need to color this map.
So how do you usually start coloring? Like you now have finished the line art and you might do some final adjustments, but what is your first step when you start coloring?
I'm doing it right now while we're talking. I'm looking on Pinterest and I'm looking for a good color palette. So I'm trying to find some colors that I want to start with, something that really evokes the theme and what we're trying to go with here. So I need something that's relatively dark, but contains maybe a lot of blues and sort of reds and things like that. I've kind of got in the back of my head the concept art or the cover of The Curse of Strahd. So that kind of reds and blues and things like that as the colors for this. But I also need to work in a bit of green and a bit of blue for the oceans. So right now I'm trying to find a good concept art piece that fits all of those criteria.
So that is usually how you approach. Like you pick some inspirational art where you say, okay, this has the colors, this has the mood. I assume that was the same thing that you did for the asset pack that you just made for the Circle of World Builders workshop, and that we are going to use in our Dungeon Fog class later. So you looked at colors and arts there to create a color palette for you.
Yes, absolutely, exact same process. I mean, that one was even more. I was looking at things before I even started making them. I was looking at a lot of inspiration pieces. Now I'm doing it off the cuff because I'm just. I didn't do any prep for this on purpose because I wanted to I wanted to do the process, and I wanted to just like, I've got to make a map in 6 hours. Let's do it. And
so honestly, for just between you and me, because no one else is listening, did you expect to make it in the 2 hours, or were you like, this is a fight against windmills?
I don't know. I kind of thought in the back of my head that it might be possible if everything goes right, but so far I've had a few things where it's gone really wrong. So I started drawing little. Dimmy and Janet, for their brief, gave me the idea to draw the forests as seaweed kind of forests. So I drew a little tree and I started drawing started copying them around to draw the tree as like little wavy things with points. And as I was drawing it, I realized, oh my God, it doesn't look great. So I had to delete it and quickly draw another tree. So
no space for errors here.
Yeah, that put me behind. And now I'm trying to catch up.
Really cool. I think in terms of, I'm not sure if we're still, do we still have time? Yeah, I think we're getting there.
How long have we got on the thing? We've got
no, but keep talking so people can see the artwork that you've picked.
Sure, yeah. So the schedule seems to be that we've got a little time just to chat, but we've got. Oh, we gotta go. Bye.
Well,
we don't know what we're doing. Goodbye.
Yeah, we don't know what we're doing. Well, we do exactly know what we're doing, and we are now going into the next segment, which I think Guy will introduce to you before we are heading over to Nerdicy. So stay tuned, and I think you will have a little bio break now.
That's right. Thanks, Till. Thanks, Chaora. All right, everybody. Yes, it wasn't part of the programming, so everything is moving by 10 minutes. So you have 10 minutes for a bio break before Nerdarchy comes and shows us how to make awesome encounters out of the box based on what we've been talking about so far today. I hope you're all having fun. I'm desperately trying to put everything into place and keep track of questions and all kinds of things. I mean, wasn't World Anvil stuff amazing? And Chaora stuff, as people are saying, we couldn't do this in 2 hours using normal software. So for him to be hand drawing is absolutely crazy. Anyway, you've got 10 minutes. Nothing is going to happen for 10 minutes. I promise you, cross my heart as a GM and hope not to double cross you later in the third act. So bio break, off you go, grab something, get something, and we will be back shortly. Hello and welcome. We are Nerdarchy. I'm Nerdarchist Dave, and joining me is Nerdarchist Ted, for nerds by nerds. And we are going to be talking about encounter building. So we have some cool slides that were made for us by Nerdarch Doug for this presentation, and we're going to share that once the host has enabled screen sharing. But so we were given this really cool synopsis plot line for an adventure called the the Fang and Flask. So we went through that and started picking out what we felt like the encounters were. And instead of just like building one encounter, we're like, well, you know what? If we were to, pick these out and kind of run through it, that might be a really good way for us to kind of see, like, show you our process and how we might go about making encounters. We're going to start off with kind of like encounter building philosophy. So let's jump right in there. Can you also see the screen, Ted?
I can. So we obviously know, anytime you're talking about, story building and that kind of stuff, the 5 W's of, who, what, when, where, why, are always super important. And honestly, as dungeon masters, we need to look at those kinds of things, because if we don't, that cheesy line of what's my motivation for this scene, like as corny as that sounds, it honestly should be something that we look at. So as you are making encounters, whether the beast is going out for hunger, or whether the villain has got his machinations moving to serve a purpose, you need to know why things are going on. You need to look into more than just, hey, this is a really cool encounter that I want to put together, without anything more built into it besides that.
Yeah, and then going into art versus science, right? When you're creating, especially, I don't know what games you guys are playing or gals are playing, but we play a lot of 5e D&D, where we find building encounters is a lot. There's a lot of art, more so than science to it. The challenge system at a certain point breaks down a little bit, and it requires a bit of eyeballing and knowing, what kind of players you're going to be dealing with, what kind of characters are bringing to the table. If it is, indeed your regular group that you normally play with. Now, it gets really tricky when you're talking about a group that you have no experience with. Say you're going to be running at a convention, or you're writing an adventure, maybe to publish or something like that. Then you're going to have to really kind of rely on the numbers, maybe do a little play testing to kind of figure that stuff out. But when you have a group that you're used to playing with, it is a lot easier, because you can like eyeball their characters and go, oh, I know what so-and-so would do in this instance. So you can tweak and dial things up or down as you need to.
It's really important to know whether you've got player characters who are specced out, maximized, if you want to use those kinds of terminologies. Like, oh well, we know that we've got all of the bases covered with tank and damage dealer, healer, all of that stuff. Or whether you are playing with characters who are designed more for fun, character builds that are suboptimal. Not that there's anything wrong with going down that direction, but when you've got characters with low hit points, low AC, and you decide you're going to run a combat heavy game, it is entirely possible that you are just going to, kill them all and say, okay, well, that wasn't that fun. It isn't really, unless, everybody's down for that. So, you do have to look at what is the damage output of, the monster or of the encounter. What are the DCs? Are these players going to be able to handle what it is that you are putting in there? And as Dave says, you really do want to know, when possible, the type of player at your table, the kind of characters that they enjoy making and the kind of game that they are looking for.
Now, we have our own house style that we use that was developed during our Out of the Box Encounters project, which is for pre-order now in our store, as well as you can buy the PDF and download it. I mean, digital maps and all kinds of cool stuff over there if you wanted to check it out. But this is literally the formula we use for creating encounters. The introduction, origin, inspiration for the encounter, what's it about, the environment, obviously, where does this encounter take place? Sometimes, as in Out of the Box, a lot of times they can take place in a lot of different places. Suggested level, and that's kind of what we were just speaking to, like how do you calculate the right challenge rating for the party that's going to be going through these encounters. Monsters.
We also have monsters. What creatures appear in the encounter? Do you need to create any new ones? Where Nerdarchy is very prone to making our own monsters, our own material, for the things that we run. Treasures, what kind of things that this encounter has the chance of earning. Some things might be hidden, some things might be on the monsters themselves. The description, this goes into the dynamic elements, any new mechanics, puzzles, obstacles, any kind of important information that you really need to know to actually run that. And then finally, any kind of complications, things that are going to come up that you might not really be expecting, whether the creatures that are punching above their weight class, any extreme dangers, alerts for characters that might be doing something different, or potential catastrophes if the dice go poorly or if tactics go poorly. These are kind of things that really should be considered when you're planning encounters, because if the players decide to go left and you thought they were going to go right, is that going to drastically change the encounter?
Yeah, and also with the complications, the final thing we kind of address in Out of the Box is like, what could this mean to the adventure party going forward? What are some long-reaching effects that this could have? Could this lead to the next adventure? Could this take us somewhere else down the road? Is this going to create an enemy or an ally maybe that the players have to deal with? So next up, we're going to get into Flask and Fang and kind of like how we broke things down and how we saw things coming out. So the premise for this adventure, you start falling from the sky from an airship, right? So burning wreckage, and you could do this one of two ways. You could just say it happened, right? You are now in this small village, but we're like, this might be an opportunity to introduce something kind of fun and cool. And we've really kind of dug the skill challenges from 4th edition Dungeons and Dragons. And this would be a good place to check them out. And also, if you go YouTube, Matt Colville, he has a great video on skill challenges. We also have several videos on skill challenges as well. There is the formal version of it, like directly lift it from 4E, or you can kind of improvise a little bit. And the formal version is each of the characters, they're going to use different skills that they have available. You don't want the same character using the same skill twice. You have to accumulate a certain amount of X's, or not X's, accumulate a certain amount of successes before failures. And we're kind of thinking that this could be a gradated success and failure. So when they finally get to the ground, they're gonna have to deal with the consequences of how they went through it. And right off the bat, like, you might allow players to use acrobatics. That's a pretty obvious one. Like, maybe they're falling through the canopy of a forest because there's one nearby, and they're kind of like trying to jump from branch to branch and slow their fall. Maybe there's a piece of the airship that is kind of like a sail that they can use like a parachute and try and guide themselves down.
The idea with these kinds of things is to allow the players to use their imagination, and you too, as the DM, reward those kinds of things. Skill challenges typically are going to have a set DC for an expected, these skills will work. So whenever you're designing them, you can always plan, okay, athletics, acrobatics, I see that, not having a problem, but hey, how can I use history for this? All right, well, that's going to be a reach. So if someone comes up with a creative idea, you can allow them to do something like that. But for a non-set, skill, you would want to say, well, I'm going to increase the DC. And that's just a typical way of doing it. In the formal version, you only have these skills are allowed, and that's just how it goes. We tend to go with the more informal version. That's just fits our play style better, and again rewards the creativity of players who are going to think outside the box.
Absolutely. And then like some of the things that we came up with is like, the idea is when you hit the ground from a falling airship, you're probably going to take damage. Well, if they do really well on this, they could reduce that damage. But not only that, we could use some foreshadowing and add some elements from the plot that maybe later on they're going to, that'll come up and be valuable to them. So you get a little something extra out of their success. We'll give them a clue. You spot the last rays of setting sun on a hill fort beyond the forest of shadow and shade. And which doesn't mean anything to anybody right now, but later on we can kind of circle back to that. On a failure, they're going to take more damage, and they're going to also maybe have some levels of exhaustion they have to deal with. So these are some things to consider.
Yeah, exhaustion in 5th edition is the only thing that kind of represents lasting damage. There are no broken bones. There are no lingering injuries. So we felt that exhaustion kind of fits that niche of something that, okay, it's going to take you time to recover from that. So that's why we felt exhaustion is going to fit into this. Whether you get the wind knocked out of you or you crack a rib, that takes time to heal. So.
And there's another reason why we're looking at that as well. Again, it's another thing that's going to play into one of these subsequent encounters, and that was kind of like the idea. So all right, so now the party, they've made it from the airship, they've made it from the wreckage, they've survived, and they find themselves in a town, a small town. And one of the first things that happens to them when they arrive at this town is they're attacked by a vampire. And that's why the skill challenge was kind of important, right? Were they already hurting from that? Are they exhausted from that? Making this encounter so much more difficult. But that's okay, because we already kind of have from our outline, we kind of have a idea that this isn't really a fight to the finish per se.
Whenever you're looking at encounters, there are a variety of different methods to designing it. Are the players meant to win? Is the enemy supposed to flee? These are kind of things that you can look at and you can plan for, and it comes into really good storytelling. When you read novels and watch movies, the good guys don't win every single battle, so you want to sometimes give them a taste of that. And in this particular situation, that is what it is designed for. You've got the capacity for having a monster that is punching higher than the damage of what the PCs are able to take, but the NPC is the one who comes in and steals the show and wins the day. And we get to see where that winds up going later. But when players have someone else save them, it humbles them to some degree, and it can create some informative story choices as well.
So in this case, we also want to do some foreshadowing, let the players know, oh, they're dealing with this particular monster. This is going to be the problem that's coming up. Also, we can do some foreshadowing here. We might ask the players for some insight checks, and if they do really well on those, we'll be like, oh, like this vampire and the alchemist that comes and saves them, they seem to know each other. Like the vampire seems to already be afraid of this alchemist before he even really joined the fray, and he also comes out holding this silver circlet. Right. And what does that mean? Maybe that's an Arcana check from a player to kind of understand what that device does. Again, these are things that are going to come in later. So we want to give away maybe a little bit of information, reward our players for asking questions and using their skills and what they're capable of without like giving away everything all at once. And as we kind of flow through this, you'll see what we mean and why that is. And so far, we've had 2 different encounters. Let's see if we can come up with a third one. And this is, the following morning, they're sleeping at this tavern, the Wolf and Sheep Tavern. It's the only tavern in town. So we know this is more than likely where they're going to sleep. A slave trader shows up.
So this is going to be like the quest giver, right? And it's a chance for them to role play. But also too, like we wanted to put this in and look at this from a different angle. Does your group, does the game that you're, the people you're playing with, do you have a social contract? Because this is a slave trader. Maybe that's a topic that you don't want in your game. So you would have to change this to something else. And it could easily not be slaves. It could be a father and, you know, his 7 daughters have been kidnapped, or, you know, whatever you want to do. But that would be a way of changing it up.
So when you look at these kinds of things, you know, do you run a session 0? Do you have social contracts? You know, do you have, you know, hot button topics that, you know, people at your table just say, look, I am not okay with this. And, you know, these are all things that are great to do so that everybody is, you know, acceptable and, you know, it can enjoy the game that is being run. So, you know, these are kind of things of, you know, the moral quandary, both in game and out of game of, you know, dealing with this. You know, is a slave trader an acceptable quest giver? You know, or, you know, is that something that if you've got a, you know, pre-written material and that's what's presented, you can change it to be something else and just have to, you know, tweak the story a little bit.
Also too, like your players might be like, oh, we're absolutely going to rescue those slaves. Then we're going to free them. So it can also take the adventure in different ways as well. And, you know, why, you know, you're going to ask other questions too. Like, you know, why is it in the scenario, like the townsfolk are trying to convince you not to go rescue the slaves, to let it go. They're offering to compensate the slave trader for his trouble. Is that something you're okay with? Like, these humanoids, these sentient creatures, just putting a price on their heads and giving them value. Is that something that's okay for you or not? So, you know, these are all role-playing situations that come up, not just with the players and the NPCs, but amongst themselves. Like, they may have different values and agree differently to this. Like, you know, you might have a player be like, yeah, we're going to go free those slaves, or from the vampire, but we're going to keep them. We're going to own them, right? And you may have other players be like, no, that's not the kind of game we're playing. That's not what we're doing. That's not the kind of characters we are. So these are all considerations when you're going through an adventure and coming and designing an adventure. So next up, you know, our adventure is going to take us through the forest of shadow and shade as we head to the old fort in order to rescue the slaves, which we get to highlight different environments now. So we've been in a tavern, we've been in an urban, we've been falling from the sky. We've been all over the place. And, you know, the forest of shade and shadow to me is very evocative and makes me think of, well, how does this environment going to impact this encounter and the adventure? To me, that's almost like a mystical, magical property to it. Like, I almost want to say, like, everything can only be dim light within the boundaries of the forest of shadow and shade, or maybe it's just the name.
So perhaps, you know, the light is, you know, the canopy of this forest is so thick that light, you know, from above is not really coming through. You know, perhaps you've got an eerie quality of it, and that, you know, shadows move. This is where you can really get into, you know, highlighting that exploration pillar and dive into, you know, what they call setting the scene. Really get the players in the mood. You know, whether you want to use music at your table and, you know, put on some creepy background music as you're, you know, giving this description, that really gets you into, you know, the area, to the environment. You know, say that, oh, well, perhaps here, you know, sound echoes differently, and, you know, it bounces almost as if, you know, these trees are walls, and it gives you this creepy vibe. You know, there's got to be a reason for this name. And when you've got, you know, nothing that the material is presenting, you want to find out when you're running it in your world, how is that interpreted? Make that name mean something more than just, oh, well, you know, it's dark.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like you said, I would want to do some fun things. Like Ted mentioned, the sound. Maybe all the sound is deadened in here. And then here's the idea that we're going to have a fight in this forest. These husks are going to attack the adventuring party. What are the husks? Are they just zombies? Could be souped up zombies. They could be commoners with the vampire traits, taking the sidebar from the monster manual and adding that. But this is an opportunity to kind of break the state of your players and what's going on. This is the perfect place that I would maybe want to offer up a jump scare or two before you actually got to the encounter itself. You could have just wildlife rustling in the woods or something, and lo and behold, that's all it is. There's nothing there. Pardon me.
Yeah, when you have the option of putting something, to make someone make a perception check, or they hear something, and you've already set the scene with, this is potentially a scary place, and then all of a sudden you hear a noise, or movement catches your attention to the left, and the players all turn and they're like, I roll initiative, and it's like it's a rabbit, or a deer goes darting by, something to be like, okay, all right, well, I guess it's not that. But perhaps somebody says, like, I attack, and they just start making attack rolls before they even know what it is. That gets them in the mood, essentially, in that proper frame of mind for characters that could potentially be startled and worried about what's around the next corner.
Yeah, and because we're saying possibly this place has these special properties of being dim light, it's going to be harder to make perception checks, harder to see things. So you might want to start with you hear the snapping of a twig or a branch in the distance to your left, and kind of like harry them a little while as you kind of set the mood before you set the monster upon them. Maybe they see the lumbering shapes off to the sides of the road beforehand, giving them the opportunity to maybe try and set something up tactically or flee, but you can definitely try and play with the emotions of your players via the environment and via the mood. So that can be a very important, and I definitely love Ted's idea of, this would probably be a great place to break out some spooky music, maybe dim the lights if you have that capability when you're running the adventure and this encounter in particular.
And then you've also got it changes.
Yeah.
You also got the when you're talking about exploration, you've got opportunities for dealing with what is the rigors of travel, dealing with problems of, okay, well, how long have we been going, how many levels of exhaustion did the players get yesterday before they left, and you can highlight those particular examples.
Yeah, I mean, also too, like something we've done in our own games is we will invite player agency for them to kind of tell us maybe something they see or something they're experiencing, their characters are, and if it's reasonable, allow them to enter it in the game. And this might be a cool place to do it. If you're like, hey, this is a spooky forest, you might ask them, well, what does that mean to you as a player or as a character? And they could give you some feedback, and maybe you incorporate some of that in, or maybe you don't. But it does give you more information. For us, we do kind of like to take that information that the players do and weave it back in. So next up, when they get to the fort, there's an ancient locked door, and there's a riddle to it. So when we got to this part, we're like trying to figure out like what would be a good riddle. We Googled and found the riddle that we thought was decent. And then we were also like, well, what is something that could be interesting to do to kind of tie into the plot line for foreshadowing? Remember we talked about during that skill challenge. Well, that light, now the players realize the light, the last rays of sunshine they seen shining down and reflecting. They actually think it was reflecting from this area and possibly even off of this very door, because it's etched in silver, the writing. And that's what they saw reflecting or glittering in the distance. So now that earlier encounter kind of comes into play and gives you a chance to reward them for doing really well on a skill challenge.
So I mean, you have a simple riddle of never resting, never still, moving silent from hill to hill, never walk, run, or trot. All is cold where I am not. And it's that one's been around for a long time. As we use the hint earlier of the sunlight hitting potentially the door or this fortress, the answer is the sun, and that gets the little bit of joke and foreshadowing of dealing with a vampire and having sun be the answer to the riddle. It bespeaks of, okay, well, did this, fortress belong to somebody who was a servant to a sun god like Pelor or what have you, and did the vampire take this place over specifically to rid this place of someone of that kind of power.
So
Like,
now let's like circle back a little bit to riddles themselves. They've been in the game for a very long time, since the beginning of D&D, but they're also a little problematic because riddles and puzzles do not test the characters, they test the players, which can be really difficult if the players are playing characters that are maybe not that smart. A puzzle or something that they're doing actually works against their stats, or the puzzle actually works against the players themselves. They're not familiar with this kind of stuff. They're not good at puzzles and riddles. So it can be kind of punishing. One of the things that we do in our games oftentimes is, one, we might come up with an answer, but we're also fairly open to, if the players give us an answer that we feel like could be the answer but wasn't, we'll allow that, or we also will allow people to talk across the table and do what we call a shared consciousness, so that while the players are all talking and working things out together, it is actually probably the most intelligent character or the wisest character for something of this nature that would come up with the answer, unless one of the other characters have like a good reason in their backstory or something. But you're not going to role play a 20 intelligence. You're not all of a sudden going to be a genius if you're not. But the collective of the group could make up for that, for sure.
And if you're looking to do riddles, and I think that they are fun and great if you can find ideal moments to put them in your game. It's not something I would want to do every single session. That would get rather tedious. But at times when I try to run them, even when I think, oh, this is an easy one, sometimes people are having off days. I guarantee you there have been many sessions where I've come to the table and my brain has not been thinking. I've made bad decisions and not seen something that seemed like a very obvious choice. So, within the setting of whatever system that you're using, it is always good to come up with ways to give players, a couple of hints. So, for this one, they could make maybe an Arcana check or a Nature check and, reveal something akin to that and, guide them along the path without directly giving them the answer. And, who knows, maybe one or two hints is all they're going to need. But having those kind of things, are there. Dave nailed it perfectly that, it is always good to give them an alternative option for where the story is going to go if they don't get the riddle, or always taking something that fits the answer, even if it's not the answer that you have, because that rewards the creativity of the players, and the story gets to move on and, hey, look, they guessed the right answer.
Yeah, well, and hopefully, like with these like concepts, because I'm looking at the chat a little bit, and yes, we are talking D&T specific, but the concepts themselves, you can devoid of the mechanics and change them out for whatever your favorite system is, and hopefully you use it for that. Now, I will say, like an encounter like this or a scene like this, you have to be careful, because if it is get through this door or the adventure stops, that's a problem. That's bad design, right? So there should be another way, right? Maybe there's another check you can make. Maybe they can find another way in, but it's going to take longer. And as the GM, if I were to have made this adventure and I find this one encounter is short-circuiting them, I would either have to try and figure out a way to plant some clues around the scene for them to find, that literally just gives them the answer, or find another way for them to get in. You never want to have your adventure or your story hinged on one roll. That's just going to be like, oh, if you pass this roll, the adventure continues. If you don't, the adventure ends. So that is something else to be cognizant of. And unfortunately, it didn't make it into our slide, but I want to make sure people understand that when you're doing, any kind of design work for encounters or scenarios, just remember there should be ways around it, just in case. Never hinge on a single mechanic of the game that is pass or fail, because then as the dungeon master or game master, you've just pigeonholed yourself into a spot where you've kind of ended your own adventure.
Yes. So, I mean, having a path that is, laden with traps and or extra monsters, here is a way of saying, okay, well, we can go down the dangerous way, or we can solve this riddle and move forward. And if you don't, solve that riddle, well, then I guess we're going through the traps and monsters way, and the story continues.
All right. So they get through the door and they confront the vampire, the creature that they have been looking for. But surprise, it's not what they thought it was. We're going to change the nature. They came for a fight. That's not what's going to happen.
So, here you have a vampire who is, weakened and battered from the fight with the alchemist, and he is not prepared to fight. And he is willing to, at this point in time, divulge more of the story. Here's where you get to learn what's actually going on. You get that aha moment of the players are expecting, like, yes, finally, the big bad, we get to fight him. And it's not a fight, it's an awesome role-playing encounter, a chance for you to explore more parts of your world, share parts of the story, and invite the creativity of the scene. And you get to see how the players are interacting with what's going on, and based on the player and character reactions are going to determine how this kind of adventure fits with your particular table and where the story is going to go next.
Yeah, one of the things that we learn that is like this vampire is an evil creature that does feed on others, but we also learn that the alchemist is the one that's kind of behind this, and they've been attacking the vampire, and after they attack the vampire is let go. So it offers up some questions to be answered. Now here, either the slaves are here and you're able to free them, or they're not. They've already been turned into zombies or thralls to the vampire. They're beyond saving. But at the same time, you have this bad guy who apparently he might not be the only bad guy. So you have to decide what you're going to do with the vampire. Do you destroy the vampire? Do you become an ally to the vampire? And perhaps it's going to help you later on in the adventure when you go to confront the alchemist after you've discovered that he's been using the vampire and siphoning energy off of it. And what is he doing with the energy? Maybe the vampire doesn't know for sure, but he knows that like the vampire goes out, it feeds, and then he is visited by the alchemist, and something bad is happening, and that is why he's so weak. And if the players don't decide to talk with the vampire, you might have to think about leaving some clues for them in order to draw them to the conclusion that the adventure's not over yet, or maybe not, depending.
Yeah, and you've got the capacity to say, okay, well, if they just go and kill the vampire and they go back to town and yay, we killed the vampire. Well, the alchemist, might be angry, and an insight check might reveal like that the alchemist didn't want the vampire to be killed, and that's where more story is able to be ascertained. Perhaps there are clues, and maybe the gnome is actually there, and he's coming up behind the players and be like, what did you do? And now you've got another forced confrontation. You've always got to, as a DM, think on your feet, because the players are frequently going to do things that you are not going to expect, or at least that's that's my experience. So when you get into these kinds of things, be prepared for alternative options when you're creating your stories.
Be flexible. So next up, the players, they come back to the town, and the town is empty, right? And they don't know what's going on. There's a handful of goons that are left in town, and they're like trying to tell the players to just go away. But if confronted, they kind of just run away. And they what they do find out before the goons run away is the town is up at the manor where there is a feast going on, or some kind of festivities going on, and the players point blank are not invited.
So when the goons they cross this bridge and the players decide to pursue to garner more information, you've got this capacity to fight the goons and have them, be fighting in waves. And then, as they finally get to cross this bridge, you realize that this bridge, in fact, is the actual next monster. So you've got the encounter design of now fighting loads of monsters that some are appearing each round. So you're not overwhelming your players all at once. So like you pick, okay, well, like a lair action at initiative count 20, I'm going to roll a D6 and that many more goons enter the fray from the sides and join in. So you've got fun things to wind up doing there. But then when they come to this bridge, it is a gargantuan mimic. So it's got increased armor class, hit points, stats. Its damage has gone up based on its size. So you've definitely got some fun things that you could do by creating a brand new monster, and that's something.
Well, even before you get to that, right? You have in a dynamic environment to battle the goons in, and that is the bridge itself. Even before we reveal that, lo and behold, the bridge is actually a monster too. What happens on the bridge? What happens if a player is pushed over the bridge? Is this a bridge over a ravine or a river? What happens if you push the goons off, right? Are they out of the fight? Is the river just going to wash them down? If the player gets knocked into the river, maybe it doesn't really do damage, but then they have to battle against the river and get back up on one of the banks to get back into the fray. And depending on what kind of rolls, saving throws, checks, I mean, every system has their way of doing it, so you can use this no matter what you're doing. So it can knock them out of the fight temporarily. And like Ted said, you can determine how many of these goons you want to use, and maybe they don't all show up at the same time, or they kind of like form lines and ranks and kind of attack it in that way. But then you finally get done with it, and the last one, before dying, breaks a flask of liquid over top of this bridge, and the bridge begins rumbling and moving and glowing, and pseudopods start popping out of it as it kind of gets up to attack the players, and it gives you just a way to surprise them with this encounter and do something maybe they weren't expecting. So now we're getting towards the end, the climax. And that is when the players can confront the alchemist and go, hey, actually, we talked to the vampire and he's a bad guy, but is he really a bad guy? He actually points out that you're kind of a bad guy. And this is another opportunity for us to introduce a new monster and do some fun things. And the idea that was introduced is this is a giant vampire hybrid, and he has alchemical swarms of bats, whatever that means. But I like the idea, so we could kind of make up some cool things with it to introduce into our adventure. Like Ted said, we like any chance we get to kind of change monsters that already exist in the monster manual or make up new ones to kind of surprise our players, because oftentimes we play with players that are experienced and have been playing for a long time. And you can get this no matter what system you're playing in. Anyone that has a lot of expertise in it, they're going to kind of know the rules. And we can't help but like try and think about, well, what are these things? How are we going to defeat them? Maybe the alchemical bats, when they hit you, they stick. And the more bats you get stuck to you, one, maybe you're taking damage because they're biting you and trying to suck your blood, but also they just start become a hindrance and they hinder you. Bless you.
Thank you. So like, you've got the capacity to just generally use bats, wolves, and commoners, maybe with some tweaks. But as you apply this alchemical thing to them, you've got the capacity to take another stat block that you happen to like the ability that they have, and through whatever alchemical process this alchemist used, those powers fit. So you can take another stat block and just describe it as, well, it looks like a wolf, but when it breathes fire or grows spikes that you aren't expecting, okay, well, that's part and parcel. So we're very fond of reskinning an already existing stat block and just describing it differently, because those kinds of things are going to be more surprise moments to those players. But when it comes to making, this big bad, you want him to stand out. He's got monsters that are able to appear. So again, we get that swarm mechanic, or that, new monster coming in waves as a, lair action. But the villain, the alchemist, could have other things. It could have other lair actions it could do instead, if they're not taking down the smaller things, fast enough. Well, maybe there's other things. Does it have legendary actions? Giving legendary actions to your boss makes that thing stand out that much more, and makes it that much more challenging. So that's always something I like to look at when I'm planning something that I want it to be a memorable and fun encounter.
Yeah. So, and there's some other things that are going on here too. When the players first arrive, like the townsfolk are here. What role do they play? Do the players have to try and figure out, if they are friendlies or just they are not involved? So do the players worry about whether or not, they could be collateral damage or not? Do they care about this? Should definitely be a consideration. Maybe you bring it up as the GM. Maybe some of them are scared or act scared. Maybe the slave trader is here and he is scared and terrified for real. Maybe he's the only one that doesn't really know what's going on. But these are just some other complications that you can kind of throw into the mix.
And it adds to the story of, where this is going to wind up going next. Because, all right, unless this happens to be your conclusion and the campaign ends here, once you deal with this hybrid alchemist vampire thing, what happens to those townsfolk? That's going to determine, your player reaction, and allow you to resolve the entire story, not just how do I deal with this bad guy.
Yeah, and we even went and made up our mammoth mimic, so because why not? It's always fun to do, to figure out what kind of challenge that would be, which we used D&D Beyond for that. It was like super easy to just go in there and tweak the regular mimic. And if I could stop sharing my screen, I will. Okay. So now I think this is a part where we can take some questions. If you have questions, just throw a question at the in the chat there, and we can pull them out. And we can kind of like talk about the process, that we kind of went through. If you have anything specific you want to know.
Sharon has the first question. Do you have much plotting for you in RPG? So how would you field that one, Dave?
What was the question?
Basically, I want to know like how we handle plotting. So I'm
okay. I like when I'm not just running like an improv game and I'm improvising, I kind of like to do like flow charts, right? That to me, that is what makes sense. And I might have multiple decision points off of each one of my boxes. So like I'll have a plot point in a box, and then I might have like several different things depending on what I might think the players will do.
So I'm very reactive as a DM. I might have an outline of where I expect things to go, but Dave and I are both very improv DMs. When we're running our home games, a lot of times it's going to be, all right, we come to the table with 2 or 3 sentences, plot and planned, and okay, we have to, we're just going to run with this and see how things go. We might have some monsters prepped, but if the players go in an alternate direction, we just tend to wing it. So next question is, any tips for players asking, why are we doing this with, but you're going to get money and XP out of it. So when I look at, motivation, if the players are saying, why are we doing this? They're probably not going to do it, and they're going to pick something else. So that comes down to, the motivations of your story and what exactly, should the players be getting out of the material that you have prepped. So if you don't think those players are going to make those choices, find alternate ways that would convince them, or put alternate plot lines out there and let them bite on something that they're going to choose, that they would want to choose.
Yeah, so the baiting the hook is always the tricky part, right? And you're going to get those questions if you're baiting the hook with things that interest you as the GM, but maybe not the players or tied to their characters. Anytime you can find plot points that you can tie to a particular character in the story, one of the players, you're going to have a lot more success. If you're going to use an NPC, if you can use one they're familiar with and they like interacting with already, you're going to get more mileage out of that than introducing a new NPC. Like in the adventure that we kind of just outlined a little bit, and we'll see if we can get that someplace where you guys can get access to our notes and stuff. But if you say the slave trader, right? What if you were to make that slave trader an NPC they've encountered in the past? Whether he was a slave trader before or not, like you can be like, oh, new line of work, whatever. But if you could then make that somebody that they've experienced before, they're more likely to want to help that person.
Very true. So when it comes to statting new foes or statting new monsters, what do you say are the best starting points? What are hints to give players who are character DMs who are looking to make their own monsters?
Okay, what do you want this monster to do? What is the purpose of this monster? Is there an existing monster that is close or similar? That's where I would start. Many of my monsters come from me taking 2-3 existing monsters and be like, oh, I like this ability and these mechanics, and I can redress it to make it do what I want. For instance, I did this like bug hunt adventure where they're inspired by Alien and the Zerg from StarCraft, right? So like one of the things I did is I took ANKEGs and mashed them with different monsters and kind of described them because it kind of did what I wanted. Like my soldier-esque like Zerg creatures were just a combination of the knight and an ANKEG, right? And I just mixed and matched to get the effect that I kind of wanted and then describe them the way I wanted them, and I used the knight's ability where they help each other to kind of like facilitate like their hive mind and how they work together.
The DMG, and I tried to grab the proper page number, and it wasn't what I remembered. But the DMG actually has a essentially a damage, armor class, hit point level based on CR. There's a chart in there that you can follow. So if I want to plan, and make a monster that's a challenge 7, okay, well that should be what you're looking at. And there's a lot of stuff in the monster manual that falls outside of what they have, listed in that chart. But it's a great starting point. So as Dave says, pick a monster that's close, or pick a monster that is an appropriate challenge rating and has some similar abilities, and build from there. I almost always start with a pre-existing stat block when I make something. It might be vastly different. I might make something that's strength heavy, become a dex heavy monster. But if I want to make a spellcaster, I'm going to grab one of the numerous spellcasters that are already there and then build off of that. If I'm going to build a tank monster, well, I'm going to start with a monster that's already, tank like. This is a great set because those things are already out there, and you can build off of those.
Yeah, the only final thought would be on that is sometimes I don't make a new monster. Sometimes I just take an existing monster and describe them different and reskin them. And you can even tailor their abilities to work a little bit different. And most of the times your players won't know. And it's like the fastest, easiest way to get new monsters without doing a ton of work.
So when making monsters, how do we make sure they're not overpowered? It is always willing to scale down and keep the challenge the same. Where if you scale up, that doesn't necessarily work as much unless you're willing to say, well, I'm going to bump it, to the next challenge rating. If you're wind up dealing with, an XP pool, if you're just saying, well, I'm going to keep it within that damage threshold, and I'm just awarding milestone or levels when I feel it's appropriate, then you don't have to worry about the actual XP distribution.
Yeah, so there's two things. One, lean on the DMG for the challenge and go by that. If this is for a adventure you're writing, then you might have to do some play testing. or if it is for a convention adventure, again, playtesting, find your friends, run them through it, see what happens. If this is for your home group, it's going to matter less because you're going to know your players better. You're going to know what their characters can do. You can kind of eyeball it, right? You still might want to use the DMG to come up with, well, if I was running this someplace else, what would this be? But like, you know that you have that certain player that's going to do that thing, and it's going to do like an amazing amount of damage every time because that's what they do. So like you can take that into account and be like, well, it's going to need more hit points, or it's going to, need more resistances or a way to get away from that damage or be more mobile. So you're just gonna have to take that stuff into your thoughts when you're creating it.
So I guess we have time for one more question. It says, do you plan a way to let the heroes off the hook in case an encounter proves to be too deadly?
I don't plan it, but that being said, if something happens and it makes sense to just knock out the party and take them prisoners, then the adventure is going to go in a different direction. If it, I hate to do the savior method, so I'm not likely to do that. I would much rather, have them knocked out and made into prisoners. But sometimes it just depends on the monster. If it's a wild beast type creature, it's going to kill and it's going to eat them, right? That's what's most likely going to happen. Now, if they try and run away and they come up with like a clever idea to do that, I will absolutely let them get away. Maybe try and put the fear of the monster in them a little bit more on their way out.
I would absolutely look at this. Again, I'm like Dave. I don't plan, but again, I feel like I've got enough experience behind the screen that if things start to go poorly, I can change the situation. I'm not going to do the savior method. That tends to rob the players of their choice of, do we flee? Or, perhaps things are going poorly. I mean, I was running a game just the other day, actually yesterday, where it was brutal on the players, but the villain got brought down to 10 hit points. Well, he wasn't planning to die. He was coming to try and take over this town. So it was like, well, at 10 hit points, he's going to flee. I didn't make this decision, prior to the battle. I made that decision when he took attack and was like, oh, that's close. He's up next. He's just going to start flying away. That gave the players the chance to win that encounter that could have actually ended in a couple of them potentially dying because they were out of healing magic. Several of them were already on the ground, but it was that clutch moment that the next hit could have killed that guy. So no, he didn't want to die. He was willing to leave and come back with more later.
And I think that is all of our time. So it is now time for us to head on out. Thanks, everyone. Nerdarchy.com. And with that, till next time, stay nerdy.
Stay nerdy.
I'm on mute. Of course I'm on mute. There we go. Look at that. 780 people shouting at me. I'm on mute and I didn't hear anyone. Oh. Okay, so let me start that again. Thank you, Nerdarchy. What a great presentation. I love the statting. I mean, the mimic, and there was so many great questions coming through as well. There's just not enough time. Anyway. All right, so we're going to jump straight in to Dungeon Fog as they bring us the next presentation. Why aren't we going to Chaora, you might ask? Well, that's because we want to keep it secret and safe. Anyway, let us hand over now to Dungeon Fog.
All right. Hello, everyone. So wow, that was an interesting journey so far. I think we've learned a lot of cool stuff. And I'm really excited now to add in with the dungeon map part, where we now are going to start and build an encounter map for the final showdown. So without any further ado, let's just jump into it. When I do battle map design, when I create and plan my battle maps, I have found a very helpful concept that I like to fall back to and use as an inspiration. And whoop, that was the wrong button. I needed to go here. And that is the 5-room concept by John Ford. Now, if you know that, that's perfect. If you haven't never heard about it, go to roleplayingtips.com, where he introduces the concept in details. To give you a brief understanding of what he says is, if you want to build a dungeon map, and keep in mind, he was mainly talking about theater of the mind map design, or theater of the mind dungeon design, I should say. You only need 5 rooms or 5 areas. You need an entrance with a guardian that kind of protects this dungeon to make sure that no one else has looted it before, followed up by a puzzle or a role-playing challenge, which kind of changes the or tailors to different player styles, where some like to fight, some like to solve puzzles, some like to role play a lot. So you're going to bring different tones in here. Once they have overcome this room or this area, they are confronted with a trick or a setback to shake up the game, to make sure that they're always on their footing when it comes to changing the pacing or changing the game, the map in our case. Then the 4th room will lead up to the climax, which is obviously the final showdown, the big battle, whatever it is, what you're bringing there. And finally, you want to give them loot, you want to give them a revelation of what has happened here. You might hint things that are going to be interesting for the next adventure, so you could put mission objectives there. And that's basically the concept that this 5-room dungeon idea offers. So we're going to take that and we're going to build the Alchemist's Mansion. So the first thing I usually do is I look at what am I going to do and how do I want to set that scene. So I'm kind of designing the map prerequisite here, where I say, okay, what do I need? What is the inspiration, source of inspiration here? And leading up to that decision was that we've learned that when the party returns from the vampire, they come back to the village and they realize that the alchemist and some of the influential people of town have left to the mansion. They all went up to the estate for a dinner. And that definitely means we need an estate map. So to get an understanding of what map I am building, I usually go into the interwebs and search for some inspiration. So like, for example, this building that for me is a good mix between the Addams Family and Frankenstein, and obviously something vampiristic or dark. Another great source, obviously, is looking for relatable blueprints. Now, when I looked for this adventure, I found this beautiful layout that could be used as the layout for the mansion of the glass shaker mansion from The Alchemist. Now, apparently for this workshop, this would be a little bit too much to build together. So I started to look at the map and I started to say, okay, how can I condense this into a map that is playable within one session? Because this is a beautiful map and I would love to build it, but I know for sure that my players will spend more than one session in that mansion. And again, for the sake of this workshop, we need to find something that is a little bit more condensed. So before we're starting to condense that, how can we translate the 5-room concept into the map that we are making? And the first recommendation I would give to you is don't picture those rooms as rooms. We don't want to build 5 rooms that are just lined up on a perk chain. What we want to create is 5 scenes or 5 areas of interest. So we're going to use that concept. The next thing that is, I think, very important, because we are now talking about map design and not theater of the mind anymore, is the map should allow the players to explore. There should be areas that they can go to. There should be different routes that they can explore. So we should keep that in mind when we create the map. I think also very important is when you create big maps and you want to have a consistent gameplay, you should avoid backtracking a lot, or if you have to, you should make it meaningful. You will see in a minute what I mean. Obviously, we need to plan space for combat. People like our players, the PCs, they will be fighting, and we need enough space to allow combat. We need to pay attention to casters and ranged fighters. We need to pay attention to close combat. We need to pay attention to running distances. So we have to keep that in mind when we design that. And I think most importantly, we have to prepare that our players are going off the rails in a minute. Like the saying is, a plan only exists as long as it, like 1 minute until the action takes place, something like that. So we know that whatever we do with the battle map, the players are going to do something completely different. Okay. So I took the map, again, this was the original map, and I took it and I tried to condense it into a smaller map that we can build together in this workshop. And as you can see, we have the foyer, where they might possibly enter. We have the dining room where they are expecting that the alchemist and the townsfolk are residing. I have added a ballroom. I will talk about that in a minute, a lounge. And then we have something like the living area where the master's bedroom is and the study, whereas also we have a kitchen for the servants and the servant access that leads into the ballroom, because you don't want to have servants who carry dirty dishes directly through the guests in your ballroom. So that is the basic concept that we have here. And now we need to understand how we can work those 5 concepts into this map. So the first we know is the guardian. So when the PCs arrive, we need a guardian scene. Now we've already learned that the bridge suddenly comes alive and is a mammoth mimic, thanks to Nerdicky here, which means that we have our perfect guardian. What else can you do than say, okay, here's the bridge, here's the mansion, you're approaching it, and you are suddenly fighting a giant bridge, which I think sounds really scary. So when I create the map, I factor in that I now need a river and a bridge, because that is part of the full encounter map. So number 1, we are placing here our guardian. Number 2 is if we haven't TPK'd our party with that giant mammoth mimic, what a word, then they are going to approach the mansion. So step number 2, we've already learned, should be a puzzle or a role-playing challenge. I think there's a very clever and easy way to do that. The second they approach the mansion, a servant opens the door and says, "Do you have a dinner invitation?" And suddenly they are confronted with an RP challenge, because they cannot get access to that mansion if they cannot role play them inside it. Now, if I would play this map with my players, I'm pretty sure that after they have battled that giant bridge, they will not just walk up front to the mansion and enter it. I am pretty sure that they will try to sneak around the house and find a back entrance. So we have a perfect opportunity here to combine this into an RP challenge and the puzzle in the same space, where we say, if they are very role-play heavy, they will try to gain access either by talking to this servant or either by convincing some servants that are having I don't know, smoke at the back entrance, or they will try to find a way to sneakily get into that building. So here we are. I think this is a perfect way to prepare for that, which means that they are now somehow inside. And that means that we are now at step number 3. And step number 3 is it is time to confront them with a setback. So the idea behind the setback is that your players they have overcome the Guardian, they have solved the puzzle, they are inside the mansion. They feel undefeatable. And now it is time to change their expectation on that. And I think a great thing for that would be that they have expected a small dinner party in that mansion, but there is a full ball, like probably masquerade going on with many, many guests who are all masked, and suddenly all their beautiful plans, because again, my PCs would have spent a lot of time outside the mansion coming up with the perfect plan. Now this plan falls apart. So this is the setback we are confronting them with. So here you see, we just generally say the dinner, the abandoned dinner table, the filled ballroom, people who are hanging out in the lounge, people who are strolling through the foyer, all of that is part of our setback scenario here. Well, finally, they will make their way into the ballroom where the alchemist stands and chats and is flamboyant. So it is time for the showdown. This is our climax scene. But I think what we need to pay attention to is the fact that your players might completely overthrow your plans. They might just go in and blast a fireball into the ballroom because they expect that there are just vampires in there. Or they might be stronger than you've expected. So a great way to work something in here that also allows some meaningful backtracking is, sorry, that's already the next, is that when the alchemist gets in trouble, he flees. So he tries to get away to his secret chamber, and he's definitely going to use the servant access for that, which means that if the full mansion has layer actions, they would be perfect to hinder your players from just jumping in and defeating him in an instant. So we can work a chase in here where he's now trying to get from the ballroom back to his secret lair that we're going to talk about in a minute. Because where is the loot? Well, apparently the loot is in his secret lair, the one that he is keeping hidden from everyone else. And by now he has either lured the players effectively there because he could escape and retreat to his secret lair, and now we have the final battle there, or because your party was just really efficient and they just killed him right away. And then you can drop a MacGuffin like a skeleton key or whatever you can come up with that hints the party that there is more than they have expected. So the secret chamber is then the revelation where it is revealed that he has those pools of blood where he siphons the vampires, where he probably keeps his private little vampire slave that he drains whenever he needs a midnight snack. And this is how we are going to approach the map. Now, keep in mind that if we build it like that, we will definitely want to add something like a secret door or hidden access that leads down into the secret chamber. Okay, to sum this up very briefly, we pay attention to the areas of interest, we allow exploration, we create ways for meaningful backtracking, we keep enough space for combat, and we are prepared for the chaos. Right, so if you would like to follow me, for those of you who have created a free Dungeon Fork account, for those of you who already have a Dungeon Fork account, you can now open your Dungeon Fork website, log in there. By now, we should have already, yes, thank you, Thomas. We should have already posted on several channels, I think in our Discord, as well as in the chat. we should have posted a blueprint for you, the map that I've just shown you, so you can use that as a reference. And we will, where is my, I have no idea, where is my Dungeon Fog screen? There it is. Right, so if you follow me, again, if you want to, we can work accordingly with each other. I will show you what to do, you can follow me there, or you just lean back and watch. So the first thing we are going to do is we are going to create a new map. I have already prepped that a little bit, so it has already a name, it has a brief description, it has some tags. And for this map, I would ask you, please, to create a map size, because that's what the blueprint was designed for, with 100 pixels per grid, and a map size of 50 by 36. Okay, one more time, and then you can ask in the Dungeon Fog chat. We will post that if you haven't caught that. It is 100 grids, 100 pixel per grid, and then the map size is 50 by 36. Once you're there, perfect. All you need to do is open, sorry, I need to look here, open the map. That will bring you into the Dungeon Fog interface. And since you should by now have received the blueprint, you can download it from the links, you can download it in our Discord. You can add this blueprint by activating, like when you click on the stage, you can activate Show Blueprint and then click to add one, and then just simply upload the image and add this blueprint. As you can see, it is already optimized for the map that we are working with. Oh, there's a table here. Let me just quickly adjust my camera a little bit. There you go. And click on Apply. And that will add this blueprint as a backdrop to the map that you're working with. Now, the first thing I want to do is I just want to reduce the transparency or increase the transparency so it's not as disturbing. And the next thing I'm going to do for now is I'm going to scale to fit. Let's bring that back for a second. So this is the blueprint that we have been looking at, and this is the map that we are going to design. The second thing I want to point out is, thanks to Chaora, we have now over 100 asset pack. So that's 100 assets, a bit more, I think, that are from Chaora himself, and they are available for free. So free users and premium users alike can access that, and you can find that in several instances. Let's just briefly name that ground level. When you click on the floor texture, for example, it will bring up your texture interface. And there you can find Chaora, Dark Lord. And here we have the textures that Chaora has created for us. Now, for the map, I will pick the dark blue grass here. By the way, the grid is really disturbing. I will turn this into a black grid and reduce the transparency a little bit so we don't have that terrible grid. And just to go back at 100%, you will see that if you just apply the texture like this, it is very tiled. So what we can do is we increase the scaling of the texture. So instead of 100%, we put here 1000%. And now the texture is scaled at 1000%, but it works perfectly fine for this map because now it is very detailed. Okay. So the next thing I would like to do is I would like to show you how we can draw the river. So for that, I'm going to use the room tool. And let me just quickly save this room settings. I'm going to need them later. So I've just created a room here to store my settings. This is, you don't have to follow me there. This is just for me. I'm creating a room, but I'm not creating a normal room here because it should be a river and not a room. I'm using the cave setting for that. So I'm going into cave setting. I'm now picking the color for the water, which I think for the sake of this here is the dark purple grass is really cool for that. And I just need to turn off the coloring here and I need to go at 1000% as well. There you go. And we want the walls to be exactly the same as the ground texture. So we're going to set the walls as dark blue grass with 1000 scaling percentage. And I need to turn off the change colors because I have that preset. So now what I can do is I can start to draw that. And here's a little trick. When you hold down the Shift key in Dungeon Fog, you are not bound to the grid anymore. So I can just hold down the Shift key and start tracing my blueprint, which I don't have to follow exactly. It's just a blueprint, but it gives me a good understanding of where the river should be. And let's scroll down here a little bit. And there you go. Okay, so let's trace. We know that there's going to be the bridge. Okay, I need to close it. And now we have a river here. And again, I will zoom in a little bit so that you can see what we have here. Now, because we've used the cave tool, we have this outcroppings here. We have this wibbly wobbly line. And it's a little bit harsh, so I'm going to reduce it a little bit. And now it kind of looks like a river, and we can definitely refine that later. So next thing I'm going to add is I'm going to add the bridge. Now, that is one of the reasons why I've saved the, wait, this is annoying here. One of the reasons why I've saved this was because now I can pick up the settings. Don't worry, I'm going to show you the settings in a minute. But now I have the perfect settings that I can use, and I can start to draw my bridge. Now, what settings did I use? Let's quickly look at that. For the floor, I have used in our stone, natural stone texture pack, I've used the solid dark stone. And to match the colors a bit of what Chaora has created in the asset pack, I have set the colorization. So I've activated colorize, and I've set the color to 220 and then 20 and 20. So if you go 220, 20, 20, that's perfect. That absolutely fits the color style here. And for the wall, all we did was we made it a little bit darker, which means it's 220, 20, 10. There you go. That doesn't really look like a bridge though. So what we need to do is we need to hide the walls. So I can select the room, I can select the wall, and I click on hide. Then this wall disappears. And what I also can do is I can add a little circle in here, and I can add a little circle in here. Again, select the wall, go to you. When you have selected the wall, you get those wall settings, and the segment type, just set it to circle. All right, so this already looks a lot better. This already looks a little bit like a bridge. Let's add a little bit decoration to it. And for that, you go to the props tool, which is the little chair icon here, and you find under the setting Chaora, the Dark Lord setting, where we have all the beautiful things that Chaora has created for us. And I would like to use the gargoyle to decorate that bridge. So I'm going to, with Shift and mouse wheel, I'm going to select the gargoyle. I'm going to rotate it, Shift and mouse wheel to rotate, click to place. Now, for some of you, it might have happened that this looks something like this. When you place the gargoyle onto the room, it suddenly is inside the room instead of on top of it. So all you need to do is you need to activate the above walls setting. This will bring the gargoyle above all walls that you have, and he's rendered on top of everything. Okay, I also want this gargoyle to look outside instead of inside. So I'm going to, wait, I can't remember. Yeah, I'm going to mirror it. And now I can duplicate, Control D, by the way. Duplicate is Control D. I can duplicate it, and all I need to do now is I need to mirror him vertically. So I now have the gargoyle here and there. And we are going to add some little gargoyles, and we can just simply place them. Let's place one here. It is above walls. Perfect. We've kept that setting. Place it here, here, and here. All right. So I could do the same thing down here, but there's a way to do it faster, and I'm going to show it to you. I'm just quickly going to switch to my levels and layers. Because here, oh, look at that, this gargoyle is on the stage. If something is placed not directly on the room, it is rendered onto the stage. So I just drag it onto the room, and then I will place it here. So if I now look at the content, I see that I have all of them here. Perfect. They are now part of this room. So what I can do is I can create a little folder here and call that just briefly gargoyles. And now I just drag them in there. Click and drag, click and drag, click and drag. And now they are part of a set, which I can duplicate, place here, and flip vertically. There you go. Now they are on both sides, and I have very quickly created this bridge. I think all I need to do right now is I go to my brushes. I pick the texture, which is the dark grass texture. And let's see, yeah, opacity is fine. And I will, oh, well, that takes too long. And I can brush on top of that. So now I don't have this direct edge, but I have something like that. All right. You see, just a few minutes and you have the river and you have the bridge. Let's leave that for now and let's continue with our, I think I'm going to zoom out for that a little bit. Let's go to 50%. I can just use that. I will put it here, take the edge points, drag them, because now we are creating the layout. So all I need to do is I select my room tool and I start tracing all those things here. There you go. Add the kitchen. Right, onward, let's do the servants access. Now, for the foyer, the lounge, and this little middle room here, we need to pay a little bit attention to this. So when I place down my points, I will create a point here, and then the same here, because we are going to hide those walls in a minute. The same I'm going to do here. Click, click. There you go. And we need to do the same here, which means here stop, and there. And now we are getting here, and we are getting here. Fine. Now let's quickly hide those. Select the walls element, either click on hidden or just right click and use the little context menu here, the circular menu, hide and hide. And we already have the layout. Very cool. I don't need my blueprint anymore for now, so I'm going to deactivate that. And by the way, I'm going to save because saving is very important. The next thing I usually do, because I want to understand how people move around that place, is I'm going to add doors and windows. So as you can see, Chaora has even created a beautiful new door and window set for us, and we're going to utilize that now. I will start with the double door because that's where probably our players enter. And I would expect that if I have guests, I want to impress them. So I have beautiful double doors leading into the dining room. They are connected through double doors with the ballroom. And there should be another set of double doors to the lounge. I think we can also place double doors here. And that's with the double doors for now. In regards to single wooden doors, we definitely need one where after his normal midnight snack, the alchemist can return to his sleeping room. He needs access to the study, and he most likely want to cross between those rooms on his own. In regards to the kitchen, I would say that because the servants are running in and out all the time, we're going to have open doors here and here. But honestly, I would hate it if the door would always knock me in the back from here. So I'm going to mirror that in that direction. That's perfect. And we said we want to give, oh, sorry, I still had selected that one. I need to deactivate first. And we've said we want to give them a back entrance. So we're going to place a door here. Now let's continue with the windows. We have beautiful windows here. I'm going to stick with the blue one for now. So we're going to have, this is his bedroom, and he would like to have a little bit of light in here. This is his study. This is very zoomed out. I will go in a little bit, that will help me. This is the study, which means he will definitely want to have more light in here. So he's going to have 3 windows in here. Let's assume that you can look outside of the foyer a little bit. This is just a room without windows. And if I activate Snap to Grid, I will be a lot faster here because it's always snapping to the grid. So the dining room is very well lit through windows. For this one, this is the ballroom. Chaora has created beautiful long stained windows, which we can use here. I think I might need to rearrange them. Yeah, I need to. Okay, so let's try to move you a little bit here. Perfect. And now let's try to make you a little bit more centered. There you go. We can live with that. We can always fine adjust later. And as far as I'm concerned, nope, I want to have, I think this is going to be very dark. If you don't have any windows in here, this is going to be terrible. Also, so let's put a window. Let's put one here. That casts a lot of light in here. And I think if you're working in the kitchen, you would really like to have a window. So let's put a window in here as well. Right. Okay. Let's go back out a little bit again. So in terms of our layout, I think we are almost there. Now what we need to do, or the next step I usually do, is I start to colorize or change the textures of the floors because I want to have them different. So I'm going to select this one and I'm going to change the floor texture to this wooden floor. Now, again, I still have the colorize option on, so I need to turn that off first. And if we're looking at that at 100%, apologies, I need to scroll. I think the tiling is really big in terms of, if that is 5 squares, then that is a really big floor, or the floor tiles are really big. So I would like to reduce them, and let's put them down to 150%, which is absolutely fine. So I need to do that for all those rooms, but I don't want to spend clicking, selecting each of them and changing and adjusting them. So what I'm going to use is I'm going to use the Paint Room tool. When I select that, I have this little pipette, and I can pick up the room settings, and I can now paste them. So I can say, okay, I want this here. This is wooden, and I would say this is wooden. And there are weird noises here. Oh, right. So oh no, that was my
We'll wait for Till to come back. That sounded catastrophic, didn't it? He just went, oh no, it's my... And that was it. I'm not muted. I'm not muted. I'm not muted. I know, I was muted just for a little bit. Just for a little bit. He's like, oh no, that's my... I have no idea what's happened to Till. Well, there you go, guys. I see in chat that there's so much stuff that he's taking us through. It's absolutely amazing just to watch him go through it. And he's so calm. It's like click, 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 click. And I'm watching the time going, well, he's got 20 minutes left. How's he going to finish this? But I think he actually is going to finish it. So I hope you really are. I hope this is valuable to you. I hope it's valuable to you. I know that the text is not particularly clean, but I think if you watch it again, you will see you'll see a lot more, especially if you have that window open. So there we go. Yes. Who knew about regions, right? And that copy paste thing is absolutely amazing. I see that Till is back, so I'm going to let him pick up again. So here we go. Back to Till.
So all I need to do now is I need to change my layout a little bit, because do you know what happened? My monitor just went, it's smoking in here. My monitor just, well, had a power surge and went offline, and it flipped the power in the whole office. Exactly what you want to have while you're doing a talk. Okay, so picking up again, I need to, again, I think I need to switch my layout a little bit. I'm sorry, I apologize. This will just take a few seconds. And let's do this one, which I need the laptop screen now. No, okay, let's not try to get overly complicated. So let's move in here. And let's move that a little bit down. There you go. So where was I? Right, I was just showing you how to copy paste that stuff. And now we want to adjust. First of all, I would like to adjust this color a little bit. I think we need to spice it up a little bit. So I'm going to colorize this. I hope Chaora will forgive me. To something like that. So we have a different color, which kind of is, this is the servant area, this is a little bit worn out, and this is the master's room, which is better. So let's pick that up and paint it here. All right, there we go. And now we can continue with this room. And this, as with the ballroom, is like the fancy area. This is where he has his guests, where he serves to them. And we are going to, nope, that's the wall setting, sorry. We're going to the floor setting here, and this is fancy floor as well. Here you are. So by now we have, I will go to 80% here, that gives me a better view. By now we have colorized our floors. I forgot the kitchen, look at that. We use a kitchen floor here that is very dark, although I like this. I will just probably increase the lightness a little bit. So now we have the kitchen as well. All right, now we have this weird transition here between the room, the lounge and the foyer. And what we can do is we can play with that. So I'm switching to the draw shape tool here, and I'm going to make this also fancy floor without colorization. Scaling is 200. That is perfectly fine. And now I can draw something like this here, which creates this leading way. I would though like it to be set in the floor. So I put it beneath grounds. Which means that I think there could be small stairs leading up here, which I can also do briefly with the shape tool. So I again take the shape tool and I'm drawing something like a stair here, which we're going to make with Control-Shift a little bit smaller and move it here. And by Control-D, I duplicate that, make it again a little bit smaller and place it here. And suddenly we have the stairs. So if we look at that room, we now have the entrance that is leading up here, up the stairs into that. I do see though that my door needs a little bit of adjustment here. There you go, I think that's better. All right. Now, I think it's highly unlikely that the whole mansion has just one floor. I think there should be a second floor, something upstairs. Although we are not going to pay attention to the upstairs room in this session, I think it would be nice to show you how you can create beautiful stairs. So if you go to the room section, to the room tool, and we are creating now something like this, so a little triangle here. When we select that and we make it circular and we flip the circle to the outside, we now have this little niche here. And if we go into the advanced mode of the drawing tool and we change the floor texture also to the same natural stone that we have for the other one and colorize it in the same color, all we need to do is we need to hide the inner wall segment, like the inner wall shadow and the inner wall outline of our advanced settings here. And we suddenly have something like that. Now that is not a stair, obviously, but that is what we need to create our stair. Because now we're going to do the same thing and we're going to create a room that goes like 2 squares from here, 2 squares down, 2 squares down, and is closing back up again. Because by utilizing the circle, our circle is not properly drawn here. We need to ramp that up a little bit. And a circle here that is also going to the outside. We now have this area. So if we go in there, if we hide that room, and if we also go in there and make this a little bit thinner, let's put it to 4 and 4. We now have this, which is already really good for using a stair. Now, if you look at, let me just show you. Now, if you look at that area here, you can see that there's a slight offset of your, because that is a 12 by 12 thick wall, and that is a 4 thick wall. So all I need to do is I just shift that up a little bit and we can close the gap. I'm sorry, you're not seeing it, now you're seeing it. Right. So last but not least, let's put some stairs in there. So I go into my prop tool, I type stair, and we have those round stairs here, which I can now, wait, they should not be above walls, otherwise something weird happens. And I can scale them up and place them here. And now we have this entrance area with the stairs leading up. Right, we can now go on and decorate more and more in details, but I would like to now start adding props. And let's start with the study, because I think that is an interesting thing to show you. So first of all, tomorrow I'm going to talk way more in detail about lighting and shadow systems, dynamic shadows and all that stuff, because we are kind of running out of time and I would like to show you at least some prop placement before I will hopefully find the screen where all the questions are and answer them. So let's go into prop placement here. And if you select, let's go, for example, I know that we have what was it called? It was an oven or something like that. I think it was down there somewhere. The fireplace, there you go. If I place if I put the fireplace in here because he wants to have it warm and cozy, you can see that the fireplace by himself already emits light, which is absolutely perfect because if we're now starting to add a little chair here, because that's where he's going to sit, we can tell this chair to, if we activate the light settings, cast a shadow. And that's a, well, that's a long shadow because the light source is low. So I think that is pretty fine. So next thing we're going to do is we're going to look for a beautiful table, and I need to find them. So I will go for small table. Let's look at that one. That is perfect. Let's put a small table here. And I know that there is a writing desk somewhere. So let's find that one. Lectern, that's fine as well. Let's put one here. And there you are. It's just called a desk. So let's put a desk here. And we can then add books. But we want them book. It's singular. So there's an open book on the table. There's another book here. And there is an open book here. And was it sheet? Was it paper? I think it was paper. We can put some papers here. There's a paper, there's one on the floor. There's one on the desk. There's probably one, although that should not be biased on the fireplace. And we can then use some brushes to add a little bit of detail to the floor. So I will now go in and I will, let's use the wooden floor. We should use it at the same size, but we're going to darken it a little bit. So let's darken the floor texture here. And when we're now bringing that in, we can have little scratch marks here. We can even go in and try, although this is really experimental. Wood, worked wood, we have scratched wood. Let's see if the scratched wood, well, I think it will work. I will control set that, undo it, because I think the texture needs to be rotated by 90 degrees. And if we work, no, definitely not. That is absolutely the wrong direction. It should not have been rotated by 90 degrees. Let's keep it like that. And we add little scratch marks. Now, keep in mind, we are still working at the lighting, at the ambient lighting of 100% and 100%. So what I would do, I would later start and reduce that, which means it's getting a lot darker, which also means that we need to add more light sources because otherwise our players will not see anything on the map. And although we think it's really cool, our players will hate it. So find the right balance between light, no light. That would be very helpful. What I think this is really empty here. I think we should put something here. Let's see if we can find something that is a Chaora asset and that works nicely. A chair, a chest. Well, maybe a couch. Well, why not? He wants to sit there and relax a little bit. He might want to have a little couch table next to it. So we have a round table here, but I know that there is a coffee table somewhere. Dining table, no, we're not looking for that. coffee table right above, blind as I am. So let's put a little coffee table here, and let's add some candles on that table. As you can see, the candles emit light as well. They add too much to that because they have a terrible range right now. So we're going to reduce the range a little bit, and we are going to probably change the color and reduce the brightness a little bit. There you go. Now the chair should also cast a shadow, and I think the table, nope, that's not going to work because he has candles on top of it. That one could cast a shadow, and the lectern could cast a shadow. All right. Okay. I'm out of time, which means here we are. We're going to finish this map. Either you are going to finish this map as part of your homework, or we are going to pick up tomorrow, because if you submit your work, if you've worked on the map and you're submitting it, we will take that and review it together with Chaora in our workshop tomorrow. And then we will continue filling it with assets, adding brushes, refining it, where Chaora himself will add to this by telling me what to do while I'm trying to do it. No questions for now, but I have saved all the questions, which means I can address them tomorrow in the workshop, and I will come back to those, and I will take some time specifically to answer those questions for you. Apologies for the technical difficulties. It's still rather smelly in here because that computer monitor just breathed out his life, but we were back, and now I hand over to, I don't know who. So apparently I am with Chaora. Hi, Mark. How are you doing? Hi. Did your computer burn?
No.
That's perfect, because my monitor just smoked and we had a blackout in the office, and exactly what you would like to have on your class. Well, we're back. Everything's fine. I'm good, and I can see your map. Oh Jesus, that is beautiful.
Yeah. It's just a little map, you know. I just couldn't really.
Oh yeah.
I was sitting there. I was going. Somebody said, "Are you going to draw a compass rose?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'll draw a compass rose."
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Sure.
So tell me a little bit about the map. What colors? I think you found a very nice set of colors. It's a bit dark. It's a bit vampire. It's not too depressive. It's still good from the coloring.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty happy with it overall. I think that the thing is that this was actually quite a hard color scheme for me to get right. I actually went back during the course of the stream and reworked a few areas. Originally, it was much more green, and then I added a lot more blues. There was none of this orange in the corner here, and this sort of brownish color. But I added that in to give a bit more contrast to the blue, which is over in the ocean. So, you know, this one was actually a really hard color scheme to get right, because just this area is the detailed area. There's nothing up here, there's nothing over here, and there's pretty much nothing in the ocean. So generally speaking, I was just really trying to focus on this area, but this meant that when you zoomed out, all of these areas looked really like, you know, barren and dry and bleh. And I can show you, because basically if you take off some of the contrast that I was doing like that, you can see that it was just looking a bit bland around the edges. So I added a lot more sort of darker areas, and that, I think that really helped.
Yeah, a lot. Can you zoom in for the others? Can you zoom in on your beautiful compass rose?
Sure, yeah. I just finished this literally just a few seconds ago. I actually want to desaturate it a little bit so it matches the rest of the map.
So it apparently has the bat, the vampire. It is a bit royal. What was your thinking
Would you
process
like to
behind
know
it?
that it is the exactly same thing that I made for the same asset that you can use in the tokens?
Yeah. I haven't, like, again, my computer blacked out, so I wasn't able to place any coffins yet. But you and we are going to show that tomorrow in the other workshop. We are going to show all your beautiful assets,
Yes.
to the viewers.
Yep. And I don't actually have a title for the map. So at the moment, it's literally just COW region map. Oh God, what am I doing? Which, as it turns out, pretty well, you know. For 4.5 hours work, that's yeah.
Well,
I think
if you want to stick to that map name, you will have to at least place a cow somewhere.
just have a little cow going. Woo!
Yeah, that has a little speech bubble says, "What the fuck am I doing? Oh my God."
But yeah, no, it's I had points in this where I mean, don't get me wrong. For the last 4.5 hours, I have been more stressed making a map than I've ever been. But
yeah, I'm kind of in the spot there right now because I tried to make a battle map within 40 minutes, and that was already stressful. And having some technical issues also was kind of like my heart is.
Yeah, well, we talked about it, didn't we, in the meeting? We're like,
yeah, we did.
Nobody has any problems.
Yeah. Okay, so the question to you, though, do you think this map is finished? I mean, I know that you will answer no, but in terms of, we are going into Cows Gone Wild now really soon. So do you think that you're happy with the result today?
I am, yeah, I'm happy with it. I wouldn't say it's finished. There's too many blank areas, but we're going to fill that in Cows Gone Wild. So, yep, I'm happy. I'm really happy with it.
Awesome, very cool. You were just drawing all the time, so you have no idea what happened on the channel.
No,
I think
none.
you will be surprised of all the stuff that has happened here, and you will see some really cool stuff. We have a very active chat, so be prepared that they are going to throw a lot of weird ideas at us, and we will try to make them happen.
Hi, Chad. How you doing? Oh dear. I think we are getting ready now to go into that. Do we have a break before we go into Cows Gone Wild, or are we just gonna start just hi? How's it going?
Let me jump in there. I can see some people are not looking at their script. Anyway, it's absolutely fine. Thank you, Till. Thank you, Chaora. What a beautiful map. I mean, I'm not muted, thank goodness. It has been quite the night. But it's not yet done. It's not yet over, and it's about to. Folks, it's now where you get to participate. And although we may or may not have had a railroaded script that was timed to the minute, although we may or may not have had that, now we don't have anything timed or planned. As a matter of fact, it's entirely up to you. So if you've got questions about the entries for the homework, that's all going to be revealed in the next hour or so. But it is time for Cows Gone Wild, which is where all of us are going to jump into the Zoom chat. Well, I mean, all of the presenters and the panelists and the masters of their classes, I should say. We're going to jump into Zoom, and we're going to create another area and another adventure in the Cow region map. Oh God, what am I doing zone? And you're going to help us do that. Now, you're going to help us do that, I hope. It's going to be a lot of fun. This is where you get to leave your mark, as it were. The vampire cow, by the way, I think is inspired, chat. Here is Here is not the link. I thought I'd copied the link. You know, that beautiful build-up and then failure to launch. Link copied, so it says, here is a poll. Here is a poll. So, please, 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 please go and answer this poll. Now, I'm going to walk you through it because it's complicated. It's not complicated, but it would be easier if you didn't screw it up. So you'll see that the poll has got adventure type, location, showdown, monsters to use, random items. There are 5 things. Choose one from each category. Okay, so you're going to go and choose one from each category. So you should be voting 5 times. Please don't vote twice in the same category. So vote through that, and then we will take that, and from your vote we're going to make a complete adventure. Chaora is going to draw a whole new region map. He did 4 hours. That was nice. Now he's got an hour. He's actually got 2 hours. So there we go. I mean, it's, you know, it's an improvement. Till's going to draw an entire dungeon, and Circle of World Builders are literally going to make the entire continent with everything in it, including elf shoes. So it's going to be fun. Right, so go and vote. Uh-oh, I'm being interrupted. Am I muted? Yes. Go to your full screen, Till. Otherwise, I can't show you. You're not decent. Talk about the word of God. Wow. I have this voice in my ear. Everything's broken on Till's side. It's all dead. What did I forget? What did I forget, Till? Tell me.
Keep in mind that we are handing out the homework now, don't we?
I thought the homework was after.
No, the homework we are handing out now, and
Okay.
the link to the submission form will be sent after.
Okay, perfect. So how do we get to hand out the homework?
Yes, so I think we are going to upload them in a minute up to the Circle of World Builders website, where will be a button where you can download the homework PDF. We are also going to post it in chat. There's a link to the document that you can use, and you can find it on Discord.
There you go. So just repeat that one last time whilst everyone's shouting at me saying that I didn't read the script, apparently.
Okay, I'm sorry. So it is going to go up in a minute on circleofworldbuilders.com. You will find a button there where you can download the homework PDF. It is also going to be posted as a link in the chats, and you can find it in the Discord channels. At least I know that from the Dungeon Fog Discord channel, where it should be posted by now.
Yes, apparently there's a script, but you wouldn't think we'd spent weeks writing it, would you? Anyway, yes, so there we go. Okay, so it's up. You can get it. Circle of World Builders, go find that homework. Stay, build with us whilst you frantically think about that homework. You can't submit anything anyway, because that form is only going to go out after the Cow's Gone Wild. So we have got one last thing to do before we jump into the Cow's Gone Wild panel. So that is to say that after the stream, actually, you know what? Thanks, Till. After the stream, I have all the power. After the stream, there are going to be several of the streamers who follow all of this stuff really, really closely. They're good friends of everybody that's been presenting a masterclass today. They are going to be running their own streams where they are going through all of the homework assignments themselves. So if you want to have company, if you want people to be able to chat with, they are going to be running their own streams. I'm going to be dropping the links to their channels into the chat at the end of the event tonight. But tonight, Ethna Studios will be running through the work, primarily for those of you that live in the States, because it's still afternoon over there. So they're going to be running through doing the homework. And then tomorrow morning, we have no less than 3 other streamers who will be running throughout the course of the morning, primarily for Europe and for Australia, to be able to run through that homework as well, to just provide support, answer some questions and that kind of thing. So watch out for those links. You're not alone in doing this if you don't want to be. So the poll is busy running. I need to get, and everybody is ready and waiting for me. I know, I can see them all in chat glaring at me. It's like, come on, just hurry up and just do it, just shut up. Actually, I'm being I can't tell you what they're busy showing me quite right now. So the look at this thing. This is a thing. Yeah, whatever this is. I don't know what this is. Okay, how to make man turn bright red. Right, the votes are coming in, so if you haven't yet voted, we only had 98 votes so far. There's 800 of you in chat. It's a link, click on it and vote. We'll go through this, and then once we know what it actually is, we'll get to go through it. I am going to run a video now because that's what the script says, and then we will start with everybody. Is it hot in here? I think it's hot in here. Anyway. Okay, I'm the only one who doesn't have a background. I don't have a fancy background because I've got. Right. I don't have. Okay, all right, fine. I'm going to shut up. All right, so we somehow have 750 people watching, and we have 1,300 votes. Although I am fairly certain that I made the poll vote once, it doesn't matter. We've got some information coming through. I think it's brilliant. Do you guys? Well, firstly, welcome to Cows Gone Wild. What is our battle cry? Moo. Moo. It's a very simple one. I'll write it in chat, but moo. Moo. Okay. So we haven't seen this poll because it literally launched now, right? So, do you guys have the link? We didn't practice that part, hey, because we didn't actually. Yeah.
We are Till from Dungeon Fog.
And I am Janet, and Dimitri is in Unisono.
Yay!
Unisono sounds very Japanese. It's gonna Unisono.
Okay,
And
I like that.
by the power invested in me,
Racist people.
I now W.
Rule number one of show business: make everything look easy, people.
There we go. Everything look easy.
That is
Right.
easy.
I found the poll. The poll.
Sorry,
Okay,
Guy,
cool.
Can I have another little request?
Yes.
Can you put something behind my screen? Because look what happens if I switch to a green grass. The green screen keying.
You want a green background behind your.
No, yeah, well, yeah.
Because
that will be fine. If you can, if not, I will not work with green colors.
Eine Minuten, mein Herr.
Avert your eyes.
He said, and then just oh yes, that's right.
You get me.
Okay, give me a second, folks, as I just quickly. Let me. You know what? We need to show some love. I'm going to do this quickly so that it looks slightly more professional than it is. We're going to show some love to Darren Curtis. Darren Curtis wrote all the music that you have been hearing throughout the entire stream. So here we're showing some love. Darren Curtis. Now we're back. Yay! I hope we're back. And Till's gone.
Oh no.
I don't know. I give up.
Guy, cows have gone wild.
Yeah.
Cows have gone-
Expect the unexpected today.
Ooh.
Apparently so. Expect
Look
the
at this
unexpected.
vampire
All right.
cow.
Either that or
I
you
like
guys
to
chased Till
imagine
away,
this-
or
yeah.
something else is on fire in his office. Did you know that? His monitor blew up.
What?
Yep.
The power of Dungeon Fog was too much.
Smoke everywhere. Anyway, okay, folks. So this is Cows Gone Wild. In the next, wait, where the hell's the script gone?
2 hours.
In the next
yeah.
2 hours. There we go. Thanks.
so.
So in other words, until half past the next 2 hour mark, we're going to be trying to build a complete adventure and space based on what you guys have voted for in the poll, which is now 1,400 votes, which is absolutely
moly.
brilliant.
Great job, guys.
So yeah, I don't know. That's the best green I can give you under short notice. Till
I love it.
it's
That's perfect. No,
Right.
no, that's fine. I will just avoid green.
avoid green. There we go. That's perfect. Okay.
Blech.
So we're going to
Everybody
break
can
this
see.
poll. We're going to break down the poll and
We're ready to keep notes.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Okay. So we're going
I
to keep
think
notes.
I-
Right.
the
Yes.
first thing
Where's
we
my
should
template?
do is find out what the poll and what the people have asked us.
Yes.
Then I think
Okay.
it's worth to actually make a very quick review of what the adventure was so far
Yes.
and find out where we're going from there. Sounds like a good plan?
Yeah. So it is the very first part is the airship mage has reported that the airship, obviously that they crashed in on, is broken and it needs to be fixed, and she can do it, but she needs some components. Okay. Now, the first question that we asked was, is it a collecting or a delivering mission? This was split literally almost 50-50, but it did go to collecting. It was a collecting mission, so that means gathering materials from dangerous places. Okay, which is
Gathering.
absolutely brilliant. Gathering materials from dangerous places. Okay, so from that, we then said, okay, what is the dangerous place? What is the dangerous place? And it looks like it's from mountains and caves.
More mountains for you, Chaora.
Okay,
I really like
mountains
it.
and caves. And the type of monster that will be the main opposition force, this is an interesting one, is natural forces.
I love it.
Natural
I
forces.
love it.
So that doesn't mean that we're not going to have any other monsters in there, but it does mean that natural forces will be natural. How the hell do you spell doesn't matter.
Natural.
Natural forces.
Natural.
Okay. It's natural forces, mountains and caves, as I said.
So
The
I think
unique or strange magic item is, of course, I don't think this was ever in contestation. It's a pink octopus. So somehow a pink octopus is included. And then the last one,
Emblems.
excuse me. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's the fifth option? Delivering natural forces, mountains and caves. Have I completely forgotten? What was the last one? Random item we've done. Location we've done. I've lost my mind here. What wasn't voted for? Did they not vote for something? Dungeons and Ruins Hordes.
I think we have enough to go on with anyway.
We do. I just feel like I'm missing something.
Don't we all feel like that sometimes?
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't we
true.
all feel like that? It's okay. No shade here.
Oh, sorry. Yes. So natural forces is what they are fighting.
Fighting.
And then I'm just going to look at chat because they're probably shouting at me. It's like, you bloody idiot, look, it's over there. Monster to use is natural forces. Oh, the showdown. Sorry, the showdown. Yes. I got myself confused. Sorry. Thank you, chat. I knew I should look at chat. Chat was always going to help me out. So the showdown is natural forces. So in the showdown, it's taking place in a natural force. I see Chaora's already giving us some hints there as to what he thinks it should be. The showdown is a natural force, but the monster fort is sympathetic sentience.
Ooh.
Interesting.
That's always an interesting one from a world building perspective because
Yes.
we're going to build some cultures, we're going to build some hooks, and we're going to make you feel bad.
Okay, so natural forces is the showdown. and it is sympathetic. What? Sympathetic sentience. You know, sometimes I wonder. Okay, right. We've got a whole bunch of stuff there. So that means we get to make our adventure off of that. Thank you all for voting. I really do appreciate it. And for bearing with me and my stupid brain.
So they have to go to the mountain to collect the pink octopus, as far as I understand. And they have to take it from somebody who's sentient. And there's going to be natural for stopping them at the end, kind of thing.
So they don't need to. They need to collect something that is for the airship.
Yes.
But the pink octopus will be a crucial
Could
item.
be, yes. So I'm busy working through the adventure right now. I see Till is busy doing a cave. I think that's brilliant because I think a cave is definitely what's going to happen. Whilst I'm busy working out this plot, because I think it's going to be super fun. I've already got how the ending is going to happen, right? So cave is definitely important. Chaora, if you could give me a glacier. Yes, Janet.
I remind you that this continent, as per the world building setting the scene work that we did,
yes,
used to be underwater, and it's absolutely full of abandoned merfolk cities, dungeons, this kind of thing. So that actually brings the pink octopus in really beautifully, particularly if they stumble into a cave or they fall into a cave or something. I don't know what you're thinking, but that's a very good way to get the pink octopus into the world that we've already built.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Thank you. That is perfect. All right. So we have a merfolk overlord. Will not give them the idol. The pink octopus is an idol, which the merfolk overlord has. The final showdown will be the PCs surfboarding on an avalanche out of the mountainous region back down towards the city base, whilst being chased by a hidden merfolk army that were dwelling within the cave system within your sunken world. How does that sound to everybody?
Epic.
How does that sound? I think, let's see what chat is saying. Does chat like that? Is that something that could work? I mean, that's
just... It raises some questions about how the merfolk are surviving.
Yes, it does. It does. Sure. Thankfully, I don't have to answer them because I'm just responsible for the adventure. Janet and Demetrius, could I ask you a favor?
Sure.
Could you move your video to the far right-hand side? Because only we can't see your pretty faces.
Like that?
We're going places.
And up a little bit, up a scooch, up a bit, up a bit, up a bit, up a bit more, up a bit more, up a bit more, up a bit more, up a bit more. Cease. Too much.
What?
There we go.
You're fun of aren't you?
A little bit down.
You can see it there.
A little bit to the left. A little bit to the right. A little bit down. Yeah, hanging paintings. Okay, so we've got some great suggestions coming from chat. I need to finish off this adventure, though, so hang on a moment. Merfolk over Northern. I'll give them journey to the new plot. Discover Arctic Merfolk civilization in the caves. Combat, we'll work that one out in a little bit. We don't need to worry about that. So you guys, if you can start looking at that Merfolk civilization, chat throughout Arctic people. Chaora, I like what you've started. I don't know, what do you think in terms of frozen? Does it fit in your region? I mean, I don't know. What are your thoughts?
I think my brain died sometime in the last 5 minutes, but I'm just drawing weird things in chat and people are laughing at me. I think that anything goes, really. Do you want me to draw a glacier, or do you want me to draw things in the water, or do you want me to draw ice flows or icebergs, or...
What if you drew a mountain and an old volcano and the caldera was filled with ice water and that's where the merfolk live?
So I was thinking maybe the merfolk have evolved into airfolk. Like reverse penguins.
Reverse penguins.
Reverse penguins. So instead of birds finding their space in the water, they are water people who have found their space in the air. And they've evolved essentially to be like more like aerial elf kind of people because that solves some problems about what they're doing in the mountains, and it also makes them more of a threat. Because if you step away from the pool, you've pretty much defeated the merfolk, which is not very epic. But if they're chasing you after the avalanche, and then they get too far down, and they're like, no, we can't go out of our area. We don't like
love it. Absolutely love it. I think that's brilliant. I think that's really, really great, because it does solve a whole bunch of other problems. Like Till's wonderful cave system would need to be flooded in order for the merfolk to actually be able to do anything. So that's where we're kind of going. So this is why we're working quite well. Oh, could they be able to swim through snow, or have like snow sharks?
Well, somebody the reason I had this idea was because Ben Nicholson in the chat suggested like merfolk on flying fish, and I was like, actually, why don't we just have the merfolk flying? They can have like flappy rays or something.
There you go. Till, what are you thinking?
So just to understand, because I think drawing a cave is beautiful, but where does the cave fit into that?
Okay.
That would be an interesting question, because I could do a glacier cave, or I could do just a regular cave that is filled with what?
That's something that we can talk about in chat. My thinking is, all right, so from an adventure perspective, the ending is they're surfboarding on an avalanche off of this glacier caldera mountain range thing, getting away from the merfolk, because the merfolk have got an idol, which is an octopus, this pink octopus, right? But that's, for them, it's a sacred object, and the PCs have to get that object because it's a collecting mission, right? So the PCs, when they start the adventure, won't know that it's the idol of the merfolk. So this is the part that we're looking at the moment, or that my brain is looking at anyway, in terms of the journey to discovering that it's not the actual plot that they're after. So they're going to go and look for a crystal. There's maybe some power emanation coming off of this idol that will get them into the system. But I think a good location, a good sort of space to look at. Do you remember Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom?
Yes.
Do you remember the Kalima sequence where Jones and everybody were looking down upon that sacrificial space?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about that, maybe, as a map space?
The cave system would lead into a big cavern,
yes,
and in the center of the cavern is this crevasse that they cannot get over. But when they look across, they see this kind of ritualistic plateau where some, I don't know, things happen. Yeah, sure. So still, would that be a stone, or would that be a snow cave? Because I just put both up here, so we could do something snowy, or we could do something stony here.
I think that falls to Janet at the moment. World builders, Janet, Demetrius, what do you guys think?
Could you repeat the question, because I was writing?
Sorry, is it a snow cave, like made of ice and snow, or is it a stone cave made of stone and rocks?
It should be a stone cave, because the conceit is that is the original concept, is that it is part of the ruined old world, right? It's part of this space when this space was under the ocean and part of the merfolk kingdom. But it is a space that's been repurposed and is now icy. So what you should see, I guess, is you should see old ruined stone and then a second layer built with ice blocks, right? It's that repurpose of a space which gives an extra dimension to the history without you saying, well, this used to be a this and now it's been repurposed. You literally show it the map and everyone goes, oh, this is interesting.
Okay.
So you can have the old chamber in the center where the octopus lives, and then you can have the new chambers all built of snow and ice. And they're basically, as they go in, they're essentially going back in time.
Okay, so they're starting probably, as we have right now, they're starting in a snowy area and going more and more into the ancient ruins of whatever it is down here.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
I'm looking at chat. There's some great suggestions coming through. I apologize if my voice is going. I actually have picked up some sort of chest infection just before the beginning of the day. So my voice is getting less and less and less, which is going to be great for tomorrow's 2-hour stream. Anyway.
Well, We believe in you.
Yeah.
You can do it.
All right, so there's some great. Has everybody got stuff they can work on?
Well, yeah, of course.
Oh, hell yeah.
All right.
Only
That was-
where the caldera is, Chaora, just so we understand actually the area that we're working on.
What?
Can you zoom out so you can actually see where this is compared to everything else? Just to understand where we're looking at.
This
Excellent.
is.
Thank you very much. That's all I need to know.
This can be anywhere. Would you like it in the water?
No, don't put in the water.
Would you
Why-
like it on the land?
why do
Would
we
you
put
like it
actually-
in the sky?
Can we put it
This
there?
is what happens
That's
when
a
you
good
make them draw
statement.
for
Yeah,
4
let's put
hours.
it there. So I was thinking, Guy, by the way, about the idea of the pink octopus being essentially an object of the cult, or effectively like a religious object. What if they don't really want the octopus, but they want, for example, a gem that was on the octopus, which is what they actually need. Like this is the power crystal that was broken from the ship.
Yes.
And it's the same type of crystal. It does happen so.
I think that's brilliant. I think that's really good. There's another wonderful suggestion that's come through from DM and Torres, which says the octopus idol. So if the crystal is maybe in the idol, or if the octopus is sort of like its tentacles are forming a basket and the crystal is in the basket, the players, when they first encounter that Kalimar tomb, or worship space that Tilla's busy making, it looks like these merfolk or airfolk or whatever you're going to call them, it looks like they're worshipping the octopus and the crystal. Meanwhile, encased in the glacier behind is a gigantic yeti in ice, which could be part of the whole thing. I mean, it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. We're just adding more and more components to this. So let's see where we take it. But yes. All right. Let me keep going through this stuff. Maybe the octopus is real and they're helping it to escape. That's entirely possible. Perhaps the octopus enables the merfolk to fly, says Nicholas Morrow. That's an interesting one. If the players have to steal this octopus, or the crystal that the octopus is holding. Oh, look at what Chaora's doing. I think that's exciting.
Is this flying, Chaora? Are you breaking my hold, Chaora?
The math madness is happening.
I will move at you aggressively.
Look, it's not flying and then it's flying. It's not flying and then it's flying.
Let's not making it fly. I cannot try it again. The whole thing. It looks really cool. You know how I feel about flying things.
I know. I did it for you.
What are we calling these mountains? I guess we better come up with a name, huh?
That's a good point.
So we have the Fey Mountains to the north, which rumors say are full of Fey. So we know there are aerial mer here, but I feel like we'd like that to be a secret.
Yeah, I guess so. So, in which case we have to think about like how they're hiding and why people are not going there if they're hiding. That makes sense.
Well, it's mountains. They're icy. They're not very inviting. So it's not like, oh, I think I'm going to go for a picnic in ice hell. They're not necessarily going to go up there anyway. But also, I feel like I'm envisaging these guys as like flying on battle rays through the sky, like with these very iridescent fins, like Siamese fighter fish, essentially, which have become wings, but they still fight with like thrown tridents and stuff. Because actually, spears and tridents. Well, spears and tridents are actually very good aerial weapons. They have reach, and you can throw them.
True. Yeah, you can actually feel like some sort of like a pike type of like.
Yeah.
Cuddly Evil suggests that we call these beasts moo folk.
I love that. I've called them the aerial mer.
I think that.
Yeah. I love moo folk.
What is that, Chaora?
That's a battle ray.
I like it.
I love it. It also looks slightly like a chanterelle mushroom if you look at it from the wrong side.
So I don't even have an image up. Actually, drawing rays from memory.
Look, I knew what it was. That's better than my drawings.
So, Guy's actually creating the adventure right now.
Yeah.
We have a race that we're creating right now, but however we call it, we can sit with Ariel Mer right now. That's fine. Chaora is building as the caldera, or the old caldera. We have to understand a little bit more about how we're going to design the space in terms of heading to the caldera, because the adventure wouldn't be like you just suddenly appear in the caldera.
Right, of
I'm
course.
guessing. So we have to think actually what else do we need to build apart from the race and the actual location.
Yeah.
And you need a sentence for it, or a paragraph to begin with.
Yeah.
Okay, whilst they're busy sorting out that, I'm going to handle some questions here. So the homework for Circle of World Builders is in an email, which has just gone out if you signed up to the website.
It is also on the website right now. What is not on the website is, in fact, the URL for the submission form.
No, because that one is going out by email.
That's what I'm
And the
saying,
home, yeah.
Exactly. Just finding a block for these merfolk.
I will show you quickly where it is. I'll be back, folks. So this is the circleofworldbuilders.com website. And you can see here there's the big green button, download the homework document. That will pull up this document. I do apologize. That will pull up this document here, and there you can see what you've got to do for each of us. So for me, it's basically you need to fill in one of those forms, the 5 steps form, which you can find on our website. I'll show you that as well in a minute. For World Anvil, it's answer the questions and build a foundation article, and there are examples there for you. And for Dungeon Fog, it's to create your room layout and add decorations, preferably using the Dark Lord set by Chaora, but you can use other assets as well for that, and then how you go about doing that. All right, so later on we will be dispatching the email which shows you where to submit everything, because we're all looking at it differently. We're looking at different components. You need to send those different components to each of us differently. Okay, so there you go. For those of you that are concerned, I still have a sense of taste. That is definitely the cheapest coffee that you can buy in the UK. So there we go. It's also cold. Okay, I'm going to be asking some questions shortly. I just wanted to get everybody going on their process before we go too much further into the actual questions. So let's see. I'm just looking. The idol could be used to... Okay, that's an interesting one. So AK Writer is suggesting that the idol could be used to melt all the glaciers, or that, or the frozen water of the world, turning it back into the water world, which the merfolk would do if they wanted to return there. So that's an interesting plot twist that we could add. I think that, to me, sounds more like a bigger campaign, potentially, than anything else. Underlord 1015 is driving the idea of the Yeti, but it could have some symbolism to the merfolk. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Yeti could be the race that welcomed the merfolk when the lands were drying up. I don't know. That's World Anvil's section, really.
Oh, I love that. An unholy alliance between Yeti and Ariel Mer. I think that's beautiful.
Fur and scale united. Yeah. The idol could be a crystallized kraken spawn. I do like that. That's a seed definitely for an adventure later on when the kraken comes looking for its crystallized spawn, Nicholas Morrow. I do like that. I'm just trying to catch up. With chat.
Chaora, apart from making this beautiful flying creature there, because apparently, is there a chance we can have around the caldera something along the lines of a coral forest? Like something on under the Upton Abbey and north of essentially the caldera.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
That's okay.
Is the sound of Chaora slowly driving himself deeper into hating.
Possibly, yes. I have too many.
Sock Puppet Shane says, can there be a city or village with Minotaur Amazons?
I think
So-
it goes a bit out of setting here.
Oh, is it out of setting? Okay. Well, maybe in the next one, we need to bear that in mind.
Let's go back to what we discussed. You have to keep on what you have written about your goals on your foundation, and there is nothing about it there. We're not just randomly building. We're trying to actually create something that is in accordance to what
Add
we've
paragraphs, add sentences, exactly.
There
It's
we
all
go.
about looking at that foundation, looking at that setting the scene, where you've already described who are the major people living there, and then you can add to that in a sentence or two. But otherwise, you risk mosaic world building, that World of Warcraft, and now I have Hellland, and now I have a desert, and everything is completely self-contained and has nothing to do with anything else. You can absolutely introduce all of these amazing elements in, but if you don't stagger them, your players are going to get whiplash and they won't know where they are.
Okay, folks, I've had to jump to the bottom of the chat because there's just so much coming through. So if I missed your suggestion or your question, please ask it again. There has been some discussion that apparently when you go to circleofworldbuilders.com in Chrome, it doesn't actually show you that button, which is strange because I was using Chrome to show you that button. But just check, hit the refresh button a couple times, and we'll take it from there.
Clear your cache.
Clear your cache, apparently. There we go. All right. Let me be fancy. No, that would just break everything. I'm not going to be fancy. All right, so I'm busy filling in this adventure as we kind of go. There's some wonderful suggestions coming through, and I really wish I could read them all and take it through. Mark McKinnon says, "What if Mur initially rescued the PCs, then bring them to their chamber where they realize that their need the octopus is worshipping?" Okay, so what we're looking at is, if it's the merfolk bringing the PCs to the cave where they then realize what's going on, if the merfolk rescue the PCs, it becomes a huge moral dilemma. They need the crystal in order for their ship to fly, but then they need to get it from the merfolk. So there are a couple options that we could go with in terms of, okay, then the merfolk say, well, in order for us to give you the crystal, you have to go into the coral forest and fight off the giant Amazon minotaurs or whatever it is that's in the coral forest, right? I mean, I'm just drawing from what's floating around in my head at the moment. So we certainly could do that, but it feels to me more like that then it shifts to becoming it's not a bad shift. It's not a bad shift, but we said that we wanted the avalanche to be the ending, the big sequence where they have to escape from the merfolk. So sorry, Janet, what are these called? Just remind me.
Aerial Mur.
The Mur. Okay, so the Mur, that's fine. That's easy to spell. I can't screw that one up. M-U-R, right?
M-E-R, like Mur, like mermaid.
Yeah.
Mer.
Okay, so we need the Mur to be twisted and demented and evil, and perhaps the Mur is they have become corrupted over time or something along those lines. Again, it's not particularly our focus at the moment, although it will become our focus as we get there. So if I look at the points that I've now got, the airship mage reports to the PCs, look, we can get the ship flying, but there is a control crystal that's shattered. I have located another emanation that's nearby. We can go and get it, right? That's a very straightforward collecting mission. So that's a simple journey. We get there and then we get the crystal and then we get back. So the players are going to be expecting, okay, it's a bit of an overland. We're going to get to these mountains. We're going to fight some stuff, and then we're going to get the crystal, and then we're going to leave. So that's absolutely fine. That is exactly what we want them to think, because that's what's going to happen until they get to the point where they discover that that's not the actual plot. So they discover that it's not the plot when they arrive and find these Mer worshipping this idol that is the crystal that they need to get. But it is important that we figure out why the Mer are going to then be aggressive about the PCs. What is that shift going to be? Now, there was a wonderful suggestion that came through that perhaps the PCs need to get a guide from the village. So this village of vampire suckers that they have now liberated, the mage says, it's in that general direction, but I don't know where. Someone needs to I don't know how to get into those mountains. We need a guide.
Okay,
Right.
that sounds actually perfectly fair. And I'm guessing that if there is an alchemist in the village,
Well, there
it
was. I think
in
he's
fact,
dead.
Yes, there was an alchemist in the village. There might have been people, or at least one person in the village, who would be kind of like the scout and gatherer, like effectively the ranger that would go out to grab the things that the alchemist wants, right? Like because, okay, alchemist might be getting like a little like shrubbery and like basil and thyme and the basic things from traders or his back garden, but if there are more specialized kind of like items, you need somebody who is going out to the wilds to gather them, right? So that might be somebody who you want to be able to, help you out to find whatever you want to.
There we go. Absolutely. Just to double check, Demi, is your mic, you're on the right mic? Because you're quite soft for me.
Check.
That's better.
It might have been the direction of our mics.
Aha.
That's all. I think it was actually too much to the back, so you couldn't hear it. Is it better now?
That's much better. Yes, thank you for that.
Excellent.
Okay, yes, I think that's a great idea. Another couple ideas that have come through in chat, which I think are really, really, really useful. They're really putting things into action here. Is that where was it now? It's gone. It's gone. You see what happens? I get distracted for just a moment. The idea was that the merfolk detected the crystal within the airship as being an invading energy. And so they were the ones that actually caused the airship to collapse in the first place.
Oh, interesting.
Actually, that is very interesting because when we talked about the female wizards and we talked about how they work, we said that they will be navigators and they're the only ones able to master essentially the spellcasting of flying the ship and also navigating it. So maybe, in fact, these crystals, whatever they are, emanate. We should actually already hear that they could actually detect them. So as the wizard could detect the power of the crystal that the merfolk had, the merfolk could actually detect the power of the crystal of the airship. So that will happen, and that's why probably it was brought down as well. They possibly tried to neutralize the power of the crystal, considering it a threat.
Okay, brilliant. I think we're happy with that one. So thank you for whoever that suggestion was. It does require us to answer some very fundamental questions, though, right? So how do we get this information to the players without it being the exposition of the Mer King when he's saying, "We saw your airship and shot it down, blah, 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 blah."
I don't think it has to actually, so we can give it as knowledge check to the wizard. Like, if the wizard actually knows so much about it, they might first of all say, you know what, I have cast a spell, probably a spell that is used to detect other crystals and find their way, and say, I have found another crystal. It's down there that way. What is that way? And the ranger can say to them, oh, that is the caldera. You don't want to go there. There are weird things happening. And then the wizard can be like, but we have to be there because we need the crystal, kind of thing. That makes sense.
Oh, no, for sure. Absolutely. I think that works very, very well. Okay, let me catch up. Till, you've been very quiet. Chat's
I'm sorry.
loving what you're doing.
I'm in the zone. I'm now creating this, and this is just first attempt. I will refine it a little bit. I'm creating this Indiana Jones scene here where the party is going through the caves and they eventually come up here and they see this area. It's still very early. I need to refine color and size. But yeah, that's what I'm doing right now.
Lovely. If you have any questions for Till, they've been loving what you're doing, by the way, Till. They say it looks like a skull on its side. Was that intentional?
Oh, yeah, it does. No, it was not intentional. But you're absolutely right. It does. Very cool. Ha ha ha.
So, Chaora, talk to us about your coral forest. How did you go about coming up with that look? Because that's pretty cool, actually.
I looked up coral.
I saw your face when Dimmy was suggesting it. I was like, oh yeah. How's he going to do this one?
Okay, how am I going to do this one?
Take us through your process.
I looked up coral forests on YouTube, and then I copied what I saw and drew weird phallic shapes with bubbles on the end. I kind of came up with this, which actually kind of does look like a coral forest, which I was more surprised about than anybody, really. I've never drawn anything like this before, but it looks really cool. So yeah, that was pretty much my process. Again, I apologize.
You to become better.
Yeah, exactly. I apologize because I'm just sort of drawing random things that people are talking to me in chat about, and as you're mentioning things, I'm just drawing it.
Oh, the power. The power.
Manta things and coral forests.
There you go.
Do we have names for any of these yet?
We're going to turn. Grove. There we go. Oh, brain corals is a suggestion from Elan Andrian.
Oh, they're creepy. Love them.
Brain
Perfect
coral.
for the dark theme.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that may be, in fact, the creatures that live in there. So you know how coral sometimes they have creatures that actually live in them. They go out there. There might be effectively creatures living in the coral that will attack the players because they're going to eat them.
And yes, sorry,
like anemones kind of thing.
Yeah,
or like
moray
snails.
Eels.
Yeah, more.
And then you can have like little snaily guys wandering around, being like lem, going up the tree. Yeah, they're sticky, so like stuff sticks to them and then they eat it. Yeah.
You're disgusting. I love you.
It's a dark toned campaign. It's supposed to have some horror elements in it. All right.
I disagree with you.
It's supposed to be a little bit gross. That's where I'm
So, World Anvil, would it be awful if I asked you to make the Mer Overlord a religious fanatic?
Nope, let's go with it. I've already said that they protect, what did I call it? The Sacred Rose Octopus, I think I called it.
Lovely.
So yeah, he is the protector, the inheritor of the Sacred Rose Octopus. The last vestige of the before times.
4-4.
I like that.
Poor Pinky.
Poor Pinky.
Does the caldera have a name?
Not yet.
No. We for the time called is the caldera, but we have to give it a better name. I think of the caldera. So let's think about it from a world building perspective, okay? So this is a caldera made of mountains, which is surrounded by a coral reef. Okay, a coral reef. What did we say that is in the middle of caldera, guy? You said there is water or it's ice?
Originally it was going to be water, but now they're flying, so I don't mind. It doesn't matter.
No, they're not flying.
As long as it's a prison.
I took that flying away.
What?
The caldera isn't flying.
No.
Oh no! But the mer are
fly.
aerial mer. They fly.
The creatures that live in the caldera fly. There used to be merfolk that ascended to become effectively flying folk.
That doesn't exclude them from going through water. That just means they don't have to be as competent in water. Think reverse penguins, right?
Can you make as the caldera in the middle have essentially one of those like great cyan and green lakes that you have essentially, which are almost toxic? You know, have you ever seen a caldera with a toxic?
It's like a cobalt color because it's got cobalt in it.
Cobalt, yeah. Essentially, this like bright blue of the poisonous calderas kind of thing that are close to old volcanoes.
Oh, that's going to be so many ugly fish in there.
There's a suggestion from Vervit that the caldera be called the Crystal Chalice.
That is a beautiful name.
Love it.
It's renamed right now.
Just done.
Yes.
Or the Cowdera, says Harkasan.
No, I like the Crystal Chalice though. It's a
we also have the Cowral Grove.
The Cowral Grove. I love it. I love it. Okay, so we're nearly finished with this adventure. I need a monstrous thing, please, chat. Give me any kind of monster that you would find in this mountain range, and it can't be Minotaur, Amazon, cows. Okay. Something that would live in, are these, did we say they're frozen caves?
Yeah, so they're blocks of, it's built like an igloo with sort of blocks of ice that goes into the ruin. God, Till, that's beautiful.
Okay, done. Actually, Desmond gets it. Thank you, because that's super cool. Holy crap, that would be a great idea too. Oh, such cool ideas. I can't read them all out. They're just flying through so quickly. They're absolutely brilliant suggestions. Remores, yeah, ice oozes. What is the ooze? Is it a brown ooze that absorbs heat and gives off cold or something? An ursine berserker or berserker, I suppose you would say for an ursine.
I think you found a very good reference there, Chaora. It looks amazing.
That's stunning.
A giant flying polar owl bear. I think that's cool. No pun intended. Okay, but I'm actually I'm actually going to take. Yeah. You know what? I'm going to take it because there's definitely snow and ice around, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. I mean, thousands. Okay, I exaggerate, but there's hundreds of options here. Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. Okay, Till, one last request.
Yes, sir.
Could there be a secret passageway leading into this central chamber from elsewhere?
Sure. You
All right.
mean like somewhere here?
Yeah, somewhere there. I just need a secret passageway, if you please.
Give me a second.
Okay. Right. Then I need another monster, please. I need another monster, if you please, for the coral forest. I love that.
Oh, I've got lots of critters.
Yeah.
Do tell us, Janet.
I have brain coral, which are actually coral plants, like coral plants, but you know, coral isn't a plant, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Which throw out spores when they're touched. The spores give 1d4 levels of fatigue, and if the victim is not washed within 24 hours, they will start to grow.
Nice.
Oh my God. Okay, you win.
You're welcome.
Sorry, chat. That's why they're world animal. You win. Okay.
Janet is very good at this kind of thing.
Yeah, also disgusting, but she's using it for good things.
I use my powers for good.
Okay, so that's great.
Chaora, can we have our coral forest, but they would have like purple, pinkish kind of colors, like it's like still alive coral kind of thing. Cool.
Right. Such cool ideas in chat. I mean, we could make the most insane adventures.
Love it.
All right, so there's some good questions coming through. I'm going to come to those questions in a little bit, AK Writer, so please ask it again just in a moment. I literally have one block left to fill in. I want to make sure that everything is filled in as we need it to be. So, excuse me. I need... It's so boring, though. We've got to figure out something else more interesting. What else do they need to know? They need to know... yeah, it's a repeat. See, this is what we've got to be careful of, is repeated actions, which are very boring.
Do they need to know, Sweet Bean?
I beg your pardon?
What's next?
No, I'm running through my head what's next in terms of what I need to answer next. It's sitting there. I'm busy looking at chat as well. So I think that Edward Horsman is asking a question for Till. I'm having trouble placing a door on a wall. It keeps disappearing. That often is when there's multiple overlapping rooms. Am I right?
And I think when you try to place a door onto something where room points are too close to each other, you can't place it because you currently you can't place a door where a point sits. So check if there's a point that might be interfering.
That's right. That's right. Irish Mercury asks, will the email be sent out after this? Yes, unless wants to go out earlier. Janet, do you have a question, or are you just...
I'm trying to describe the sticky climbers. And I've got this right now, and I'm going to... So right now I have brain coral, which I've told you about. The sea slugs, which are tiny spiky slugs of bright pink and blue, which cause itching when touched with the bare hands, but are delicious deep fried. Don't look at me like that. Moray eels, which are eel-like snakes, which hiss at you and will give you a nasty bite if you get too close. And now I have these sticky climbers, which are like very slow, mlemmy things that climb the coral, and they're sticky to the touch. So if bugs touch them, they go like... But I've run out of adjectives, is what I'm telling you.
I'm afraid
Yeah, I think I went a weird too far. I'll come back.
Good luck.
Yeah, just one step back. Just one step.
Let the man finish his adventure first.
Okay, so right, there's literally one block left. I just need to run through who, what, where, when, why, and how, which is what you should be doing for your own assignments, by the way. We know what it is that they need.
That was the groovy one from Chuck.
We don't know where it is. So how do I get that into there? Okay. So it's a bit tricky. I want to show you the screen. Do you mind if I cut away just for a brief second to share my screen, everybody?
Go for it.
All right. Okay, so this is the form that I've now filled it in. I'll take you through all of the steps, but the one step that I'm having difficulty with, and it will come to me. I think it's gonna leap out, and you guys are gonna solve it for me. So the airship mage reports the ship's broken and that they need a crystal to replace it. And she has detected one in the area, but she doesn't know where exactly. We need to have some kind of combat, because otherwise it's very, very dull. They've just killed a vampire. The town has settled in. They're kind of been given their questions. They've been given their reward, and they're kind of in that space now, right, where they're kind of looking for what's next. So what's next is the NPC mage comes to them and says, okay, the ship's broken. It can't fly, but we can get this crystal. It's nearby. I've detected something similar. I'm just not entirely sure. So assumedly, we would have some kind of NPC. Wait a minute. Perhaps we have a painting in the city hall of a crystal. No, the combat is it could happen first before the airship mage happens, but it's just a way of keeping your pacing going so that you don't just have this long lead in. Because it would be, here's the plot, here's a long journey to get to a point, before you get to your so it's a way of making sure that you have decent pacing. Now, bearing in mind, you can drop these at any point. So if your adventure is running and the players are having fun, you don't have to have a brain coral spore attack. If they're kind of going through the crystal fields and they're super excited and they're enjoying the descriptions, then you don't necessarily need to have it. But it's helpful to think of it in these two terms. Yeah, it doesn't have to start it. It could also
Also, it's worth noting, since they are playing with technology which is new, they can have been polluted by the energies of this crystal and have no idea about it, but the merfolk are more sensitive to it. That's another possibility. So that's what
So how does this
spawns the original attack.
Okay, so essentially the merfolk consider them to be polluted effectively.
Exactly.
So they will bring a party there to attack them, not the village, but attack them because they're considered to be polluted essentially. And
Yeah, exactly. So in the same way that the guys were fighting the husks because they were like, oh my god, these people are like crazy, polluted, disgusting things. Now the merfolk are looking at the PCs in that way. So you get that flip.
Okay, I like the idea. I've got solutions for why the merfolk attack later on, but what you guys have said has absolutely, yes, it makes perfect sense. What also makes perfect sense is what was suggested in chat as well. Excuse me. And it actually should have been on. It's actually already sitting there, and I think that's the other thing is oftentimes the answer is already in there. You just needed to take a step back and throw out a question. So I think every single one of us have got a Discord channel that you can join and do exactly this with and say, oh, I've got this problem. This thing is not working, right? So the whole idea is that the Mer King uses the crystal to ensure his power over his people. And he saw the airship arrival as being a threat to his power. So he destroyed the airship. But just because you've destroyed the airship doesn't mean that the people on it are dead. So he will have also sent a party to town to make sure the people are dead and to search the wreckage of the airship. So it makes perfect sense. It leads us all the way back. But because we don't want the PCs to be fighting air Mers or whatever they're called, the Mer, we don't want them to fight the Mer and then fight the Mer again and then fight the Mer again and then fight the Mer again. That's what I was talking about when I was saying I was repeating. We don't want to necessarily repeat it because it's going to be a boring fight. So perhaps the Mer, we were speaking originally about a Yeti alliance. Maybe there can be some other race that the Mer Lord dispatches to the town to go and attack because they don't want to be sullied by dealing with the commoners, with the landborn or something along those lines.
So, close to what you said. So effectively, Guy, and correct me if I'm wrong because this is not my specialization, this is yours. The problem is that you have a combat that uses the same rules and so uses the same weaponry, right? That is the problem essentially. That the solutions are the same for the combat for both of them. That's the problem there.
Well, certainly. I mean, and you can definitely change that up by having different scenarios.
Because I was thinking, if that is the case, what if the first attack is about effectively scouts, which are on top of this, what do you call them, manta rays kind of thing. So effectively, they have to battle an almost air combat or air combatant attacking them with probably either massive, like how do you call them, pole arms or arrows and crossbows and things like that. While later on, when they are infecting the caves, that won't be the case, right? The combat will be completely different in terms of the type of combat. They might have also like local defenses, things that will be different, or effectively a race of guardians, for example. So the first combat will be more of an aerial combat, while the other will be essentially cavern-based combat with additional defenses that they are already set by them. So though they are the same, they don't feel the same because the combat tactics will be completely different between the two fights.
I hear exactly what you're saying. I do like it. It gives us a link to the Merfolk. I would like to change it just slightly based on a suggestion that's happening in chat as well. The Merfolk is a surprise that they didn't expect. They just thought they were going to go to the mountains and they kill, right? So I want to keep the Merfolk slightly mysterious. I love the idea of the giant manta rays. But what if they're giant manta rays that have drop trolls? Drop ice trolls.
Love that.
That is very big manta rays. If they drop like... Yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I love it. I love it. It's not a problem at all. Yeah.
Well,
it solves all of our problems.
The size of the trolls either. They can be
little trolls.
Trolls like in Frozen, like the little round boulder trolls. They don't have to be giant tall trolls, do they?
I think they were doing about giant tall trolls.
I love the idea of the little boulder trolls because when they drop, they'll just like drop and roll and then appear.
boulder trolls. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, like from the Frozen, remember?
Yeah, like the little round boulder trolls from
like
Frozen.
Disney Frozen. And they were
Icicle
actually-
trolls is another suggestion that's come through as well, which I think is great. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we can take it and we can develop it from there. I think that's going to be brilliant. All right, so I'm going to share very quickly. This is now what the adventure looks like. The airship NPC mage reports that the ship is broken. It needs to be fixed, and she can do it, but needs some components. A crystal is needed for the ship's drive space. So obviously, this adventure is working off of the premise that the players have an airship and that they crash and they have some kind of investment in it. If, of course, the players didn't, you would have to take a different tack, but the idea is the same. Here is the giant pineapple, you must now swallow it. That's one of the expressions, so, or take it some other way. Anyway, she knows roughly where it is vaguely aware of a replacement crystal. All right, Chaora, how far away is that? Manta ray with a drop troll thing. Sorry, chat, you can't see what he's doing. Look at this. You know, you try and run one of these streams and it's just this chaos. I love it.
Get the cow
Absolutely love it.
Chaora there. Is he
Oh, it's
dropping
a
it
drop
down?
troll.
It's a drop troll.
I love that they now have their own airships. Like that's so
Yeah,
on point
it's
as
a
well
thing
for the
now.
adventure. It's perfect.
And it is really in the theme and the foundation, like
absolutely.
the aerial combat part. Yeah,
And it's the sympathetic sentience. That's what we wanted. They're doing exactly what the PCs are doing. They're flying around in airships. They just happen to be made of giant flying sky rays
and drop down
with
trolls.
trolls in them.
Yeah, there we go. Is Chaora trolling again? Says chat. Oh, dear,
15
oh,
Janet
dear,
points.
Paratrolls is another suggestion. Back to the adventure. So they need to get the replacement crystal. Merfolk riding giant manta air rays drop ice trolls into the village to destroy the airship. We don't know why. The players won't see the mer necessarily, but they will see the ice trolls, and they will see the manta rays returning back to the mountain across the bay. So then they have to go on a journey. Not only do they have to cross the bay, they then have to cross through the coral forest, where there is a potential for them to fight the brain coral spore attack terror that is there. Once there, they then get into this mountain space, but then they discover the mer people, or the mer, and a young mer finds them first and tells them that their overlord is a religious nut who keeps them trapped within this ice space, and that they will help the PC get the crystal back if the PCs promise to get rid of the overlord. So that's the twist of the adventure, is that it goes from we're just going to get the crystal to, well, you can get the crystal, but you need to take out our overlord. The fact that the overlord is a psychotic religious nut gives the players, hopefully, some drive to actually want to do that. And they were probably going to kill the overlord anyway, let's be honest. So this just kind of gives them justification for it.
Thing we were talking about before.
Yeah, it's
Right,
true. It's very
yeah.
true because it's going to
Gives
be.
them agency. They change the world. The change is long lasting, and the PCs don't feel like buttholes, which is kind of what we're going for here.
Absolutely, absolutely. So they they then drop polar bears is another suggestion. I don't know. It's your world. You guys create whatever it is that they're dropping. It is what it is. So then they get taken prisoner by the mer. The mer will surround them and take them into a dungeon. This is the combat. If they succeed, they don't get taken into a dungeon. It's absolutely fine. If they fail, they get taken into a dungeon. If they are taken into the dungeon, the mer that met them and asked for their help will release them, will free them from the dungeon and reveal that there is a secret route that will lead to the Overlord's chamber so they can fight the Overlord directly, and then we don't have to go through the 10,000 miles of map that Till has been making. Alternatively, if they just kill all of the merfolk, then they have to go through the 10,000 miles of map that Till is making, and we will fill it with wonderful deadly traps and all sorts of other cool encounters and other mer warriors as well. There is a problem with the secret route, however. It is filled with snow sharks who swim through the ice and I mean, can you imagine you walking in this ice cavern and there's sharks swimming through the ice and then suddenly they burst out of the ice? I think that's absolutely terrifying. I think that was brilliant. It came from chat. It's a lovely idea. Yes. Yes. So, Till, can you add a shark tank to the secret cave at some point? There we go. It's just on the secret passage side, yeah. So there we go. And you guys used Jaws in the opening of your show, your presentation, so I think it makes sense. Anyway, they arrive. The Overlord will not give them the idol because he sees them as a threat to his power, as they had their own crystal, and that's why he had to destroy them. He will try and use the crystal to destroy them, and that will trigger the avalanche, which means they get the crystal from the Overlord, and then they have to ride the avalanche back down into Bellinger's Bay. Bellinger's Bay, how do you pronounce that, Chaora? Bellinger's Bay. All right.
Who was actually a pirate who retired to Bellinger's Bay, and he's hidden a chest somewhere apparently, and he's the original builder of Upton Abbey.
There you go. Absolutely love it. All right. So that's our adventure in a nutshell. We can only what? You can only hear my side of the conversation. Oh my god! Why didn't someone tell me this earlier? Sorry. Okay. Can you tell us the pirate story again?
Oh, sure.
Once upon a time, there was a captain called Bellinger who was an explorer and a gentleman, actually a pirate. And when he decided to, in fact, just, hang the old boot on the side kind of thing and chill, he created this manor. And
so the idea is he was an adventurer, he was an explorer. That's how he thought of himself. He was actually a pirate, so it's got that like dark but noble. It's got the exploration theme in it. He decided to retire to Bellinger's Bay. He is the original builder of Upton Manor, and he's also hidden a chest somewhere in the area that nobody knows where it is. So there's a little bit of hidden treasure around there.
That is more like a side adventure.
It's a hook. It's a rumor. So you find a map to Bellinger's chest. Blah 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 blah. It's easy to throw in. There's also in the Wolf and Sheep Tavern, there is I think it's a whiskey called Bellinger's Chest or something.
Yes,
just like
it's a whiskey, yeah.
And again, once you create a rumor like this, you just throw tiny little bits around there, and if the players are curious, you follow that, right? That's where you go.
There you go.
I have, Guy, an allowed and an image for your fanatic king, and I'm ready to add more at your instruction.
You have an image?
Yeah, so I have an article with an image and an allowed. That's always the first step.
I can show you.
And
okay.
Is it saved record?
Yeah, I just wrote in the chat.
I can show it here as well.
You wrote it in the chat? Oh, there we go. Lovely, look at that.
So that's all you need to start with, and then once you start building out your adventure, you might want to throw in a stat block and a little bit of like color. But essentially all it says is, behold, King Charlie Finslaw the Just, protector of the Sacred Rose Octopus, 57th holder of the Aerial Myrrh, protector of the Old Ways and Skylord of the 157th Legion. Do I know what those things are? No, I do not, but they sound very impressive, and that's the start of all the world building.
That is indeed true. They're saying here that's the... Oh, none of us can access the edit link.
Oof, yep, that's all on me. I'm sending you links that you can't access. Sorry, let me sort that out. It's a public article, but I sent you the edit link rather than the view link. So yeah, that's my bad.
All right, that link will be coming in. Okay, so we've probably got about 30 minutes or so left of this exercise. Let's get a check-in. Okay, Chaora's done. He's fine. I can see that.
Chaora was done a long time ago, don't worry.
Chaora was done a long time ago. Okay, so Chaora, just take us through. Let's just see the whole map just for a moment, please.
Yeah, so we'll follow the path. So you have the little ice drop trolls here, because they're getting carried by the mantas. But the mantas obviously don't drop them. They have parachutes, which is why they're being dropped here. The whole map at the moment is a wild collection of things. in some respects. We have a hurricane over here for some reason. We have the Shade Forest. We have the Upton Abbey Mansion here. We have the mountains with a lovely waterfall here. And we have a vampire cow. And then down here we have the Coral Grove and the Crystal Chalice. We also have a little roly avalanche ball.
A little rolling avalanche ball.
Do we need any snow on this top here, or like mountain peaks?
Could
there?
we?
Yes, we do.
All right, so you're
Like
doing.
you cannot have an avalanche out of dry. You know, they tend to be with ice.
Yes, this is very true.
There's a message saying here, World Anvil, little mistake on WA link. Incite your homework PDF.
Is there?
Did a DM on Discord for details if want to fix.
Okay.
Says
Okay.
Helle FR.
Oh, Kelly.
Tank, mini tank. Oh, thank you, Helly.
I'm not sure.
Oh, that's a link mistake.
Okay. Underlord 1015 says I must leave shortly. Thus, will this stream be archived so I can review the last 30 minutes or so later today? Yes, absolutely. It will be available on all of the Twitch and YouTube channels. And
Of course, the question is, why would you?
Definitely have a look at that. All right. So there we go. Let's see. Shall we? Till, how are you doing in terms of your production?
I kind of fell in love with that kind of cave, so I completely abandoned the rest for now, and I just fleshed this out with a little lighting. Let's go in there a little bit so you can see better. So, come on. There are a lot of assets in there. So I've created with a little fog to emulate how deep that goes, that you really don't want to try to cross that. Then we have those little platforms, and then we come over to where the altar is with, I think, the octopus on it, if I remember correctly.
That's right.
So that's where I am right now. I'm sorry. Just zoom out a little bit. Yeah, and I completely went into the brain space of just having fun building this this part of the map.
The green ice, is that a light source to make it green?
No, I was just playing around with colors. That should not stay green. I think the color could go more into a bluish icy
Okay.
So it is a light source, and
yes.
I can play around with it and kind of adjust it so that it looks a little bit more.
I will remind you that we're leaking also the green from your green screen until that's why it might look weird in stream.
Oh, you're right. I should. Yeah. I kept.
So if you change it to something bluish or purplish, it will look. It will be visibly better for the.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. You're right.
All right. Okay. The idea of the shark infested cave wall. Does Dungeon Fog have a shark as an asset? I don't think so. I think it's got a killer whale.
Well, let me check.
I don't recall a shark, to be perfectly honest with you.
Clockwork, interesting. No, shark teeth cogwheel. No, we don't have a shark. We have a tank. If you would like to have something like a liquid tank.
You like a shark from me, Till?
Yes, please. If you have a shark.
I do, yes.
And it is beautiful.
Because then I was thinking what you could run on either side of the cave wall would be like so this would be on the secret tunnel, because that's the threat, is they can take the secret tunnel, but there might be ice sharks in the actual walls of that tunnel. But they'll see them swimming in the ice, and if they make too much noise or if they move too quickly, they'll trigger the sharks to attack because it's a trap.
Okay.
It's in production, Till.
All right.
When you get the image, Chaora, can you send it to me, because I'm making an article for the ice sharks.
It's in the production.
It's in the cow production.
I'm there.
Yeah, someone's saying the Ganondorf 96 says Chaora has a shark and a tornado. I
think we all know where this is
That's
going.
a pretty shark.
That sounded really creepy, guys.
That's a pretty
That's
shot.
a pretty shot. Come here, my pretty.
That was made by Kim.
It's beautiful.
Is it the collection of the first level?
It's
encounter?
CR2 pack, yeah.
Sure. Oh, it's CR2 the master.
Yeah, it's a hunter shark.
Okay. Right. So we're going to get to the section on how you submit the homework shortly. So bear with us as we have a look. So Janet and World Anvil, what have you guys? You've got the king. We saw the king.
So we have made a whole bunch of articles that I've been sharing as we turn them out. Why don't you show some of those, Demetrius?
Yes, of course.
Why
don't you navigate me through what I should be showing?
Well, if you go to, I haven't been categorizing anything because I've been churning things out. So why don't you take them through what I've made then?
So I have in the world. He put underneath the coral caldera most of them. So you have the crystal chalice, sky rays.
I think you're off mic again.
Sorry. I have the crystal chalice here, the sky rays, the coral peak cave, the coral grove, and the king. So let's see what you have here. You have crystal chalice actually doesn't have much apart from the two.
No, I haven't written any flavor for that yet.
You have the sky rays.
And again, it's one sentence and an image. It's enough to send your players to start with. When they start asking questions, you can give them more, right? But they don't need to see the stat block.
That's true. Yeah, they don't need to.
This is the coral grove. Again, like with the shade forest, it's a space that they'll probably be going through. You want to give them a little bit of motion. It's not a space, it's not a one stop and then they do something. It's a space that they're traveling through. So we give them a few bits and bobs, areas of interest. I've got 4 weird creatures to establish the fact that this is not a very nice place, quite dark, but really fantasy full of wonder, essentially. Mm-hmm. And again, there's that flavor text that foreshadows the history of the world just a little bit, gets them asking questions, all of that good stuff.
And we have also the king here.
Yeah. And with the king, I've given him a flavor text. I've linked in all those elements that we did. So I've mentioned that he's the king of the aerial mer, and I've linked in that article. He's a religious fanatic, preventing the aerial mer from developing or from leaving the crystal chalice. Again, I've linked that in. He can be found hunting in the coral grove. Again, I've linked that in. That's another place where you might come across. If that's going very slowly and the players aren't getting where you want them to do, he can grab them and throw them in prison, and then you can continue with your adventure if you need to do that. If people are looking at their watches and you feel like the pacing is slow.
Is there another article I'm missing?
No, but I also wanted to add that I gave the king an old pet. He's got his old sky ray who's grizzled. He's called Flappy Back. So I've given him something to make him a little bit more sympathetic, because we did say we wanted sympathetic sentience, and even your villain should have something that he loves. It makes him more real, essentially. So again, single sentence, that's plenty. Throw in a stat block and you've got everything you need for the adventure. You don't need to give him any more.
There you go. Absolutely.
Before we continue, can you please send me the latest version of the map, because I would like to do something with it.
Something.
Yes, sorry.
Well, there we go. There we go. Oh, no, I've completely forgotten what I was going to say. There was a question here from Mergandor. Where do you get your images? I assume that's referencing Dungeon for World Anvil in terms of your king.
So the king I found on DeviantArt. If you mouse over him, you will find all the information. I've credited the author. If you click on the link, you'll go to the DeviantArt site of the author. It is worth noting that if I were to leave this public, I would not use images that do not belong to me. So I would use something from Unsplash. I would use something from Portrait Workshop, which is coming out really soon, or This Person Does Not Exist, or Art Breeder. There's 100,000 places where you can find images, or you can make your own, or you could go to somebody like Chaora's website and use the assets from there, because he gives away a lot and sells more. So there's 100,000 places to get bits and bobs. I'm in a tearing hurry because I'm doing all of this live, so I'm pulling things in, but we're not going to leave this up.
There you go. There you go. All right. Okay, so what font is Chaora using on the map, says Daniel Thorpe?
It's called Dumbledore. Dumbledore 1 Italic.
Dumbledore 1 Italic. Do you have a favourite font, that you kind of use for a while, and then eventually you go looking for another font or not?
That happens all the time. Yeah, I used to use different font, and then I used another font, and then I found this one, and yeah, I'll just find one that I think fits for what I'm making at the time.
Yeah.
This one is a little more old style, sort of little twists, a little bit more Lord of the Rings, Middle Earthy kind of thing, which I was using on the Middle Earth map. So it looks really nice. So I've been using it again.
Quite legible as well, which is quite nice. I do like that. Okay, so I've dropped some things into the Discord for the members. If you guys would just check that out, I just have a think of that. Edward Horseman asks, Till, do you happen to have a wine glass asset that I could use for the homework? I think you have a glass asset. You're muted, Till, or your microphone's on fire.
No. I was just muted because I didn't want to make any noise while you're chatting. I think we have one in the flavor pack, food and dishes. Oh, it's a wine bottle.
But there's definitely a glass there, but I don't think it's on its side, if that's what you're looking for.
No, it's not on the side. I think you can recolor something to make it look like, but I thought we had one because I talked to Tony about it. So I might come back to you with that. I will find it.
Okay.
If not, cool. Reuse something different.
Janet, could you link the sites that you were referencing?
Yes.
For your image sources, please.
Yes. I also, by the way, I go live. I release stories every Thursday when I talk about these things. So people from the World Anvil community already probably know about Art Breeder and This Person Does Not Exist, because these are things I've done features on in the past. So we try and sort of showcase these tools that we find useful as much as we can. These sharks have conical noses and burrow through the solid perma ice.
Alex Rodwell says, off topic, are there any useful tools you can point us to for producing system or sector area maps, sci-fi RPGs and things? Well, you can do sci-fi maps in Dungeon Fog. You guys have got amazing sci-fi assets, which you can actually see. I'm running an off-stream RPG set in a sci-fi setting. Where we use Dungeon Fog maps. Chaora, have you done sci-fi elements and maps and things?
Yeah, I've done a couple of bits. In fact, I've done a spaceship and such, and I'm drawing a spaceship for Dimmy.
Yay!
There you go. There you go.
Sorry, to come back to the question. So we don't have a wine glass. The best I can offer is a cocktail glass, which you can find in the community decoration.
Okay. Now, I'm going to post up in chat after the stream is over. You guys can head on over to the other streamers, and I'm just going to put their links in here, who will be doing the actual homework. Ethnicity. Yes, is there. Then these times are all Janet, what times are these in you've posted here?
They are in London time, so you're going to need to subtract 8 for Pacific time. So 1 p.m., that's 1300, is going to be 13 minus 8. Don't look at me like that.
What's that? Sorry?
13 minus 8.
5
a.m. Pacific time.
Early in the morning.
Very early in the morning, but so we put the Ethnic stream for those folks who want to stay up afterwards. We'll all be going to bed because it's really late here in the UK. And then we put the pre-streams tomorrow morning, probably for the European folks and anyone who stayed up all night doing their homework. But that's when they start. So they start at 1 p.m. London time.
Sorry, I'm just busy posting this up. I don't know why I didn't have it. I thought I had it pre-made. And I did not.
Look, I have made your map hidden essentially for the second adventure, so the storyteller can show on the first adventure that just this map, And then they can have at some point necessarily reveal the second part, probably when they find the ranger and tells them about the things.
That's really cool. Yeah.
And of course, you can actually go to the locations from there directly.
Okay, so they're the links to the various Twitch streams that we'll be running. Ethnos Studios is up next, and then tomorrow we've got Hefe Live, we've got CD10, and we've got Dead Aussie Gamer taking you through all of that.
Then us again.
Oh yeah.
There we go. They're all there.
These are the ice sharks.
Okay.
Nice, right?
Very nice. Snappy snap.
Snappy snap.
Okay, so any last questions as we start to bring this to a close? Any last questions for anyone before we jump into taking everyone through the homework?
Especially, exactly, I was about to say, we need to discuss the homework.
All right, let's... Daisho Shakara says, after the masterclass, are you going out to party or just going to sleep for a couple days?
We're going to have champagne in the fridge. We may be too tired to actually drink it.
Yeah.
Yes, so I think Thomas Herbert, I want to thank both of them because they're still sitting there managing the chat. We will have a beer after this one, and then we will drop that to bed.
Oh.
Well, you've got a step in between that I'm not going to be doing, I can tell you that much.
Yep. That's just bed for me.
All right.
Well, actually, no, I have to wash this blue dye out of my beard before I can go to bed. Otherwise, it's going to get all over my pillow.
Oh, it's
dear.
never leaving. That's with you forever now.
Yeah.
Right,
Very
which
striking.
reminds me,
That
we still owe the community tomorrow, don't we? I think in terms of the competition.
What, you mean I have to keep my beard blue for tomorrow?
No. I think you are the one who fulfilled your promise today, but I think Guy, Jimmy, and I, we still have to keep up to what we said.
I don't know what you're thinking about. I have no idea what you're thinking about.
I may or may not comply tomorrow. It depends on how rebellious I'm feeling. And if I have a voice or not, because it might just be a 2-hour stream of me typing. And since my typing is the worst on earth, it's going to be a very long stream. Did I get the Ethnos Studios link right? It is twitch.tv/Ethnos Studios.
It should be.
so.
Yes, that's correct.
That is correct. But apparently it comes up with an unless you have a time machine, you may not enter.
Okay, let me double check.
Please just double check. All right, that email, are we going to send the button that will give them all of the homework? Demetrius.
That is Till's button.
Is it
So
Till's
I
button?
need to send. Yeah, I will.
Push
after
the
we
button,
find-
Till!
Push the button.
Yes, sir. I will push the button. No, I cannot push the button yet because I'm streaming my screen here, which might be a little bit more than I want to show people. I will push the button the second I am out of stream.
Can you then share your screen of what people will be seeing so we can take them through the homework?
Oh, you
Submission.
mean PDF?
Yeah. So at least we can show everybody the submission.
I can do that. Give me a second.
Yeah. The submission form, you mean? Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm already a little bit slow. This is the PDF that you're receiving. This is the homework.
Yes, exactly. Give me a second. I will open up the form as well. Give me a second.
And I am going to then switch to this view. And all of us should be quiet. What, are you going to open it up to Demetrius?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The ball is yours in the court of the field.
Here you are. Masterclass submission form.
Do you want to zoom in a little bit?
Wow. I can't read that.
We has gived.
There we go.
We
Thank
has
you.
gived it.
Better?
Perfect. I think
So
everyone
this
can
is
read
what
that.
the submission form looks like.
All right, so you will get the submission form if you signed up to the website. And that's signing up to the website will end at the end of the stream as well, won't it? Or will it stay open? Because how will they then get this email again? Just a quick thought. Anyway, you should have signed up by now. All right, so what do you have to submit? Let's go through it. World Anvil, what do they have to submit and how?
Well, presumably you guys heard our talk today about agile world building. If you didn't, it's on the VOD, so go watch it right now.
It will be when we stop because
yes, exactly. Yeah. Yes, you will be able to see it on view on demand once this is over. And yeah, basically fill out a foundation article. We've given you an example in the homework where you can check one out. Fill out a set the scene article. We've again given you an example where you can see one filled out.
So there was a problem, as we said before, with the homework link, but both the articles have a link for each other, so they can actually go from one another to the other.
Yeah. So you'll find the link in there. It's not rocket science. In other words, it's all in the meta category of that world. The whole thing is open, so you will find it. If you struggle, hop on our Discord, and a friendly soul will help you out. We then want
wait, sorry. I've done something stupid and I wasn't reading the chat. Give me a second.
No, okay. Once you've filled out the foundation and set the scene, which is probably about 12 sentences in total, it's very, very little. We'd love you to create a location based on this, which really epitomizes what you've written in the foundation and set the scene, which will be a great place to put something of your first session adventure, because you're really introducing then your world in all its glory, bringing in all of those elements in session 1. So fill out the foundation, set the scene, create a location that epitomizes what you've already done. That's it.
Does it have to build on the world that we have been looking at today and the adventures?
No, not this world we're making. It's your own foundation. It's your own setting of the scene. And it is your own location.
But having said that, if they want to create a new world that will actually take the world we've built and work on it to create something new, that is a beautiful idea as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about seeing how you understand these first principles and extrapolate them on them in a creative way to build something that your players will enjoy.
Is there anything specifically that you guys are looking out for? Is it beautiful prose? Is it thousands of images? What is it that you're specifically looking for?
None of those things.
No.
What we want to see is if people can create a foundation and a scene for their world and then use this information to create something that is in accordance to that, because that's the important part. The important part is that once you build your foundation, everything that you write has to be sense checked based on your foundation and your scene. So make sure that whatever you have built is making actually the theme continue into it and everywhere else in your world.
Absolutely. And we were asked the question earlier, how do we make a trope, how do we make a repeated theme or space like a mushroom forest feel unique? And the answer is dig into what is unique about your world. All that stuff you've just written in foundation and set the scene. That's what's going to make your location feel unique. That's what's going to make your world feel unique. It's all of those different things that you've written, those 12 sentences or so coming together. That's what makes it unique. And that's what we'll be looking for. Something that really epitomizes, that's really sort of thought through and makes sense with itself, essentially.
Yeah.
Last question is, does it have to be fantasy or can it be something else?
Whatever you want.
It should be everything you want. Exactly.
The idea of this is to help you create the campaign that you want to create. It's about creating the campaign setting that you want to create. That's the whole motivation part. So follow through the questions and they will lead you into a direction that you and your players will enjoy, that you'll be excited about, not just now, but 6 months down the line of your campaign.
Bingo. All right, Till, take us through what Dungeon Fog is all about.
Okay, first of all, I have my finger on the button. So if you want, this is your last chance. This is your very last chance. After I have finished my what I need for homework, I will switch my screen and press the send button. If you want to get the submission form, this is the last call. Sign up to the newsletter and you will be part of the list. If not, that's it. There is no second send out or something like that, and you cannot submit your homework individually. We only take the ones that we have on the form. With that said, Chaora and I are going to pick up where we left in the workshop, which means it would be really beautiful if we could, as a submission, receive mention maps for the Alchemist's Mansion. They don't have to follow the blueprint that I've sent you. They shouldn't be too massive because we need to work through them in 2 hours. We need to work on that map or on 2 maps. They should definitely, it would be nice if they would use Chaora assets because that's why we made that. So if you would please use them. You can definitely, if you need forest trees and things like that, you can use dungeon fog trees for now. But make sure that you have a map fleshed out and finished, or at least as far as you got. You don't have to add lighting. We do all of that tomorrow. But have the room layout ready, have probably some of the decoration in there. Chaora and I will then pick up and try to refine and finish it. If you want to, you can add notes to the rooms to let us know what happens in that room. We will look at that. Now, how do you submit your work? Well, if you have the map here, all you need to do is click on that little button here and create a private link. If you copy that into the form that you are receiving, there is a little text field that says, please, your share link. If you copy that into this form, we can take that link and look at your map. We can review it. So make sure that you click on the copy to take the full link and then paste it into the Google form. That's all you need to do. And we will spend our noon and afternoon to review all your submissions and pick something that Chaora and I think is great for review and shows what we can do to improve that map from a concept basis and from an artistic basis.
Okay, so there are a couple of questions that are coming through. The Spinator says, where on Discord are the cow specific links? They aren't. They're coming through as emails, which you would have got if you'd signed up to the circleofworldbuilders.com website. I know that people are saying that they haven't yet got their email. There we go. Can you push the button, please?
Fanatic says, wrong liver. And what about you, Guy?
It's been pressed. It's been pressed. So hopefully you will get your email shortly. All right. So that's your submission. That's your submission. And then my submission is Demetrius has got it up on screen. You go on over to my website, which is www.greatgamemaster.com. I will show it to you because people can't find it. And you go to the Great Library. You go to the Bag of Holding. And in the Bag of Holding, you will see there's a folder called Circle of World Builders. You click on that, and there is the 5-step story form, which you need to download and filling in all of the steps on your form. And then you email them through to us at geekstable@gmail.com. It's as easy as that. Okay, so that's where you're going to send it through to. And I think on that note, I'm going to go back here to everybody. So now you can see. See the emails have come through, which is brilliant. They've all got that email. So that's wonderful. Do you think we have achieved what we needed to achieve, World and?
I think we can never say yes for sure, but I think we went and did a very good work, all of us. I hope so.
I think we've created a whole
monster.
Well, yeah, actually, we have. We've created a whole bunch of monsters. We've created a living coral forest. We've created a crystal cave. We've created the main NPC. We've created a first encounter, a second encounter, a trap made of ice burrowing sharks that bites your feet off. I think we've, and again, all in sentences and paragraphs, which is, as I said, I kept saying it today, I'll keep saying it tomorrow. All of this is tiny amounts of world building that gives a huge amount of impact for your players, right? All these are tiny articles I'm showing. It's an allowed, a sentence, a paragraph, and an image. Each one, if I wasn't yammering on stream at the same time, would take me 3 minutes. And I think we're there, you know?
There you go. There you go. Chaora's already said it. Thank you all for watching.
Yay! Thank you all for watching.
Would you recommend people draw maps in 4 hours flat?
No, don't do it. It's terrible. It does strange things to one's brain. Not entirely sure what it's done to mine.
There you
We'll
go.
find out tomorrow.
Well, really,
Find out next time.
that's right. So just to confirm, the deadline is 2 p.m. GMT. Is it 2 p.m.? Yeah, 2 p.m. GMT
It is
tomorrow.
2 p.m. BST tomorrow, but I would like to say something that because we have people streaming during the hours leading to the stream, as well, Danville, we decided that we'll actually be taking a look as well, only on World Danville for submissions coming later on as well when it comes to that.
All right, lovely. And of course, you don't have to submit for everybody. You don't have to submit for everybody. You can submit just for Till and Chaora. You can submit just for me, or you can submit just for World Anvil. Don't feel pressured to deliver everything. Till, are you happy with what we managed to do? I know you kind of got into that space and monitor blowing up.
Honestly, I kind of lost myself in that map. But it was a long day, and that was the perfect relaxation to just play around. I've played around a little bit with the new terrain things, but I've never really had the chance to really experience them. So I was completely lost in there. I apologize if people were hoping for more of the map when I just spaced out there. But I think I'm pretty happy. Like if we look, we have a very good fleshed out scene here. And I've already started to add a little bit of detail here. So I think it's now the things that we're doing tomorrow. It's brushes, props, lights, and some details. And we have quite a nice map here.
There you go. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think that's the joy of it, isn't it? You can just get into the zone and get lost and just have fun. That's brilliant. Okay, folks, you guys have got stuff to do for this evening or tomorrow morning, depending on what your particular choice is. I think that what we have come up with, as always with your input, has been so much better and so much more exciting. I have learnt stuff today, which is brilliant. So I'm happy. I hope you have certainly enjoyed it. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time on all of the channels, these all wonderful, wonderful channels. Remember, if you're watching on YouTube, hit that like button. And if you're watching on Twitch, bits and subscriptions and all those kinds of wonderful things, show your appreciation, or just say hi, or send out a tweet saying how much you've enjoyed it. I've seen there's lots of people on Twitter have been sending out stuff. I've been trying to retweet them as fast as I can. But
#CowCon.
there we go. #CowCon. I'm just looking to see what's next. Next is Ethna Studio doing their thing, which is going to be exciting. They've only just got the homework now. They were kept asking us, well, can we prep something? Can we prep something? It's like, no. It's got to be a fair playing field here. So they got exactly what you got. So stay around for them. Ethna Studios. So that's twitch.tv/Ethna Studios. And we're ending a little bit early, so I don't think they're going to be raiding. We can't. I wouldn't even know how to raid.
Already live, in fact.
I don't know how to raid with this system that we have at the moment. I barely know what I'm doing. So there you are. The Dungeon Tomb. Thank you. We will take your suggestions for the next one, if there is one. Anyway, until then, I think from all of us.
Thank you so very much, guys. Have a beautiful day, afternoon, or evening. Bye-bye.
You're incredible. A lot of you stayed through the whole show. Bye.
Moo.